Our form is looking pretty awful. It works, but the styling is just terrible. So let's add a little bit of styling just to clean it up. And you can spend a lot of time styling forms, but I'm just going to do a little bit here to kind of help things out. So I could link an external style sheet here, but I'm just going to add style tags to just do something kind of quick here. And in the style tags, I might add something like input, comma, label. So this will apply to both of these display block. And that will help with the display of the form considerably, because instead of having everything go in line, except these field sets, which are block elements by default, that will make all the labels and the input elements turn into block elements like that. And that really helps quite a bit. Now they're all kind of squinched up together. So what we could do from here is add a little bit of margin on the bottom of maybe the input elements. So we might do something like this. Input, margin bottom, 15px or something like that. And see what that does. Now it's starting to get a little bit better. This looks kind of funny in here. So we might add something for these field elements if they don't sort of line up this way. Maybe we want to leave those as inline. So I might add something down here for that. Field set input, field set label. So if the field is inside of a field set in this case, I'm going to set them back to display inline so that those look a little bit better. And there we go. Those are lining up much better. And we could do a lot, again, with forms to really help them improve the way they look. We can do a lot with styling of forms. You can spend a long time getting forms to look the way you want. And that's an important thing to be able to do. But even with just a few styles, you can do a lot to improve the overall look of a form. And that's really great. Now, the next thing is we can also, in our forms, we can require elements. So we're going to talk more about form validation in our next lesson, because that's kind of our next important topic. But what I can put in here is I could put something like required. So I have to spell it right. Required. And that, again, is short for required equals, quote, required. And what that'll do is it'll make it so that when I try to submit this form, if I don't put something in here, and currently that's just a placeholder text field, if I click send form, it will say, please fill out this field. Now, this is being provided by the Chrome browser, and different browsers will support this in different ways and put different styling for this kind of thing. But it's important to note that it's there. Of course, I don't have an actual form processor, so if I do fill out that field, it's going to try to send it, and it doesn't have anywhere to go. But it won't even try to send it if I don't have the field filled out. And that has to do with form validation. And form validation is the next thing that we're going to look at, and is a very important part of collecting data from users, because we want to make sure we're collecting the correct data from users. We want to make sure for ourselves and that we're protecting our backend from bad data, and we want to make sure for our users so that they're filling out the forms properly and they're having a good user experience on the front end as well. And that gives you kind of a quick overview of how forms work in HTML. And they're very useful, and we'll be using them a lot on any kind of website or web application. Form validation basics, built-in browser validation, JavaScript and jQuery validation options. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can validate forms. And form validation is one of these things that's maybe not the funnest thing in the world or the fanciest thing in the world, but it's really, really important that you help users by creating forms and validating forms in ways that really help users be able to submit their data, because nobody likes to fill out forms. Nobody wants to spend their time doing that. First of all, there's in-browser validation, and I have a demo here, and this example is here, and I will give you these links in the lesson so you can check out these examples here. But if we click in here, or if I just try to send this form with no information in here, it's going to tell me to fill out my name. If I fill out my name and click send it, it's going to tell me, please fill out this field. If I put something in here other than an email address, it's going to say, please include an @ in the email address. So we want to do, bill@somewhere.com, something like that. If I click send it, it's going to tell me I need to fill out a comment. The website is optional. So if I click send it, you'll see it goes through. The URL was optional, so it didn't require it, but it did go through, and I'm getting this processed data. And this is being processed by a PHP file on the back end. And this is only front-end validation. We also need to do back-end validation. We'll get to that in a minute. Let me go back to the previous screen and show here again, if I put in bill and an email. If I put in a bad URL for a website, it won't let it go through. It's going to say, please provide a URL. I think it has to be, I can't even just be billssite.com. I think it needs to have the full http:// on there for that to actually work. And now finally that's going through. So this is just using front-end browser validation and validation provided by the browser. So if we go look at these files, and I'll provide these files for you to check out. If you look in the EX0 file here, make sure you're in the right file here. Okay. You can see that I've just set required here. This one is set to an input type text, whereas this one is set to an input type email. So that's why I did the double validation there and saying that it's required. And then if you put something that's not an email address, it says it's got to be an email address. Down here, this one doesn't have required on it, but because the type is set to URL, it won't let you put data in that doesn't look like a URL. And then the comments are required. So this is just using the built-in browser validation. And if you, in the process of doing your lessons, if you see something that looks like this type of styling, then it's using the built-in browser validation. And it looks like this way in Chrome, and it might look a little bit differently in Firefox or Safari or Edge or some of these other browsers that are out there. There are a lot of other browsers that are out there. Those are just some of the most popular ones. Or it might not work at all. So that's something to consider in using the built-in browser validation. And validation is one of these things that started in JavaScript and has moved into either CSS or HTML. And that's a very typical sort of movement for common technologies in the web world, is that, to do it initially you need JavaScript, and then eventually some of the features, or even maybe in some cases all of the features, end up moving into plain HTML or into CSS. That's pretty normal. But if we want to take full control over our browser validation, we're definitely going to need JavaScript for that. It's important to note before we finish up with this video that required, this attribute required here, is short for required equals quote required. It's a shortcut because in HTML5 they decided that if the name of the attribute is the same as the value, you can have a shortcut by just putting required. So that's important to note here. But you could put required equals quote required, and that would work just fine as well. An important thing to note about the example 0 files is that there is no validation on the back end happening here at all. If you go look at the PHP form, and this is not a class on PHP, but it's worth mentioning this and looking at it anyway. If we go look at this form, it's just checking to see if this field has been set, meaning has it been sent with this form over here? Has this field comments, actually name, it's going by the name. The name attribute is what's required here. Comments, has that been sent over to this file? If it's been sent over here, it's just going to take the data that somebody typed into the field name. It's not going to check it or anything and assign it to a variable name. Same thing with the email, the URL, the comments, and the actual send button. So the value that gets put into here, send it, will end up into this variable over here called submit. And then we're just echoing these things out, and I'm just printing them on the page with paragraphs, the name, the email, the URL. So I'm not doing anything fancy with this data, but I'm not checking it either. And that's really a problem. You really have to make sure you do data validation on both the back end and the front end. The back end validation is to make sure that people aren't submitting malicious data to your server. It's possible to send, say, a SQL statement in a field, and then it's possible that on the back end, that SQL statement could get processed as SQL and do bad things to your database. We're not doing anything with the database here, so there's nothing really bad to do, but you always want to make sure that you're doing validation on the server side, because you can't count on somebody's browser having JavaScript turned on or something like that could be controlled on the front end. So you want to make sure that you're doing validation on the server side. The front end validation is really for the user and for helping the user fill out the form properly. And it's for them. So back end validation is for the site owner or the product owner, and front end validation is for the user. And that's really, really important. It's also important to note that if you were to take this file, this index.html file, and just open it up in your browser directly like this, here, I have it here, open from users, from my web page, from my desktop here. If I fill this one out, I'm going to skip the website, and I click send, I just get a PHP file. And that's because PHP needs to be processed on the server. So that's why I provided these links so you can test these out on the server. So these are on our server here. But if you do open it locally and test it, it'll go through. If it goes through to the processor, if you get the JavaScript right, and it goes through to the processor, if you get the form validation right, it goes through the processor, you'll just get a PHP file. And honestly, for these lessons, while we're playing around with this, that's just fine. It's just notice that when you see this, if you're seeing PHP here, it's just because the browser says, oh, that's PHP. I don't know what to do with that. PHP should be processed on a server. Another option is to use a local server. So I have on my computer, I have MAMP running. And this is that same file running locally through MAMP. And you can go to MAMP and download MAMP, and you can just use the free version. And they actually have MAMP for both Windows and Mac. It initially stood for Mac, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. But now they have it for Windows as well, which doesn't really make sense. Another alternative product you could use is XAMPP, which they have a version for Windows, for Linux, and for Mac OS. So you can download XAMPP and try that one. Or if you're on Windows, you could use WAMP. And all of these, the AMP stands for Apache PHP MySQL. And so you can run these on your local server. What does that look like when you run it on your local server? Well, when I installed MAMP, I have in my hard drive, in my applications folder, I have MAMP installed here. If you go down and look through here and find MAMP, here it is here. And inside MAMP is a folder called htdocs. And I took those same files that I downloaded and I put them here, form examples. So these are the form examples we're going to look at, and here's example 0. So by coming over to here, with MAMP running, when I run MAMP, it looks like this. This is MAMP running. I click start here, and then it says stop up here. With MAMP running, I can go to localhost. I've changed the ports so that it uses the default ports here, 80 and 80, rather than the MAMP ports. But if I just go to localhost, what I see is, I just go to localhost, I'll see all the files that are in that htdocs folder that are inside the MAMP folder in my applications folder. And I can click on form examples and load up example 0 here. And I can fill this out. And now it will work because it's going through the local server. Skip the website. And you can see that's actually getting processed and working. Again, so the PHP is actually working because I'm going through localhost. I'm going through my local server. And you could set up any of these applications to run on your desktop if you want to. But it's not really necessary because if you do it just from the desktop, you'll just go through and you'll see the PHP file show up. And honestly, we're not really going to do a lot with server-side validation here. I just want to introduce you to it so you're aware that you have to have it. But we're going to be focusing on the actual front-end browser validation on the front end and working with that with the built-in validation that's built into the browser, JavaScript validation, and jQuery validation, as well as a jQuery plugin that will do validation. So we're going to really be focusing on the front end, but it's important to note that you have to have back-end validation as well. Back-end validation with PHP. In the next version of this file, and I'll provide this link for you, but it's just basically EX1, we have the same form. But this form doesn't have any front-end validation. I've removed required from here. Instead, we're using validation on the back end only for this one, so you can see what some of that back-end validation might look like. And this is just simple back-end validation. We're not doing anything too complicated here. But if we come over and look at this PHP file, it's worth taking a minute for it. Even though this isn't a PHP course, it's worth understanding that this validation is happening on the back end. So the same thing happens as before in that the script doesn't run unless the form has been sent to the processor. And when it is sent, we go and we assign the values that somebody typed into these fields that match the name attribute. Again, post name is going to match the field over here that has the name attribute name on here. And post email is going to match the name attribute that has email over here. So you have to have those attributes in your fields, in your inputs over there. URL, comments, send. Then it's going to check to make sure that the name is not empty. The exclamation point or bang empty means not empty, and the email is not empty, and the comments is not empty. The URL is optional, so that can be empty if you wanted it to be. And then we're going to check to make sure that the email, this is using a regular expression. We'll talk about regular expressions more in a minute, but it's using a simple regular expression to check what somebody typed in the email field to make sure that what they typed into that email field matches this pattern for what an email should look like. If it does, then we're going to print this stuff out. If it doesn't, then we're not going to print that stuff out. We're going to echo out one of these errors. So we could do more. We could have a regular expression for the URL to make sure that it's actually a URL and make sure that that passes if that's been passed in. But this is enough of a back-end validator to just check the back end. So let's go see what that looks like, because on the front end, you'll notice I've removed the required from all of these so that we don't have any validation going on here on the front end at all. And we're just going to test it on the back end. So let's see what happens over here. If I just click send it, it's going to say you did not fill out the required fields. So essentially, we click send, so it got the comments. That comments thing came through, but it was empty. And since it was empty, this else statement fired down here. You did not fill in the required fields. Let's try it again and see what some of the other ones are. But this is backend data verification sort of in process there. So if I put Bill and I put a broken email address in here and then a comment, you'll see that it will say you did not format your email properly. So you can see that this backend validation is in fact working. It's not very sophisticated, but it is working. Bill at somewhere.com. And then again, I could put gobbledygook in for the website. I have not really checked that. And then that will go through. And you can see this is bad data here because I haven't actually checked for that. But this is enough of a validator for us to be getting on with for the back end for the rest of this lesson. If you were doing a real something real on the web, you would want to expand the script considerably to make sure that the URL is checked and any other data, it won't allow any other bad data to get through. You might want to make sure that it's only letters and, only letters and apostrophes. You can put a regular expression for a name up here or regular expression to make sure that you don't put in weird content down here as well. If you're doing stuff for the database, you have to do a little bit more to even sanitize it even a little bit further. For regular expressions, if you're wondering where I got this thing for the email address and how do you come up with that, you can actually go to a website to get things like this sort of regular expression here. And you can go to this regexlib.com and look up regular expressions. So for example, if you said, I really want to make sure somebody types in a zip code properly, I could look up zip code search and I'll find a number of regular expressions that I could use. So this one here will check to make sure that I've got 5 numbers followed by a dash and then 4 numbers. So these will pass, but these will fail. And depending on where you are in the world, you might allow different types of things for zip codes. Down here, these will pass, but these will fail. So depending on where you are and what kind of regular expression you need for your users, you could go and find a regular expression here. This website has been useful for a long time for this kind of thing. And there may be other places where you can go to get regular expressions without having to write them yourself. The next version of the script that we'll look at, which is in the ex2 files here, and I have it pulled up here. So it'll be ex2 at the end here. In this version, we're using old school JavaScript validation rather than the built-in validation that's built into the browser by adding the required attribute. Instead, you'll notice that I've added spans with IDs, and they're empty here, and JavaScript will fill them in. Let's go ahead and try this out just to see what happens. If I just click send down here, I'm going to get some error messages coming up telling me that I need to fill out the form. But if I fill these out, if I fill that one out and click send, I'll just get these. Bill at somewhere.com, and I'm going to put in a bad website. I'm going to put in hello and click send. Now it says type a valid URL in the form of that sort of form there. mysite.com, something like that. And then it'll go through and it will give me back my data that has been processed by the processor. The processor file in this version has not changed. So if we come over and look at this, I'm going to close that and look at example 2. The processor.php is exactly the same as the one that we had in the previous example. And the rest of these examples will have this same processor file because we're not focused on back-end validation. It's important, you have to have it, but we're going to be focusing from here on out on front-end validation. Now, I'm not having you type the front-end validation out for this example because it's kind of old school to do it this way, and there are more modern, better ways of doing validation, but I still think it's important to see how this works and what the strategy is here so you can understand it and understand sort of where front-end validation has been and where it's going. So you get kind of the scope of the whole sort of history of front-end validation here. And you can see, again, I've added these spans, which are currently empty. A span is just a generic element like a div, but it's an inline element. Notice that the ID is the name of the field with -ERR for error on it. So it's that same name with that down there. That's important to notice. Down here, I have an event listener that's saying document, get element by ID, my form on submit. I'm using the on submit property to capture when the form is submitted. So this form is submitted when somebody clicks this input button here, and then it runs a function, validate form. And down here I've got validate form. I could use an event listener here, but I'm using the on submit special event property instead. It's a little bit old school, but it's perfectly fine. It works perfectly fine. Down here I've got a validate form, and then I've got some regular expressions. I've got a regular expression for names, which will allow letters and apostrophes and dashes, uppercase or lowercase, and that's it. So you couldn't do a name with the number in it, or something like that, or a weird character or something like that. That won't pass this validation. So be careful what you name your kids. And then an email address. Again, this is the same regular expression I used before. This regular expression is perhaps not up to date with some of the newer domains that are available out there, top level domains. I think I'd run into problems with this regular expression if I used something like bill at somewhere.design. I have a feeling, yeah, see, it's not going to like that because this is a new top-level domain. So you'd have to go find a regular expression that would allow that. But for our purposes today, it's perfectly fine. Okay, and then I have a regular expression that's going to check for URLs, FTP, HTTP, HTTPS, and then you can kind of make out what it'll accept here for URLs. So I've got these regular expressions get set up, and then I'm getting these elements and I'm clearing them out. And I'll explain why we need to clear them out in a minute. But we're clearing them out. And then I'm setting a counter. And this is the guts of the script. So the counter starts at 0. And if one of these fields does not pass, the counter gets incremented. So down at the bottom of the script, if the counter is ever greater than 0, it meant that one of the passes did not happen, and then we return false. And return false keeps the form from being submitted from being submitted properly. This is similar to using event prevent default. And we could actually update this to use event prevent default. This is a little bit old school here, and that's fine for this thing here. Okay, so we're going to check each one of these fields. We're going to go and get the value out of the name field and test it against the name regular expression. And if it doesn't pass, I'm going to run a function called fixForm, which is down at the bottom, which gets the name, and then we pass in a message that we want to get printed if it did not pass, and the counter gets incremented. And again, if the counter gets incremented at all, then the form doesn't run. So down here under fixForm, we say what field are we checking and what's the message we're passing in. So up here for the name field, we're passing in this field and this message. We're passing that into this fixForm function. So we're passing in the name field and the name message. And then what happens is we have a variable called error message, which gets the ID plus -error. So the ID of the field for name up here, if we go back to our field up here, the ID is name plus -error. So that's going to give me this, name -err, error. So error message is going to be name -err. And then I can go in and I can set that error message in our HTML to whatever the message was, fill in your name. I'm setting the color to red, and I'm putting a focus on that field, meaning that the user then had the cursors put in that field for them to fill out. So let's go and test that out really quickly over here and just sort of see it again. So if I were to forget just the first name and put in an email, bill@somewhere.com, and I'm going to skip the website for now because that's optional, hello, and then click send it, it says, please provide the proper name. It's setting that color to red, and it's adding that span, it's putting that in the span there. If I were to do inspect, you would see, I'm going to move this down to the bottom here. Close that and look in here to this one here. You'll see that the span has added the style, and it's added this message in here. Plus the form has not been sent through because of the return false. So it's important to understand how that works. The last thing to clear up is, why do I have these things filled out here? And that's because each time I submit the form, I want to clear out any error messages and check it again and add error messages again. So if I put a name in here, but then do the email incorrectly, I want to clear out this message, but then add a message there. So that message will clear out. And then when I run it, and then it checks this one, it goes, this one's wrong. If I didn't put that clear up there, this message would still be there even though the name is correct. So that's kind of important to understand. So again, there's a lot going on here, and this is old school JavaScript, plain JavaScript validation. And what's going on here is we have a form, and as you, what the key part of the script is this counter here. And the counter starts at 0, and if any, you check each field, and if each field does not pass, if any of them don't pass, the counter gets incremented. If the counter is ever greater than 0, then at least one of the fields was wrong, and I'm going to not process the form. Meanwhile, I'm also going to run this fixForm function that's going to put the proper message on the proper field saying what I did wrong so I can go back and fix it. And all of that should work properly. So that gives us a JavaScript, old school JavaScript way of validating fields. And we did form validation like this for many years. Now we've got some better ways of doing it that we'll look at in the next videos. In the next version of our script, we're going to use jQuery to do the same thing that we did with JavaScript. And this version, it's a little bit shorter, it's a little bit more compact, but it's following basically the same principles that the JavaScript version followed, in that we have a counter that gets incremented, and if it gets incremented, then the field is not passing validation and the entire form will not be validated. But it is a little bit shorter, so let's take a look at it. First, we can look at it and test it out over here. And notice up here it says EX3. So it's the same URL, but EX3 at the top. And I could put in, well, if I just leave the form empty and click send, we'll get some validation coming up here. And you'll notice I can fill this. If I just fill in my first name and click send, that one goes away, but these continue. If I fill in a bad email address, you'll notice that it wants a valid email address. If I fill in a bad website, you'll notice it says, please enter a valid URL. And then we've got our message, and finally, it'll go through if you fill it all out properly. On the back end, we're using the same PHP validation in our PHP file. So we've got some back end validation going on as well. But really, the front end validation should handle it. If the front end validation fails, then the back end validation will handle it. So we've got that working, and that all looks very similar to what we had before. So let's take a look at the example script over here in example 3. And again, I'm not having you type anything out for this script because this is a little bit old school, and I think it's just important to understand, sort of build up an understanding of where we've been with this stuff by seeing it. But we'll be looking at some more modern ways of doing form validation next. Okay, so here we are on our page, and you'll notice that the HTML is all exactly the same with my span errors here. It's the same as what I had in the plain JavaScript version before. The HTML really hasn't changed. The one thing that has changed is down here I've got jQuery plugged in. This is an older version of the jQuery library, but that's okay. And again, I've got my regular expressions, so that's fine. These are the same regular expressions I had before. I've got my counter set to 0. And here I'm using the jQuery submit event to capture the submit of our form. And then we're running a function. I'm passing in the event object. And just as before, I've got a counter that's set to 0. I probably should have a var in front of that. Var counter equals 0. So I've got a counter set to 0. Oh no, I set it up there. That's why it's not var there. So I've got the counter set to 0. And if any of the forms do not pass, if any of the fields do not pass, the counter gets incremented. One thing that's different here is down here, that if the counter is greater than 0, I'm using event.prevent default instead of return false. So I'm using event prevent default, using that event object to prevent the default behavior of the submission of the form. And that's what keeps the form from being submitted to the PHP to be processed. If the counter gets incremented. If it doesn't, then it gets submitted just fine. If it doesn't get sent in, another thing that's different is I don't have a separate function for fixing the fields. Here I'm just using a little bit of jQuery to say, go get that field, name-err, change its HTML, please add a valid name. And up here, I've got this little thing here that will turn that red automatically. So that's all fine. Up here, these variables here, again, are just getting those fields, getting the values out of those fields, so that should all just work and get kind of set up. So it's a much simpler version of the exact same thing that we did with the plain old school JavaScript. Here, these forms are getting emptied out each time. So because jQuery can work on a group of objects, I don't have to set each one of them separately. I can just set the HTML in all of these to empty, but set the CSS to color and red for them. So that kind of works sort of nicely there. So it's kind of a nice, simple version of the script that we did. It's still a little bit cumbersome. If you had a longer form, you would have to do this for each and every field on the form. So imagine a long form. You would have a lot of JavaScript here or jQuery here to do that. And it works, but again, this is kind of an old school method for doing this. The next version of our script is going to use a jQuery plugin, the jQuery Validate plugin, which is a fantastic plugin for doing form validation. It provides both simple and advanced ways of doing jQuery validation, and the documentation is spectacular. It's one of the oldest jQuery plugins out there, and it's a really great one to use for validating forms. To give it a try, you can go to the same website, but EX4 over here as the folder name instead. And if I just click send it here, you'll see, yo, give me a name. You can see I've styled this stuff a little bit. Not very nice, but it's here. And then as I type in my name, notice that error goes away right away. For email, if I type in an email, it'll immediately switch to please enter a valid email address at somewhere.com, like that. If I type in a website, if I type in a bad website and click send, it'll say enter a valid URL. If I type in something, well, we already saw, so we just need to do http://somesite.com. And then I can type my comments, hello, and send it. And then it will finally go through to the same PHP file that we've been using since we added our PHP validation in the second version of our script, or in example 1 back there. Okay, so that's going through and working. So that's great. So in this version, you're finally going to get to type a little code. And you'll see why we didn't type all that code from the previous versions, because this one is so much easier to use. So the first thing we need to do in order to make this work, if you go over to the example files and we go down to example 4 here, the first thing we need to do to make this work is we need to add the jQuery library here. So I'm going to come over to a new tab over here, and I'm just going to Google jQuery CDN Google, something like that. And I can go to the hosted libraries for Google developers and go down to jQuery over here and just grab this snippet right here for the latest version of jQuery. So I'm just going to copy that and paste it here. Add link to jQuery library. I'm going to stick that there. Great. Down here, I'm going to add a link for another script src equals quote quote. And what am I going to put in here? I'm going to put my validator plugin. So if we go over to our slides here, and you can click this link, or I will provide a link with the lesson that will take you over, or you can just Google jQuery validation plugin, and it'll take you to this website here. And this website has great documentation about how you can use the plugin. It's got all kinds of good stuff on here along with the video. And we're just going to do kind of a very basic version of the use of this plugin, just so you can kind of see how that works for right now. They give you some different ways of linking to it. Here we've got the CDN.js, CDN, that's the one that I like to use. And notice we've got validate.js, validate.min.js, and then we've got some additional methods and an additional methods min. And you would have to read about these in the documentation. But really what we want is the minified version. Whoops. Not sure why that's not coming up. There we go. I guess we'll use this one. We want the minified version here. So I'm just going to copy that URL right there. And again, the minified version will be smaller. If you click on this one, you'll get sort of the expanded version, but that's going to be a larger download. The minified version has had all of the white space removed. So that's really what we want right there, is that minified version. So I'm going to copy that version and then come over here and stick it inside my source attribute here. Okay, so now we've linked to the jQuery validator plugin. And then down here, we need to run our own script. I'm going to save this file. Example 3, done with that one. I'm going to close my Explorer because that's kind of long and sticking out there. But here I'm going to run my own script. And this could go into an external file, but it's really simple. All I need to do is get my ID for my form and tell it to validate. Start, of course, with our jQuery object. And what am I getting? I'm getting my form, this ID, for the form itself. Pound my form. Dot validate. My spacing got screwed up there. All right, dot validate. This validate method is a method that's provided because we have the validation plugin plugged in here. This is not a native part of jQuery, it's part of the plugin. Because we have the plugin, we can use validate. Let's see what happens. Before we can test this, we just need to require some fields. So come up to the input here and add required in here. Also on the email one, and we're going to skip the URL, but you'll see that it will test the URL. And also in the text area. Add it there. Make sure you add it before that angle bracket, before the closing text area tag. Okay, so I saved that, and then I'm going to come back over to my form, and I'm just loading this locally. The PHP is not going to work properly, so if it goes through to the PHP, we'll actually see the PHP on the page. But we don't really care about that. We know that our server-side validation is working, so that's okay. We can just run this locally off here. Alternatively, you could run it through MAMP or XAMPP or WAMP or one of those local servers, or put it up on a web server somewhere, and it will work exactly the same way that this one up on the web server here works. But for now, this should work just fine. So I'm just going to refresh this page, and if I just click send it, you'll see we're getting this field is required, this field is required, this field is required. And if I type something in here, that message will go away. Down here, if I start typing an email address, you'll notice that it will switch to please enter a valid email address at somewhere.com. And then website. If I put in a bad website, you'll notice it will pick that up. please enter a valid URL. As soon as I clicked into this next field, it picked that up. Even though I didn't say that that field is required, because it's set as type URL, the validator is picking it up. /somesite.com, I don't know, something like that. Hello. And then if I click send it, I get my PHP, which is not really what I want. I'd rather get the returned file, but I'm just running it locally off my desktop. So the browser doesn't know what to make of all this PHP, so it just shows it to me. Okay, but the validation is actually working. I can take this even further by adding some additional titles in there. So if I wanted to adjust the names of the fields that show up, we can do that too. Also, you'll notice that if there's an error, it creates a element here that I can see that has the name dash, as class error on it here on this label field is required. So it's creating a label here. And giving also a class of error on this input here as well. So you could hook into these classes to do something with this stuff if you wanted to, which is pretty nifty. So I could come back to my page here and I could uncomment out this style that I have here. And now you'll know, so you could style these errors any way you want, which is pretty handy. So now if I come back and refresh this and try to submit it, you'll notice that it will take on that styling, which isn't very nice, but you could do whatever you wanted with styling for this, which is really pretty cool that you can do that. And finally, if I don't like these labels in here, you can adjust them a little bit by adding a title in here. Title attribute. Title equals yo, give me a name. I mean, it'd be better if you put in a nicer, more gentler title than that, but that'll work. So now if I don't put that in there, you'll notice that it uses that instead of the default text for the field, which is pretty nifty as well. So there's a lot you can do with the jQuery validator, and this is just the simple version. In the next lesson, we'll look at some more complex features of the jQuery validator plugin, and we can get into a lot more with it. Before we move on from this lesson, I want to talk a little bit more about form validation. And this jQuery validation plugin is really fantastic. It's got a lot of really great features, and we're going to look at some of the more advanced features in the next lesson. However, if you're over jQuery and you're ready to look at something else other than jQuery, there are other libraries out there that are designed specifically to do form validation. So if you don't want to load jQuery and have all the overhead of having to load the jQuery library entirely, you can look at plugins, or not plugins, but libraries that are specifically designed to do form validation without anything else. And that could be a more efficient way of doing this. And if you just Google form validation library, you'll get a whole bunch of stuff, including this form valid. They're claiming to be the best, zero dependencies and explore features. And you don't need any jQuery to do this, and you can download it and use it, and that's great. I've never used that one. Or there's this link here that will take you to 15 best JavaScript form validation libraries, Form Wizard, jQuery validation, that's the one that we've been looking at, Parsley.js, validator.js. I've looked at this one before and it works really nicely. So there are a bunch of different options out there that you could use for form validation. without having to download the entire jQuery library. So if you're not using jQuery for something else on your website, maybe not have it get installed just to do form validation, because you could probably find something that's going to be more lightweight that will help you do form validation more efficiently than downloading all of jQuery as well as the jQuery validator plugin. So there's that. The next thing I want to mention is that there's a really great tutorial on the MDN website here that is, and I'll leave the link for this in the lesson as well. And this is all about client-side form validation. It's a great tutorial on their website. And what it's using is it's taking a combination of the built-in browser validation that we tried back at the beginning of this lesson, where you just put required on your input tags and do that kind of stuff, but then using jQuery to hook into the classes and the kinds of things that show up if your forms don't validate using the built-in browser validation stuff. So it uses a combination of those two things. So it's a little bit more sophisticated than the old school version that I showed you early on in this lesson. It's more up to date and more modern, but it's still pretty tedious. I think ultimately you're better off using some sort of library to do form validation. But if you really want to get into all of the power of native JavaScript and just doing it yourself, rolling it yourself from scratch using native JavaScript, then this tutorial might really help you sort of look at kind of a more modern way of doing that than what I showed you. I'm going to focus on using the validator plugin for jQuery and show you some of the more advanced features there. But there's a lot out there to explore, and I strongly encourage you to go check some different things out and see which one you like to work with. The jQuery Validator plugin. Advanced options. In this lesson, in this exercise, we have a more complex form. It has some text fields, some radio buttons, some checkboxes, a select list in the text area. And we're going to try out a few of the jQuery Validator's more advanced features just so you can see an example of how they work. The processor.php file has also been updated to get this data. Remember that if you want to see the processor actually process the data, you have to put this file on a server, or in localhost. You can run a local server by using MAMP or XAMPP or WAMP or one of those. I'm actually running it through MAMP at the moment, and I can come over here and you can see it says localhost here. So this is actually running through my localhost server, so I can actually see the PHP get processed. But if you don't want to deal with the server side at all, that's fine. We're really going to focus on the front end and the form validation and the JavaScript involved with making that work. And the server side stuff isn't all that important to this lesson. So if you don't want to bother with it, you can skip it and just run it locally in your browser. It's just when the form goes through, you'll see a bunch of PHP come through with it, which is not really what you would get on a real server, but that's okay. All right, great. So with that, we can take a quick look at our files here. Switch over to the code editor here. And here I am in Visual Studio Code, and these are the start files. And if you look at the index.html file, you can see that there's already a form on the file. And it's pretty straightforward with some paragraphs with labels and input elements in here. So we've got some text one, that's text one, email, phone, which is really just typed text. And then down here we've got some radio buttons and some checkboxes. One thing you might notice that's a little bit weird about the checkbox is these square braces here. And this is because we're going to be sending this through to PHP as an array and then dealing with it on the processor as an array here. So we've got a bunch of checkboxes for cheeses, and then we've got a select list. And down here we've got a text area for comments, and then finally our submit button that we need to submit the form. And that's the basics of what we have for the HTML for the form. And it doesn't look particularly good. There isn't any styling at the moment, so it all just kind of looks like this, but that's okay. Okay, great. So we've got that in place. The next thing we need to look at really quickly is just the processor PHP file. So you can see over here really quickly, we're just going to get these pieces of data from the form. You'll notice that when this one comes in, this comes in as an array. So I have to, first I'm going to check to make sure they're not empty and all that kind of stuff. But for the array of cheese list, I'm going to set an empty string here and then just loop through each of those elements in that array and put them into this list followed by a comma and a space. And then I just remove the last comma and space at the end and do that kind of stuff. And then I'm just basically assuming everything matches and everything's good. I'm just printing this stuff out to the screen. But if something goes wrong, then one of these other else statements will run. But we're going to catch all of those. None of these should run because we're going to catch all of that in the JavaScript on the front end. In the next video, we'll look at getting our script started and getting everything going on our index.html files so that we're ready to do our validation and capture this stuff. And to do this, we're going to have to hook up the jQuery library, the validator plugin, and then add our script for initiating the validator here, or you could put it in an external file if you wanted to. Now that we've introduced the project, we can get our script going and start initializing everything. And to start with, I need to add jQuery here. And so I went over to the hosted libraries on Google and I copied this snippet for the latest version of the jQuery library. And I'm just going to paste that link right in here, like that. And then we need the jQuery validator plugin. So I'm going to go over to the validator plugin website, and this is actually the one that I want here. Of course, it's just giving me the URL, so I have to type the script tags. So in here, I'm just going to type script and src equals quote, quote, and paste that in, and then close the script tag. Looks a little funny because I'm going to close my Explorer here. There we go. So now we can see it a little bit better. So we've got the validator plugin plugged in, so that should all work really nicely. And then we can add our script tag here. And we can start working on our validator right here. And what do we want to do first? We want to tell our form, this form here, where is it? Form, my form, this one right here. Copy that ID, because down here we just want to say, use our jQuery object in here to get pound my form, don't forget the hash there, dot validate. Great, so that's the basic validator. That's what we did in the previous lesson. Now, to make use of the more advanced features, we're going to pass in an object here. You've already learned a little bit about objects in the previous lesson. Plus, we saw this same behavior in a previous lesson when we did the Flex Slider plugin. So it's kind of nice that these plugins follow this familiar convention of when you want to make use of additional features, you can pass in an object, and those features and settings can get set within the object. So I'm going to move this down to make some room in here. And then in here, we're going to add some rules that we're going to follow for our validation. So we will add rules like this. And you'll notice that the first element in this object here is going to hold another object. So we're putting an object inside of an object. So this rules is our first element, and its value is going to be an object. And so what am I going to put in here? I'm going to put a sub-element or an element inside this element that says name. I'm going to set it to required, like that. There we go. We're on our way. Except we don't put a semicolon there. We put a comma. There we go. And then the next one we're going to say for email. And email needs two things. It needs to check to make sure that it is required, and it needs to check to make sure that it's a valid email address. So this is going to hold another object. So we're putting an object inside of an object inside of an object. And I'm just going to put it all on one line here. And it's going to say required, true, comma, email, true, like that. You might wonder why this required is not in quotes, but that one is. This required is a value that goes with this property. This required is a property, and the value is true. True doesn't go in quotes because JavaScript knows what true means. This is also a property, so it doesn't go in quotes. But this is a value. So it is, and because it's true and JavaScript knows what that is, it doesn't go inside quotes. All right, so we've got that. And then the next thing we need to do is put a comma and go on to validate the cheese array. So to validate the cheese array, now this one's a little bit different because cheeses, it would look like this. Cheeses, I think, square brackets, like that. Actually, it's just cheese, not cheese, it's cheese. It would look like this, but because of the square brackets, that's going to cause problems. So we actually have to put this particular property in quotes. So it's going to go like that. And then we'll have the semicolon. And here we're going to, again, put in an array. I mean, not an array, an object. And this object is going to have a few different things. First, we're going to say that it's required. Required, true. Then we can actually say that we want a minimum and a maximum number of checkboxes. So if I want exactly 3, I can set the minimum to 3 and the maximum to 3, and then I'll get exactly 3 options. We do that by setting min length. Make sure you spell length right. I always spell that one wrong. Min length 3 and max length 3. Again, JavaScript knows that these are numbers, so it knows what to do with those. And now we've got our rule for what we're expecting over here on our, in here, pick 3 favorite cheeses. So you have to pick exactly 3. So that will work for that now. In the previous video, we got our script started. We hooked up our jQuery and our jQuery plugin, and we started writing our script here. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to add a check for the phone number. Now, phone numbers are funny things because phone numbers are different in different countries around the world. So it depends on where you are and what type of phone number you want to validate. Now, if you go to the jQuery validator website, there's this additional methods plugin that you could add. And this additional methods, one of the things that it includes in there, I believe, is method for checking US phone numbers. But also, one of the things that's really neat about the jQuery Validator plugin is you can add your own regular expressions for it to check against as well. So I have a regular expression that I use for checking US phone numbers, and you could find one for checking phone numbers in a different country if you wanted to. But I'm just going to paste it in here, and I'll provide this for you so that you have access to this one. And I'm just going to paste it here, because this is not something you want to type. But you can see here I'm saying validator add a method, and I'm calling it phone regex. And then I'm passing in a function with a value and element, and it returns this optional element, which is a regular expression. And it has a message, please type a valid US phone number. So you could change this regular expression to something else. You would change this part here, from here over to here. You would change that to something else if you wanted to check a phone number in a different country. And then you could also change the message down here. But it's pretty neat that we can add in additional regular expressions to check things in our validator plugin this way. I think that's a really neat feature of this particular validator. So now that I have that here, I can come down here and add phone as a property, and the value is going to be another object, required, true, comma, phone regex. This label here is matching this phone regex up here. I'm going to set that to true as well. Great. We've got that in place. The last field that we're going to require is the cheese type field. And we're just going to set it to required. Like that. Okay, no comment at the end of this one because this is the last one. And really, what is this field? If we come over here, it's this field here. And because it's a select list, you can only pick one from the list, so we're just going to require it. And that's fine. Now, if I've done everything right, which is a big if, always, we should be able to save this file here and then come over and actually test it. If I refresh my page here, and it should kind of work. We're just getting generic messages here, but it is actually working. You know, it says this field is required, you know, so it is putting these in here, but it's not doing anything great with it yet. So we need to do a little bit more to clean this up. One of the really nice things about this plugin is that you'll notice that our markup is very clean. We haven't had to add the required attribute. We haven't had to add anything extra to our HTML markup. Everything is being taken care of in the JavaScript, and that's really pretty nice. To improve the messages that we have here, we'll just go back to our code editor here. And after our rules property inside the main property for our validate plugin here, we're going to add a comma, and then we're going to add messages. And messages is going to be another, is going to have another object in it, just like rules. So this is the second property that's at the root level of our thing here, and then of our validate function here, and then we'll add some messages in here in our next video. Now we're ready to add some messages in that will be custom for our design here for our page. And so the first one's going to be for the name field. And I'm just going to put in something like, "Hi there. Please provide your name." Something like that. And you can set these messages to be whatever you want them to be. And that's one of the really nice things about this plugin, is that you have full control over all of the features. The next one will be email, the email property. And again, because we're doing two things here, we need two messages for the email. So that's going to hold an object. And the first message is going to be for the required property. And we'll say it, say something like, "You must provide an email." And then the next one is going to be for the email property. "A valid email address, please." Something like that. And then we've got a comma. And then next we've got our cheese with this one goes in quotes because of the square brackets, because it's an array. And this one is simply going to have a message that says, "Please select 3 cheeses." Something like that. For phone, we're going to have an object again. Object like that. And we're going to have the first property in this object is going to be required. And it's going to say something like, "Please provide a phone number." And then the second property is just going to be phone. And we're just going to pass it an empty set of quotes. Because really what's going to go here is this one up here. So that's going to be the message that gets passed in here. So we're just putting in an empty set of quotes there. Now, if you're wondering how I know all of this and how I kind of figured all of this out, it's really not too difficult. Over on the jQuery Validator plugin website, if you go to documentation, I did all of this in just an evening of looking through the documentation on this website. They provide examples, they provide all sorts of really great information about how it works. And you just have to poke through and look at some of the different methods and things that you can do, things you can check, and all of this different kind of stuff. It's all in here. And you could find lots of things that that I haven't done in this example, and you can play around with them and do some fun, interesting things here. Let's go back to our code editor and add one more for cheese type. Type of preferred cheese is required. Exclamation point. And there we go. Now we have our messages. At this point, our validator should be working and we should have some messages going and it should all be good. Let's give it a try, assuming that I typed all of this right. And maybe I didn't. Sometimes I make mistakes. We all do. So if you make a mistake, go back and check everything. But I'm going to just refresh this and then click send it. And you'll see that my messages are coming up in here. Down here it says select 3 cheeses. Notice if I start checking these, once I've got to 3, that message goes away. And you could go from here and inspect these and see what classes are being attached to these messages and style them and do all of that right from here. But I want to show you one more feature that I think is kind of neat for this particular plugin, and we'll do that in the next video. We've gotten our validator working, and it's working great, and we've got our messages coming up. It just needs some styling. But what I want to do in this next feature is add a box over here and have all of the messages go into the box as the errors occur. So let's go over to our code editor here, and up here I have this thing commented out. So let's uncomment this. So we've got div ID message box, and then I've got just a low-level header here. I probably shouldn't be an H4, but that's okay. And an empty unordered list. And we're going to add list items into this unordered list for each error that occurs. So let's go ahead and see how we can do that in our script, because I think that's pretty neat. Oh, also while I'm at it, up here at the top of the page, I have a little bit of CSS here that I'm going to uncomment. And that'll just place this, just going to position this box. We don't have a lot of nice styling going on in this form, but you could certainly do a lot more to make it look better. But I'm just going to position this box so it shows up on the side of the page over here. Okay, now we're ready to continue to add to our script down here to see what we can do to make use of this feature here. So down here after messages, I'm going to put another comma and then add a property called error container. And that's going to be the ID of this box up here that I created. Where to go? Message box, this thing here. Error container, message box. And actually just paste it in there. Comma. And then we've got error label container. And that's going to be, and I'm realizing I forgot to put the pound sign in here. Don't forget the pound sign. Pound message box. And this is going to be pound message box UL, because that's the error label container, which is this unordered list here. It's going to put the label, that's the container that's going to hold the actual labels. I'll put a comma here. The wrapper for the container is going to be list items, like that. Again, how did I figure this out? Working with the documentation on the Validator plugin website. You know, I was poking around in there, I was like, oh, that'd be kind of a neat thing to do. And it's really not that difficult to figure out. I spent an evening with it. I think it's pretty cool what you can do with it. And I'm just showing you the tip of the iceberg. There's tons more you could do with this plugin. Let's try it out. Save the file, make sure everything's saved, and then come back and let's try it again over here. So here I am on the website, on the web page. If I click send it, I should click refresh. Send it. Now I'm getting my error box over here. That's kind of funny, but that's okay. But it's showing my errors over here. And as you fill this out, Bill, notice the error for the name went away. If I put it in something that's not an email address, it'll say a valid email address, please, at somewhere.com. That goes away. For phone number, I can do some random phone number. And it's going to want notice it's saying type a valid US phone number now. preferred method of contact, one of those selected down here. I have to pick 3 cheeses. So I pick 1, 2, 3, and that message goes away. I have to choose something from here, add some comments, hello, and when I click send it, I get my process data because I'm running this on my local host, so it's coming through. If you got a bunch of PHP here, that's fine. That's just because you're running it locally. But the processor is actually working. So this is a really great little project that will help us, a great plugin that will help us make our forms more accessible and easy for users to use. And that's a really important thing to be able to do. I recommend poking around on the plugin, on the Validate plugin website, so you can see what else this plugin can do. There's all kinds of really interesting things you could do, and I recommend playing around with some of the features. If you don't want to use jQuery and you want to try a different library, there are lots of libraries out there specifically for validating forms. And it would be kind of interesting to compare some of the features of some of the different libraries. So if you just Google or search for different form validation libraries, you'll find some out there. And you can try them with your forms and see how they work, look through the documentation. It's a really great way to learn JavaScript and to learn how to use some different tools that could be handy for a lot of different projects. Hello, and welcome to our second module in our 4th course on JavaScript. In this module, we'll look at prototypical inheritance, which is a fantastic and powerful feature of JavaScript that's frequently misunderstood. With a strong understanding of how prototypical inheritance works, you'll really be able to push your JavaScript skills to the next level. Plus, we'll start working on a project that we're going to complete in the 3rd module of this course. I think you're going to get a lot out of the planning process, and it'll really help you learn how to plan a more complex script. So let's dive in and get going on this. I think you're going to get a lot out of it. Prototypes and inheritance. It's a common misunderstanding that JavaScript is not object-oriented. It is object-oriented. It's true that it doesn't work with classes the way other languages that use classical inheritance work with classes. But JavaScript has what's called prototypical inheritance. And the functions in JavaScript are very powerful. And between the prototypical inheritance and the use of the functions in JavaScript, you can mimic a lot of the same features that you can get in other languages that have classical inheritance. And you can do all of that in JavaScript, and it's very powerful. Now, JavaScript does have a class keyword now, but really that's just what we call syntactic sugar that will make it easier to work with the prototypical inheritance. We're not going to use the class keyword in this course, but it's worth knowing that it's out there. I put on this, in this video here, this picture of these different pockets because I think it's a good representation of what classes could represent. We have an object that is a pocket, but a pocket could look really different. It has some similar features in that you can put stuff in a pocket and that it has some common functionality, but it could have different features or look a little bit different in different places and different scenarios. So I like that image there as a reminder of what a class could be, which is an object that has similar properties to another object or to a parent object, but then has its own unique properties as well. Let's look at an example where we can create a prototype that then we can use as sort of a template to then make a new version that will inherit from that prototype, but the new version will have its own features. And we'll use the iPhone example here. And by the way, I think it's worth giving credit to this article over here, which I will provide a link to. It's a good article and worth reading in its own right, but sort of some of the ideas came out of this article, although I went my own direction with it. But I wanted to give credit to this author, Andrew Chung, here for coming up with this idea, because I'm using it to explain this here. So make a new HTML file. And over here I have a new HTML file, and you're just going to add this script in here. So I have an HTML file that I've made, and I just have an H1 here demonstrating prototypes and inheritance. And then I'm going to paste in here, the amp will produce a ampersand. I'm going to paste this content in here. Whoops. That was the link to the article. Here's the content I'm going to paste in here. Okay, so I'm just going to tab that in properly. Oops. Folded that up there. Tab that in properly. You're going to have to type this, but I'm pasting it in. But I've created a function here called iPhone, and it's a constructor. It's basically an empty object here, and that's just got nothing in it. And then I'm adding things in using this prototype keyword that adds these features into this object, into the iPhone object here. And it's got Face ID, and this is and this holds a function, so it's a method because this is a function that belongs to the object, so we call that a method. And this method, all it does is console log out, unlock my phone with my face. So that's a feature that belongs to all iPhones. It also has a feature called video, which allows me to take 4K video with my phone. That's a feature that all iPhones have. And then I have another feature, which is the Stocks app, which is a default app that comes on every iPhone that will allow you to find out what the stock market is doing. And we can continue to add additional features into this prototype that every iPhone might have in it. Now you can add to the script we're going to create an object called My Phone, which is going to be a new iPhone. So we can add that to our script over here. Let My Phone, and that's going to be assigned a new iPhone. So now My Phone is going to inherit all of the features that iPhone has, that every iPhone has, because My Phone comes, it's an iPhone, so it comes with all those features. So I can do things like myphone.faceid. And you'll see I have this file up and running over here. If I come back and refresh this, I can unlock my phone with my face, because it inherits that feature from the iPhone prototype. And I can do the other features as well. So we come back here and we could add My Phone Video and My Phone Stocks app, and you'll see that it actually does those things as well. My Phone.video, spell phone right. My Phone.stocks app. And you'll see if I save that and come back and refresh the page that My Phone has those features as well. We can further customize My Phone by adding an app. So you can go to the App Store and download an app. Suppose I add Instagram. So let's go ahead and add that. myphone.app equals Instagram. And now if I were to do myphone.app, well, actually, let's wait on that. Instead, I'm going to do console log My Phone. So I didn't make the my phone Instagram app actually do anything. So I'm going to just console log my phone here and see what I get. So if I come back here and refresh this, you can see I can still unlock the phone with my face. I can take 4K video. I can find out about the stock market and how that's doing. But then my phone, it has an app, Instagram. It's showing that this app is on here. Furthermore, if I toggle this little arrow down, you'll see, okay, we've got our Instagram app, and then you see this thing, __proto__object. And that's because this thing is inheriting from an object. And it's got, you can see here the Face ID, the Stocks app, and the video. And then down here, __proto__object again, because in JavaScript, many of the items in JavaScript are ultimately objects that inherit from the object essentially in JavaScript. So we can follow everything back, all the way back to this object thing in JavaScript, because it's an object. You could fold this down to see all the properties that all objects have as in JavaScript. So it's a constructor for an object, it has a property, all this stuff. One important feature of prototypal inheritance is that you can override it. So for example, I could take my iPhone Stocks app and override that app with the Pro version. So let's go ahead and do that. If I switch over to my code editor over here, I can come down here and add my phone Stocks app, and that's going to be upgrade to the Pro version here in the console log. So that's all that's going to show here. But now if I do my phone dot Stocks app like so, and then run this over here, you'll see upgrade to the Pro version here. But also now if I come in here and type my phone again, you'll see it's got Instagram plus it's got the Stocks app here that's been upgraded. It's a function. And if I go down here, but you'll see that it still inherited the Stocks app. It's just upgraded it. So it'll use this one, but it still inherits the Stocks app from the prototype, which is interesting. Or suppose we don't want the Stocks app at all for whatever reason. We decide we want to delete it. We could do my phone Stocks app equals undefined. And that basically leaves it as an undefined variable. I'm going to comment that one out. And down here, I can just do console.log my phone. And we'll see that it's not in there anymore. If we come back and refresh this, so I got my phone and then Stocks app undefined. It's no longer a function. Now you could actually delete it with the delete method, but I wanted to show that you can leave it as undefined. But it is still inheriting the Stocks app from the proto here. Here it is there. It's inheriting that function. We've just sort of undefined it and left it so that you can't use it anymore. What is proto? Proto is essentially the instance's pointer to the object it inherited from. So as we look in here, we can see under proto, that's the object that it's inheriting from. And then down here we can see object. Now, this is worth doing as well. If we go into our page here and just make, for a moment, just a basic array, just like we did in the very early parts of the first course in the specialization. If I come in here and say var myAnimals equals square bracket chicken dog turtle llama, whatever it is there, we can go ahead and add some animals. And then if I do console log animals, no, my animals, there we go. And then come back here and refresh this page. You'll see we get the array, but if I toggle this thing down, there's the elements in the array. It gives me the length property, which is 4. And then it says proto array. So this instance of this array is inheriting from the array object. And if we go into the array object, we'll notice that there are a whole bunch of array methods. And we've been using those methods since the very early part of this course. There's all kinds of methods that we can use, like push, for example, to add something to an array, or splice, or index of. There's lots of different methods. And those methods, we call them methods because they belong to the array prototype object. So that anytime you make an array, you're creating an instance of the array object, and you have access to all of the methods in that array object. So we've circled around to the beginning of this course in a way that's really important to understand, because it has everything to do with the way JavaScript works with prototypes and the way in which it's object-oriented. If we dig in further, after the array object, it also inherits from the object, which has its own set of constructors and set of methods and properties. And so every time you're making an array, you're making an instance of the array object, which is really an instance of the object. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's take a look at another inheritance example, really to just drive the point home. No pun intended. But suppose we had a variable called car manufacturer, and that variable is going to hold an object. And the object describes some features that a car manufacturer might build into a car. So they might have things like the name of the manufacturer, the model of the car, the trim level, some base features perhaps, and you'll notice that that's holding an array of features, and perhaps some other features like an entertainment system or something like that. And then suppose you create a variable called dealership. And the dealership is going to be assigned object create car manufacturer. So now the dealership variable holds in it all of the things that the car manufacturer holds in it. Because when the dealer gets the car, they get it from the car manufacturer and it comes with those features. And then the dealer might add their own features on top of that to the car. Let's go over to our code editor. So we can create this object here, and then we're going to create a new instance of that object by making a variable called dealership, and using object create car manufacturer will mean that dealership will have everything in it that car manufacturer has in it. So the dealership gets the cars from the manufacturer, and they come with things like the name of the manufacturer, the model, a trim level, and some base features, and perhaps some other features like an entertainment system. So we've created that here. And go over in your code editor and add this, type this out. Add this script in here with this object. It's a good idea to type it so you get used to typing JavaScript and working with this stuff. So type this object. You can pause the video until you have car manufacturer typed in to a basic HTML file here with the name, the model, the trim level, the base features, and the entertainment system. Okay, great. Once you've got that, we can set up this variable dealership with object.create car manufacturer. The dealership gets the car from the manufacturer, but then adds some of their own features. So for example, perhaps the dealership adds a roof rack, or they add a warranty and it's an extended warranty, or perhaps they put their license plate frame with their own branding on it around the license plate. So they've added that to the car. And let's go back to our code editor and add these items for the dealer here. And then we'll add our own custom items to our car, which will get assigned a variable, my car, which is going to inherit from the dealership. So now we've got sort of 3 levels of inheritance going on. So let's go over to our code editor and add this. So the dealership has added these features: roof rack, extended warranty, and a license plate frame. And then from there, you get the car. So I'm going to make another variable, my car, which is going to create an object from the dealership object. And my car is going to have some custom things in it. It's going to have an aftermarket trailer hitch so I can tow my stuff. It's going to have a bumper sticker to save the llamas because llamas are awesome. And it's going to have a fancier audio entertainment system. So notice I'm upgrading the entertainment system that came from the manufacturer. So that's great. So now we have a car that has sort of traveled through 3 processes. It was originally manufactured, and then the dealer got it, and they added some stuff to it, and then I got it and added even more stuff to it. I can now access features of my car by using the console log and access different features up and down that entire prototypal chain. So let's go ahead and put this in over here. And you're going to have to type it, but I'm just going to paste it in so you don't have to watch me type it and make all the mistakes that I make when I'm typing. Console log, my car model is going to go up to what came from the manufacturer, but branding comes from the dealer, and entertainment, it should give me the updated entertainment system. Let's see that it does. I'm going to save that and come over here and refresh this page. And you can see that it's getting a cord, it's getting the license plate frame, and it's getting the fancy audio system that I put in. So these properties work up and down the prototypal chain. ES 2015 or ES6 added a handy for in loop that's for iterating over objects. And it looks like this. Notice the in keyword here. So, and we've seen with arrays, we have a for of loop where it's for and of, but the for in loop is specifically for objects like my car, which is an object. So I've created a variable here called key, and then down here I've created a variable called val, and it's going to be whatever key gets assigned here. It's going to be whatever value gets assigned here. And I can see the key is the key and the value is the value. And what this should do, and we put this in our script, is that it should loop through this entire object and show all the things that I've added custom to my car, plus all the things that were inherited from the dealership, plus all the things that were inherited from the manufacturer. So the object should contain all of that. So let's go over to our code editor and add this to see how it works. For const key in, and then the name of my object here, my car. like that. So I can go ahead and get the key, get each key. I'm getting each key all the way up and down the prototypal chain. Then inside the for in loop, I'm just going to add a variable value that's going to say what is the key. So for each, it's going to go through this loop and get each key and put it in val. And then I'm going to console log out key is key, whatever the key is. That's this key here. And the value is val. And you can see that I'm putting that inside of tick marks using my object literal. So go ahead and do this and save it, and then come over and test it out. And you should be getting all of the keys custom. And notice where it's starting. It's starting with, it's not going in reverse order. It's starting with the first item that's directly on the object, on the my car object, which is the aftermarket trailer hitch. So it's going through those first. Then it goes through the objects that it's inheriting from its prototype. And then it's going through the objects that it's inheriting from its prototype, all in order here. So notice the order, because that's helps you understand the way that JavaScript is accessing the different properties. Frequently, in real-world programming situations, you don't want to inherit, you don't want to access the properties that are inherited. You want to access that particular object's properties and make sure that you're not getting properties from a parent. And this is frequently a best practice, is to make sure that you're working with the properties that are directly on the object and not ones that come down through the prototypical chain. And so we have a tool for doing that. It's called has own property. And we can check to see if the car has its own property and do that. So, and I'm mentioning this now because we're actually going to see this in a project coming up in this module. So that's why I'm putting this in here, so that you can see that we're doing this and to understand it in context of the theory of how it works. So in order to get just the properties that are on the car and not the ones that are inherited from the dealer or from the manufacturer, we can use the has own property method here to do that. So let's go ahead and do that over here. So in here, I'm just going to add an if statement. If my car dot has own property and I'm going to put in key. So if the key belongs to the car, if that's true, then I'm going to do this stuff. Put that in there. Maybe I'll comment this stuff out so I don't get that polluting my console log. There we go. All right, so now if I go and run this file, you'll see instead of getting everything here, I just get the things that belong to my car. The aftermarket trailer hitch, the Save the Llamas bumper sticker, and the fancy audio system. And again, frequently in real-world projects, you want to make sure that you're only working with the properties on the object itself and that you're not working with properties that have been inherited through the prototypical inheritance chain. Summary. There's a lot to learn about prototypes and inheritance in JavaScript. It's different from other languages, but if you can get your head around the ideas, it's a very powerful feature of this particular language. The way prototypes and inheritance and the way functions work in JavaScript is a really great combination, and we're going to see that in some projects coming up. arrow functions. We've seen a few examples of arrow functions already, back when we first introduced functions in the very first course in the specialization. But now it's time to dive into them a little bit more. And for the most part, arrow functions are just a slightly different syntax for writing functions. There are some minor differences from other ways of creating functions in JavaScript, particularly things like the scope of the this keyword in some circumstances is different, and we'll see an example of that. But they're more compact, and they make code a little bit easier to read when you use them appropriately. So let's take a look at some examples of how to do this. To start with, just create a file, an HTML file, and add a function that takes a string as an input and makes it uppercase and returns the uppercase version. So let's go over to our code editor and add a function that does this. So here I have just a basic HTML file with arrow functions and an h1 and a script tag here. So go ahead and make this HTML file. And then I'm going to just paste this in, but you can type it. Function, make uppercase a string. It takes a string as input, and then we return that string as output. So down here I could do console.log make uppercase, and then in there I'm going to pass in I'm going to make it lowercase, here is a string. All right, so now when we run this over here, we get here is a string all uppercased. So that works. That function works. And that's a function declaration. That's the kind of thing that we're used to doing. Now, first thing to understand is that arrow functions are function expressions. So the first thing to do is to convert this function from a function declaration to a function expression. So let's do that really quickly. And it'll really help you to get used to this syntax to actually do this stuff. So instead of putting the function keyword here, I'm going to say const make uppercase equals a function which takes a string and returns that string. So like that, make uppercase, and that's it. And so this is a variable. So this is a function expression because we're using the equal sign. So it's an expression. We're assigning to this variable this function that returns the string there. And that should work exactly the same way. If we come over here and run this again, we get here's a string uppercase. So then the next thing we want to do is convert it to an arrow function. And the way we do that is we remove the word function and replace it with the equal sign and the little greater than sign here on this side of the expression. So let's do that. So down here, instead of function here, we take that out, and instead we put in over here an equal sign and an arrow, like so. Equal sign and the greater than sign. And so this is an arrow function. We removed the word function and we stuck in the arrow over here. So that should work just the same way. Let's go back and check. If I refresh, I get here is a string all uppercase. So that's working exactly the same way. Now beyond that, we can, if there's only one input going in, we can actually get rid of the parentheses around that one variable, just as another way of saving space. If there's more than one variable, then we would have to leave them there. But if there's only one variable, we can actually get rid of these parentheses, so you can make it even shorter. If we come back and run that again, we get here as a string. So that works. That's great. So we've got that in there. Now, even further, because this particular function does only one thing. It returns a value. We can actually remove the return keyword and the curly braces as well. So we can actually shorten this whole expression down to one line with the arrow function in this particular case, because this particular function does only one thing and it does a return thing, we can do this. Now, if it did other things, additional things, we'd need to leave the curly braces, or if it did more than just return something, we'd need to leave the curly braces. But because it doesn't in this case, we can actually just make this say that. So it's down to one line. And if you look at it, we're making a variable, make uppercase, and it's assigned, it's taking an input and taking that input and making it uppercase. So if you can get used to the syntax, it's actually very readable once you get used to it. So let's save that and then come back and run it again. And we get here as a string. So that's a pretty interesting way of making use of arrow functions. Again, if you needed to do more than just one thing, you'd need to leave the curly braces in there. If you had more than one input, you'd need to leave the parentheses in there. But there are possibilities for shortening down this function expression into just one line, which is pretty amazing. Here's an example with more than one parameter. So I'm passing in first name and last name, and then I'm just returning the first name and last name together in a string. So we could actually console log full name, Bill Mead, like that. And that's maybe a situation where you might use this type of thing. So let's go ahead and put this in here just to see what that looks like. And you should type it. Make sure you go in and add this and type it in here. Const full name equals the full name in there, and then go ahead and put that in there. So I'm going to save that, and then you'll see over here, if I refresh this, that I get my full name coming back returning here. So that's great. We could also talk about no parameters and more than a return statement. So this version of full name doesn't take any parameters. It just gives you the full name that's built into the function, which is perhaps less useful than the previous example, but worth taking a look at really quickly here. So let's go over to the code editor and change this to const full name equals, and then we're going to have just parentheses, because if you're going to not have any parameters at all, you have to have the parentheses for clarity here for what this thing is doing. And then we're going to have our arrow function here equals angle bracket. And then if we're going to do more than one thing, then we need to do something with the curly braces there. So now I could do const first, or f name equals Bill, like so, and const L name equals quote Mead, like so. And then I could actually do the return statement that I had before with the tick marks. And the $, curly brace, F name, curly brace space, $, curly brace, L name, curly brace, like so. So now console log full name doesn't get any parameters at all. But you'll see that'll work. I made it lowercase so you can see the difference. But it is still doing the same thing. It's just in the second case, we're doing more than just a return statement in here. That's kind of important to pay attention to. When to use arrow functions. Arrow functions aren't great in every case, but they can make your code easier to read in some cases. And look for places where you have return functions, or you have functions that are parameters, and those are often places that can work well for arrow functions and to make your code a little bit more readable here. So for example, over here, I have a variable that is an array that has these elements in here, and then I have an array that's empty. And then I'm going to loop through each of the elements in the fruit. I'm going to do a for each on those and run a function for this fruit that makes that fruit uppercase and then pushes it into this array, and then I'm console logging out the uppercase version. So we end up with two arrays, one with lowercase fruit and one with uppercase fruit. Not a super useful, but a good demonstration of this. And can you take this function and turn it into an arrow function? So let's go over to our code editor. Make sure you type in this code. Add the array with the fruit, an empty array for upper fruit, and then add the for each statement, pushing that in, okay? And again, the way to do this, I'm going to take this off for a second. For each is a method like so, and it takes a function like so. And in this function, we're going to pass in each fruit. And then what are we going to do with each fruit? We're going to say each fruit, or actually we're going to say upper fruit dot push and then we want to take each fruit and make it uppercase. Each fruit to uppercase. So type it like that. Type it from the outside in. But how could we make this function? Let's just check to make sure this works, because this is going to console log out the upper fruit. Make sure I did that right first. And there we get uppercase fruits. So that's great. Okay, cool. So now how can you take this function here and make it an arrow function? See if you can do that on your own. Pause the video and then see if you get the result that I get. This is how I would do it. Remove the word function and put the equal sign and the greater sign there. That turns it into an arrow function. Now, because we have just one parameter here, this can be removed. These two parentheses can be removed. Just for the sake of simplicity. Gets rid of two characters. So we can push that into upper fruit here. And this is not a return statement, so we need to keep the curly braces. Check and make sure that works, that I did that right. And sure enough, it works fine. Here we have a constructor function expression, and this has a good place where we can use our arrow functions. And so what you should do is type this out, add this to your example page. I have already put it on my page over here. So add this constructor function here, const employee. So we've got a variable called employee, and it has a function that takes name, first name, last name, and job title. And then I'm using the this keyword to set first name to whatever gets passed in here, to set last name to whatever gets passed in here, to get position to get whatever gets passed in here. And then I've got full name is running a function that's going to put together the first name and the last name. This function here is a good candidate for a function expression. So see if you can turn this function into an arrow function here. Go ahead and pause the video and see if you can do it. This is what I come up with. Remove the word function and stick an arrow here, equal sign, angle bracket, like so. We need to keep the parentheses because we're not passing anything in. But since it's only a return statement, we can actually remove the curly braces and the word return. And you can see that this is now a shorter piece of code that's kind of easier to read. This full name is a function that returns the first name plus the last name. It's kind of nice and easy to read that way with the arrow function. And it's shorter, so that's kind of nice if you can get used to using it. Okay, great. So we've done that, and now we can come over and we can test it over here. And you can see that I'm getting Bob and I'm getting Bob Smith. I'm getting Bob because down here I have new employee, Bob Smith mechanic, and I'm console logging out ID first name, F name, and then I'm console logging out ID full name. So I'm actually running that full name function. So I'm getting Bob for this and Bob Smith here for that one. Hopefully you got something like this. And one thing that we can't do is convert this function into an arrow function. And it has to do with the way the this keyword is scoped. The scope of the this keyword is different in arrow functions. And so let's give it a try just to see the kind of error that we get if we try to do that. So over here, if I get rid of the word function, and I have to keep the parentheses because I'm passing in three things, and I have to keep the curly braces because I'm doing more than just a return statement. But if I put my arrow in there and then try to run this, you'll see that I get an error, uncut error. Employee is not a constructor. So it won't work to create constructor functions using the arrow function expressions. So we need to put that back to the way it was, and then it works fine. And that has to do with the way that this keyword is scoped. In summary, arrow functions can be very useful and very expressive and more compact, but they shouldn't be overused. There are times when they just won't work. For more details, there's a really good article here on when not to use arrow functions that you could go through for more details. And of course, the MDN web docs on arrow function expressions are really useful for examples and more details as well. So refer to those resources, and I'll link them for the lesson so that you can access them easily. But there's lots to learn and lots of practice you can do with the arrow functions. And I have a number of challenges that you can do next where you can replace functions with arrow functions and get practice and get used to the syntax. It takes some effort to get used to the syntax of arrow functions, but it's worth it in the long run, and you'll see them a lot around the internet in people's code. Seat Reservation Program Introduction. Imagine for a second you're going to an event and you can purchase seats and reserve them. Not an unusual process to have to go through if you're flying on an airplane or going to a concert or going to some other event where you can reserve the seats. So here we're going to create a system where a user can select some seats, put in their name, and reserve them. It seems fairly simple, but there's actually a lot to this project. There's a lot to consider. There's a lot of pieces to it. There are a lot of potential errors that a user could make, so we want to make sure that we can adjust for those errors as well. So here's the final design of what it's going to look like. When we're done, you can select the seats, and then when you're ready to reserve them, you can click a button, and this form pops up that you can fill out, and then you can confirm your reservation. Besides the obvious functionality, the seat reservation system needs to be able to handle errors such as what happens when someone tries to reserve a seat but hasn't selected any seats. So if they click that green button but haven't clicked any seats, what do we do? Behind the scenes also, there is an object that simulates the kind of thing you would get from a database, the seats that are already reserved. So you can't reserve seats that have been reserved by somebody else. And part of our job here is once you've selected seats and clicked the reserve button and then filled out your name in the form, we want to be able to put those seats back into that object, which would then go back out to the database. We're not going to have an actual database for this, but just think about what would be necessary to put that data into the object so that it could go back to the database if we had one. So your first challenge with this project is to generate the seats. Here we have a lot of seats on the page, and I have this final version of this here. So you can see here that I have seat number 300, and you could manually create little divs for each one of these seats. Each seat needs to have a unique ID associated with it so that I can tell this seat from that seat. And it needs to have a unique ID and a unique number inside of it. And so we need to be able to create these seats. And we could do it manually. You could create 300 divs yourself, one by one. But that's the kind of thing that JavaScript can do. So this is your first challenge, is to do this. But also, while we're at it, think about what else is this going to need. Really think about the planning and sort of the what you're going to need for this particular project. But I think it'll help to take it step by step. And the first step is to create all of the seats. And we're not going to put these little graphics on it to start with. They'll just be squares. We're just going to make little squares that you can click on with a number in them. And at the end, if you want the graphics, they're in the start files, and you can just pop them in as background images. It's just a little SVG that I created for the different chairs here. But we can put them into the background. But to start with, they're just little square divs, and they're going to go on the page, and we need 300 of them, all with unique IDs. It's going to have this kind of structure, and the start file includes this structure for the first row, but you want to generate the structure for all of the rows. We want to have a section for the left that's going to have all of the seats in the left side, a section for the middle that's going to have all the seats in the middle section, and a section on the right. So you're going to generate these divs that are inside these sections and figure out how to get the numbering right. That's what you need to do. That's the first challenge. Luckily, all of the CSS is done. It's already on the style sheet. You shouldn't need to touch anything in terms of CSS. So you need rows A through T, and see if you can do that. See if you can solve that challenge. To help you think about this challenge, plan it out. What's your strategy? What do you think you should do? What's a strategy for creating these and getting the numbering right as you go from section to section? What variables and functions do you think you'll need in order to do it? How can you use the logic flow control structures, sequence, selection, and loop to create the kinds of patterns that you need to create these elements? And how do you go about starting to figure out how to do this? These are the hard parts of programming, is getting over this hump of figuring out how to solve a problem. And here the simple problem we're doing is really just adding elements to the DOM. But it still takes some thought, and it takes some practice to be able to get to the point where you can even do this much. So see if you can do it. Take on the challenge and see if you can figure out this part before going on to the next part, where I'll show you my solution for creating the seats, which is probably not the only solution, certainly not the only solution for creating the seats. But see what you can make, and I look forward to popping in on the forums from time to time to see what sort of solutions you come up with. Hello, and welcome to our third module in our fourth course on JavaScript. In this module, we'll be building a seat reservation system. We'll spend the entire module working on this one project. It's a larger project, but there's lots of small micro challenges along the way. I encourage you to take those challenges and see if you can complete them before looking at my answers. But at the end, you'll have a seat reservation system that shows you know how to make a small web application. And that's really powerful and very exciting. So let's buckle in and get started on it. Seat reservation program. Part 1, creating the seats. In this part of the project, I'm going to show you the solution that I came up with for creating the seats. And you may have come up with some different strategies or a different way of doing it. And that's fine. There's lots of ways of doing things in JavaScript. But I'm going to show you what I came up with. And you can follow along, and then we'll continue the project from here. So as you recall, we're trying to create these seats. And I have one row kind of built into the file. So there starts with a label, and then we've got a section with 3 seats, and then a section with 9 seats, and then 3 more seats in the section on the right-hand side, followed by a label for the row on the right-hand side. So that's the structure we're looking to duplicate, and I have that here in the HTML file. And ultimately, all of this will be replaced with JavaScript. So that's what we're going to be doing here in this file. My strategy is to loop through the rows. So I need an array for the rows. I'm going to loop through each row in the array. And then within that row, I'm going to then create a variable that will hold the HTML that is generated to add that section. I'll add a counter that will hold each seat number. So we're going to need that. And then within each row, I'm going to loop through the row and create all the seats in that row. So it's going to be a loop inside of a loop, which can always be a little bit confusing to work with if you haven't worked with loops inside of loops. So it can take a little while to figure that out, to wrap your brain around it. But that's the approach that I'm going to take. And so the first thing we're going to need is these variables here. So I'm going to go ahead, and you're going to have to type these out, but I'm just going to paste them here on my script. So I've got an array, rows, with rows up to T. And then this HTML counter here is going to we'll build our HTML to add into the row. And then we've got a counter that we're going to use to sort of count the seats that we need and address those needs as we go along here. Okay, great. So that's working great. Let's go and see what we need to do next. So next I'm going to use a for each loop. And for each works with arrays. So we can take an array and run for each on it. We can run a function that will pass in each row, each row of the array basically, and get it going through there. So that we can deal with each row. And then in there, we'll loop inside each seat. So let's add this next. Rows.forEach. And in here, we're going to add a function. And in this function, we're going to pass in each row, like so. Put a semicolon at the end. And then we're going to do everything inside these curly braces here. Now, we had just said in a previous video that we could actually use arrow functions here. And I'm going to go back and refactor this at the end for the arrow functions and have you do that at that point. But if you wanted to, you could do it here. in which case you would remove the word function and you would put in the equals and greater than sign there. And then because we just have one parameter, you would just pass in row. And that's all grayed out because it's unhappy because we haven't done anything with it yet, but that's fine. So you could do it that way. I'm going to leave it matching my slides for now, and then come back and do the arrow functions later. I think it's helpful to refactor for arrow functions so you can get practice writing them. I think it's helpful to see how to do it that way, but you could put them in right to start if you wanted to. Let's try to work on the left section and see if we can get that working in some semblance of what we need. So what I'm going to do here is inside my for each is I'm going to use my HTML variable that I created and add to it. First, I'm going to add a div to create the label. That's going to be this label here. And it's got a class of label on it. And then in there, I'm going to put a variable, which is just the row letter. So this should create each row as we go through the loop. And then down here, I'm going to make a loop that loops through and adds also to that HTML a div for each seat with the counter. And then I'll simply add that to the DOM. So let's go ahead and try that and see what we get. So if I come over here, I'm going to take my HTML variable and I'm going to tab that in actually, HTML plus equals, so we're going to add to it. I'm going to use my tick marks with a semicolon at the end. And in there, I'm going to put a div, which is going to open and close. And I really recommend you type this way. Get used to typing from the outside in. I know I've been saying that all along, but it's really easy to forget. And then in here is a variable. So I'm going to do that, and that's going to be this row. So we're going to loop through each row. So the first time through this for each loop, that's going to be an A. And then the second time, it's going to be a B, and then the third time a C, and so on and so forth. So that will create that. And then we also need class equals, quote, label on this as well, to work with the styling that I have here in the style sheet. And then we're going to have a for loop. For, I'm going to make another return there. For let I equals 0 while I is less than 3, because we know we've got 3 seats. I plus plus. And then in here, also with the HTML, I'm going to add plus equals my tick marks and a semicolon. I'm going to put another div, which is going to open and close. And in there is going to go this variable, counter. I need to do my variable, $, curly braces, counter. And it's going to get an ID. ID equals quote, quote. And in that is going to be a variable, $, curly braces. And the variable in there is going to be row, so I'll get an A plus the counter. So the first seat will be A1 and then A2 and so on and so forth. And then we have to increment the counter in here. So I'm going to do counter plus plus. So what that should do is I've got a loop of 3. So it should create a label, then 3 seats, and then a label, and then 3 seats, and then a label and 3 seats until it's done with all of the rows down through T. And I should be getting, and that counter is going to keep going up the whole time. So I'll get 1, 2, 3 in the first row and 4, 5, 6 in the next row. And that's not going to be right for our project, but at least it's something to get started with. And then down here, we just need to add this to the DOM. So after my for each, I'm going to put document.getElement by ID, and I need left. I need the left side. I'm going to do .innerHTML. I'm going to put the HTML in there that I've created. Okay, great. Let's see if this works. I'm going to come over here to my page and refresh. And look at that. I've created 60 divs all at once here. Now, you'll notice the numbering is not correct for what we need for our project, because I've got 1, 2, 3, and then the middle section would be 4 through 12, and then the right section would be 13, 14, and 15. But now I've got 4 over here again. Now, there are different ways of approaching this. You could think of the venue as having different labels for different sections and having all the numbering for the sections work like this. That would be one way of doing it. Or another way of doing it would be to have 1 through 15 for row A, and then 1 through 15 for row B, and then 1 through 15 for row C. That would be another way of doing it. But what I asked specifically for was to count them up so that that goes to 15, and then this one should be 16, 17, and 18, and then these would go on over to 30. And then we would, start with 31, 32, 33 here. That's what I asked for specifically. So, maybe this venue wants that particular numbering system for some specific business reason. That's the way they number their seats. So we need to mimic that. So that will be the next problem to solve. How could we fix that? In the last video, we identified this problem of the numbering of the seats as we go through here. And that's great. So now we can try to fix that problem. I don't know if you tried to come up with a solution or thought of a solution, but here's the solution I came up with. I could take the counter after my for loop, so it's going to count 3 things, and then I could take that counter and increment it by 12 before the next iteration of the for each loop. And that will actually solve that problem. So let's give that a try. Come over here, and outside of this loop, so it's going to count 1, 2, 3, and when it finishes those, before it goes on to the next row, I want to take counter and make it equal to counter plus 12. Like that. And that will then say, okay, so now I do 1, 2, 3, then I'm going to add 12 to counter, and then next time for row B, so that's for row A, when it finishes row A, for row B, it's going to add 12 to that counter after it did 3, so then the next one, when it gets to row B, will be 16, 17, and 18 here. Let's test it, see if that works. And there we go. So we're getting all of the right numbers here. So 15, 16, 17, and 18. And then we get over here, that'll be 30 by the time we get there. And when we come back, so this should be 31, 32, and 33, so on and so forth, with 15 seats per row. That's how that would work out. Great, so that's working great. So now that we have sort of a template to work on the left side, we could do the right side, which is the same thing. It's just reversed. We're doing the 3 seats and then the label, and we need to add to the counter before we do the 3 seats. So that shouldn't be too hard to do because it's very similar to what we have. So here's what I have for the right side. So let's go ahead and add that in. I'm going to need these 2 variables again. I can leave the rows, that's going to stay the same. But I'm going to need these 2 variables again. And we'll refactor this all down. But another thing to notice is that I knew up front that this wasn't going to be right for the numbering, but you have to start somewhere. So try to get something working. And then from there, you can see what you need to do to fix it to get it to work exactly the way you want to. So I'm going to just copy this and paste it down here. But instead of having the counter at the end, I'm going to add 12 seats to the beginning. So I'm going to take that out and stick it here, because I want to add 12 seats and then start with my number for the counter. So it would be, so I would add 12 seats. So this first one would be 13, and then the second time through it would be 14, and then 15. Yeah, as that works. Also, I need to move this down to the bottom because I want to put the label at the end. Correct? I want to do the seats first and then have the label to get to the right side over here. The seats first and then the label, if that makes sense. All right, so we put that in there, and that should take care of the right side. I just need this piece here. Copy that and stick it down here and change this to right. Save that, and let's go take a look and see if that actually worked, if I did that right. Oops, I must have a mistake somewhere. So this is very typical, of course. I probably have a syntax error. Inspect. And I can see I have a syntax error here. Identifier HTML has already been declared. Oh, I see what I've done. I can't say let HTML here. I can just set HTML and counter back here. There we go. Because I'd already defined it up here. I can't redefine it like that with let. Okay, great. So let's go back and test this again. Close my inspector. And there we go. So I've got 1, 2, 3. Down here I've got 13, 14, 15. This is 16, 17, and 18. And then over here I've got 28, 29, and 30. So that's working great all the way down to my very last square, which is square number 300. And in the next video, we'll take care of the center part of the stage. In the previous video, we figured out how to get the right side to display properly. And we have that working here, so that's great. Now we need to just do the middle. And for the middle, you can imagine that it's just a slight variation on what we've done here. We need to add 3 seats for the left side, and then do the counter for 9 seats, because we're going to have 9 seats in the middle. And then, so we'll add those seats in there. And then we need to add 3 seats for the right side at the end of the for each. And then we can just add this to the middle. So that shouldn't be too difficult to do based on what we already have. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to start by, we're going to need to set these again. So I'm going to copy those and paste them down here. And then I'm going to copy this whole loop here. Copy that and paste it down here. For each function row. But here I want to add 3. And then at the end, I want to add 3 more. So I'm going to copy that and paste it down here. So we add 3 more there. We don't need the label at all for this middle part. So we can just get rid of that. That kind of makes it a little bit easier. And then in here, we're going to put in 9 seats. So I'm going to change that to a 9. And that will put in 9 seats there. And then we just need to do this, but instead of setting it for the right side, we need to set it for, I think I called it center, or I called it middle. We need to set it for the middle. like so. And that should work. Let's go over and take a look. And look at that. So we have, at this point, essentially solved the problem I asked you to try to solve on your own, which is to create 300 seats, each with unique IDs and unique numbers. So we've done that, and that's pretty cool. And our script so far, it's kind of long, it's kind of repetitive, so it could be better. Here I have it shown over here in this image with parts of it collapsed. Or you can look at it here and kind of scroll through it. So we've got 51 lines of script here to create this stuff. But you'll notice a lot of the different sections are really doing pretty much the same thing. And one of our general guidelines is to not repeat yourself. So we want to refactor this down and make it a little bit better, I think. But we have essentially solved the problem. And in fact, I could come back here and remove these built-in seats. We don't need them at all anymore, so that our sections can be nice and clean, our HTML can be nice and clean, and everything will get generated with JavaScript. Because we were using inner HTML, it was just removed. JavaScript was removing that stuff anyway. Next, we're going to figure out some variables, and we'll do this in the next video. We'll figure out some variables that we can use to help generalize our script a little bit more. Finding out the variables. What we want to do next is take a look at the code we have and see where we've hard-coded some things in and see if we can find some ways of generalizing it. The idea is to create a function that we could use to create either the left section, the right section, or the middle section, whichever section we need to, and that the function could be reused to do all three of those sections and handle the creating of the seats for each section as we need to. So as I look at this, I see, okay, we've got a 3 here, and we've got a 12 there, and we've got the place where we want to put it. And what I figured out is I need to know 3 things. I need to know how many seats are in the section for the row that I'm working on. Is it 3 or is it 9? I need to know how long that total row is. So in this case, it's 15. And I also need to know which section am I currently placing seats into? Am I placing it into the left section or the right section? And those are the things that I need to know: the left section, the right section, or the middle section, any of those sections. Those are the 3 things that I need to know. How many seats am I putting in? How many seats total are there in the row? And which section am I working on? So this is where we are going with this, okay? We're going to make we're going to have a function that makes some rows, and we're going to create those 3 variables: section length, row length, and placement. And we can put our variable for our rows right inside there in our initial HTML and counter in there. And then if I'm on the left, or if I'm on the right section, or in the center section, I need to do the right thing. I need to either put in a label if I'm on the left, or not put in the label if I'm on the right. You know, however it is, I need to do the right thing there. And then I need to loop through the seats. And then if I'm on the left, I'm done. But if I'm on the right, I need to add the label. And if I'm in the middle, I'm done. So I just need to have this kind of structure going on. That's where I'm going. That's where we're going to go with this, with my solution anyway. And perhaps you came up with something different, and that's fine. So let's try to see if we can figure out where we are with this. Over here on my script file, I'm going to make a function. I'm going to just put it down here for now. function make rows. And it needs three parameters. Section length, row length, and placement. Those are the three things I need to know to make this function work properly. And then I'm going to just copy and paste this stuff from here because we'll comment all this stuff out or delete it later. But we can get these going right inside of our function here. Okay, so we've gotten it started, and then we need to think about what we're going to do next. And in the next video, we'll add these switch statements that will handle what we're going to do if we're on the left, the right, or in the middle. And I'm going to use the switch statement just because it's a little bit shorter syntax than if-else statements, but you could use if-else statements. But we'll see what we need to do with that. We'll use switch statements to determine what we need to do for each section, depending on which section we're currently filling out. So if we're working on this section, we need a label and then 3 seats. If we're working on this section, we need 3 seats, then a label. If we're working on the middle section, we just need to skip 3 seats, work on the middle section, and then skip 3 seats. We don't need a label at all. So depending on which section we're working on, we're going to do different things up front. So let's get started with this. The first thing we're going to need is our for each loop. So we'll take rows and add our for each loop. And we could copy and paste from above, but I'm going to just type it here. Function, parentheses, curly braces, semicolon, and in here I press return, and I'm going to make row. So there's our for each loop. And then based on which placement is passed in here, left, center, or right, which section are we working on? So I'm going to do switch placement like this. And in here we're going to have a case. The case for left, if we're working on left. If we're working on left, we need to make the label. Label. Case. If we're working on the right, case right. If we're working on the right, we need to add 12 to the counter. Basically, right? And then if we're not working on the left or right, then we can say, well, the default is we're on the center. Default. Yeah, there we go. And if we're working on the default, then we're going to add 3 to the counter to begin with. So that's one switch statement. And we could do this with else ifs, but I think the switch statement is a little bit more compact. After we've either created the label or added the right number of seats to the counter, right number of numbers to the counter, then we're going to add our loop. So our loop will go in here to make the actual seats. But then we need to do the right thing on the other side. And we can just copy that and paste it. And if we're on the left, this is where we're going to add 12 to the counter here. Whereas if we're on the right, that's when we're going to add the label. And the sender section is going to add 3 to the counter either way. So that gets us sort of a basic structure for what we're going to do based on which side we're passing in to this placement variable here. We're either going to, we're going to do something here. And again, what we're doing is sort of refactoring this stuff down and seeing what the difference is. Well, what's the difference between this one and this one? And the difference here is that we put the label first and then add the counter to 12 at the end. So you can see that sort of taking place down here. Let's go ahead and fill out these switch statements. So for the left one, it's pretty straightforward. We can actually go up here and steal from up here. So we're basically just going to do this. You could type it again if you wanted to. But that's what we're going to do here. We're going to make the label, which is setting the HTML equal to that div. So we're going to set that variable HTML. I'm going to do plus equals that thing there. And then at the end, don't forget to add break. When you're using a switch statement, if this one is true, you need break to break out of the switch statement there so that it doesn't try to go on and do the next things. If you forget break, then the switch statement will not work properly and you'll be chasing around that error for a little while. So we've got that in there. For the right side, what we really want to do is we want to say, well, counter is going to be equal to, I'm going to use parentheses here, the section, the row length minus the section length. Row length minus section length. Because the row length is 15, and we're going to subtract the section length, which is 3. So that's going to give us our 12 right there. So that's what we need right there. And then down here, what we need to do for the default is we need to get 3. So it's really, if we're in the center, then the section length is 9, and we could subtract that from the 15 and we'll get 6, right? So we need to take that and divide it by 2. So down here, we're going to say counter equals the row length minus the section length, right? I'm going to put parentheses around that, divided by 2. And that will give us 3 on that side. On my image, I had an extra set of parentheses around the whole thing just to make sure it all works properly. It probably doesn't really need it. But the counter is going to be the row length minus the section length. I want to do that first. I want to take that row length, which is 15, minus the section length, which for the center is going to be 9. That gives me 6. Divide that by 2 to get 3. So that's great. So that works. And then down here, it's really just the opposite. Well, this one's the same. So we can copy this one and stick it down at the bottom. But left, this one here, in case of left, that's actually going to be what goes on the right-hand side. We're going to make that label there. And right is going to get the counter setting. I mean, the left is going to get the counter setting there. So that kind of sets our switch statements up. And then next, we just need to do the loop, and we will have this function pretty much done. We've added the two switch statements to our function so that it will handle the correct HTML on either side, or in the placement, the numbering, the correct numbering, or the placement of the numbering for the different boxes in the different sections, the different seats in the different sections. Now we really just need to add the loop. And again, the switch statement down here, they're just kind of swapped around because that's what's going on with what's going on over here, where on the left we have the label and over here we have the label on the right. So they're just sort of swapped around in order to get that effect. Okay, so let's take a look at the loop. And the loop is fairly simple. In fact, we can just copy and paste the loop that we have from up above and just make some minor changes. So up here, it's really just this same loop right here. I can just copy this one and stick it in where it says the loop goes here. But instead of 9, what we want is the section length. We want that variable because this loop is going to be used for the seats on the left side, for which there are 3. It's going to be used for the seats in the middle, for which there are 9, and the seats for the right, which there are 3. So we want to do that. The one other thing that we want to do is we want to add a class in here. Class equals quote A. And this is going to become important later when we determine whether seats are available or not. So don't forget to put in this class equals A here, because A is going to stand for available. So these seats are all available. And as they get reserved, we'll change that class to an R. And as you're clicking on seats in the little web application there, they'll get changed to an S for saved. So we can keep track of which seats are doing what and what their state is currently. So we need class equals A on there. And again, just to reinforce that, I have that here as well. Class equals A. Make sure you add that because otherwise it'll get screwed up later. Okay, great. So we've got our loop in there. We're ready to give this thing a try. All we need now is to call this function 3 times. Make rows 315 and left for the left side, 315 and right for the middle side, and 915 for the middle side. Sorry, 315 and right for the right side, and 915 in middle for the middle. Okay, so let's do this and give it a try. So down here, I'm going to run make rows 3, 15, and left. That's the left side. And you could do the right. I'm going to record that last bit again because the dog was barking. All right, let's start here. We're going to call this 3 times. Make rows, and we're going to do 3 for the left side with 15. 3 is the section length. The row length is 15, and then we're going to put in left. And that's what we need for the left side. And then we'll do make rows again. But this one's going to be right. And then we can do the center. So that's going to be, how long is that one? That's going to be 9. And that's going to be middle. So we're running make rows 3 times to create all the seats here. And then we can come up here and get rid of all of this stuff. I'm realizing I forgot one thing in make rows here. I forgot to add this. We need to actually put the HTML on the page. So down here in make rows, we're going to come in and do placement. Get element by ID placement. So it's either left, center, or right, or left, middle, or center, whatever it is there. And we'll put that in our HTML in there. Forgot to put that in there. So that's going to be important. But up here, we can get rid of all the rest of this stuff, all the way up to the very top. So we just have a function called make rows. Make rows with our variables in there. And then calling make rows 3 times. Let's see if this works. Oops, I must have an error in here somewhere. Let's go and inspect. And sure enough, I have an error here. Console. Row is not defined on line 8. What did I do wrong over here? Rows. That needs to be rows. There we go. And whoops, something went wrong on my left side. Let's go take a look and see what happened with that. Remember I mentioned you have to put the break in? You can see I forgot that. So I need a break here, and I need a break here. Down here, I need a break here, and a break here. I had made a big deal of that in the video because I often forget to add the break in the switch statements. And then I did. So these kinds of things happen. So you just have to go and see what's going on and see if you can figure out what the heck is going on there. And look at that. Now it's perfect. Well, not perfect. It didn't do the numbering correctly. The right side, 12, 13, 14, we're getting 3 there. So that's not right. That should be 4. I see what I've done wrong here. This needs to be counter equals counter plus row length. And then down here, counter equals counter plus. And then the same thing down here. Okay, let's go back and try it one more time. Now I'm getting the right numbers, all the way down to 300. And that's working perfectly. In the last video, we got our function working, and we got it generalized so that we can use one function to create all of the different sections for our seating chart. And that's great. And we ran into a few problems along the way, which is normal. And, you make mistakes. I make mistakes too. And you just have to trace them down and fix them and see if you can figure out what's going on. And that's part of the process. It's part of the process of programming with JavaScript. And this is not a terribly difficult function, but we had done a lot with it before testing it. So, there's likely going to be problems that you need to sort out. Next, we can look at using an arrow function and swapping this out for an arrow function. We had talked about that before, but now is a good time to go in and say, okay, we've got our function here, this could become an arrow function, which means we add the equal sign. So if you haven't done this already, you could do this. Get rid of the function word there. And then because there's only one parameter here, we can just have row. And there we go. So that should work exactly the same way as before. Just test it and make sure that it does. And that gives us our arrow function, which is kind of a nifty thing. And here's our whole function. Let's go take a quick look at it in the code editor over here so we can really scroll through and sort of see everything. We're testing, we're looping, and we're testing and adding these elements. And then we actually run the function 3 times to create the 3 sections. We've reached the end of part 1, which was just creating the interface, creating the seats that we need in order to make our little web application. You may have come up with a different strategy, but this was the strategy I came up with for solving it. And there may be other ways or other ways of laying out the seats or doing other kinds of things, and that's totally fine to have a different way of doing it. Or you may have gotten part of the way done, and that's fine too, on your own. And that's totally fine. The best way to learn this stuff is to just sort of take on the challenges and practice at it and see if you can get it. For the next challenge, the next part, we're going to add a object at the top of the page, at the top of the script file. And this object is going to be similar to the type of thing you would get if you were going to the database, to a database to get seats that had been previously reserved. So we want to add this object to the top of our document here. I will provide you with a snippet that includes this piece of code, so you don't have to type it. It's kind of annoying to type. You could type it if you wanted to, but I will provide you with a snippet, and you can just come in here and paste that right at the top of the script file here. Just move that down and just paste it in here. And again, this is going to be as if there were some seats that had been already reserved, and we'll handle that in the next part of this lesson. And if you want to take it on as a challenge, what we want to be able to do here, see if you can do this. Take some time and see if you can do this challenge without going forward from here with my videos to see how I do it. Because you'll learn a lot more by trying it. And even if you try and fail, you'll learn a lot more about JavaScript that way than you will just by running through my solutions. But what we want to do is go into that object and get the data from the reserved seats object, and then update the DOM by setting the class on each matching element from A for available. Remember, that's why we put that class on those seats. To R for reserved. And I already have the styles on the style sheet to handle this, to handle these 2 classes. You'll see they're on there. And then you want to replace the contents. Currently, the contents of the seats are the numbers of the seats. So that number matches the ID number. We're going to replace that with an R if it's already been reserved. And you'll see if you look in the style sheet over here, that I have some styling for A, S, and R, different background colors. So the styling is there already. You don't need to worry about that. But see if you can write a function that goes and gets the data from that object that we pasted at the top of the page and changes the DOM to show that those seats have been previously reserved. Seat Reservation Program, Part 2, Marking the Reserved Seats. For this particular part of the project, we're going to take the data that we had up at the top of the page and use it to mark the seats that correspond with that data as reserved. the styles are already on the style sheet. Your challenge was to take that data and then use it to find those seats and change the class from A to R. And hopefully you were able to do that. And we'll see if my solution for this was different from your solution for this. If you have not done so, make sure you've added this object for reserved seats up at the top of the page. And this object is just looks like a piece of data that you might get from a database. We're imagining that we had a database in the back end and that data is being saved in the database of previously reserved seats. And we need to be able to know what those seats are. And that data would usually come in as a JSON string, JavaScript object notation. And then we would use JSON parse to parse that into an object. But here I've given you the object already, so you can just add it to the top of your page here. And you can see that I have it on my script file just before the make rows function that we did in the first part. So that's all in place and ready to go. The first thing that we could try is a for in loop, which allows us to loop through objects to see if we can access the different pieces of the object inside that reserved seats object. So let's try that real quick. So down here, I'm just going to add a for loop. For const key in what is it? What's the name of this object up here? Reserved seats. Key in reserved seats. And all I want to do here is just see what I can get out of that. I'll make a variable const object, obj for object, equals reserved seats square bracket key. And that should take each key in this reserved seats and put it into this variable object. And then what if we just console log that object out? Console.log obj to see what we get. So over here I have the file open and I can refresh it. And then I can choose inspect. Get rid of this thing. And if I click on the console, you can see I'm getting those objects with all of the information. Now I want a particular piece of information. I want the actual seat. So what happens if I go back and change this so that I'm just doing object.seat just to get that one object? And that should get me my seats. So let's see if I can do that. Object.seat. So you can see that I'm using this sort of step-by-step process to figure out how I can get to the data that I want to get to inside of my object. And this is a good way of playing with JavaScript to help you try to understand how to access data within an object. Sometimes you have to play around with it a little bit to sort of figure out exactly where to go. And that's totally fine. Okay, great. So I'm able to get the individual seats inside of here. And that's what I'm going to need to do to sort of figure out. Now that I've got these seats, I need to use this data to go into my DOM here and mark 19, 20, and 21, and 22 as reserved. To do that, I need to change these seats. I need to change their class from A for available to R for reserved. That will change the color. And I want to change the HTML inside of these from from the 19, 20, 20, and 21, and 22 to just a capital letter R to show that they're reserved. And you should be able to do that. See if you can actually write the script yourself without going on to the next video, and see if you can get those two pieces of information in there. Hopefully you were able to solve that little challenge and come up with something like this. Document get element by ID object.seat, set its class name property to R, and then we're setting the inner HTML to R. So that's a pretty straightforward way of doing this, and hopefully you're able to get that. Let's put that in here. So I'm going to come down here and do document.getElement by ID object.seat. Now we know that that's going to, as we loop through, it's going to be B19, B20, and those are the IDs in the page. So we know that. Dot class name equals R. And then document dot get element by ID object.seat inner HTML, and set that equal to just a capital R, like so. And it doesn't matter if you use double quotes or single quotes. I guess just for consistency, I'll keep it single quotes. There we go. And if I go over and test this, you'll see it's working. It's going in and getting those seats out of that object and setting them to reserved. And that's great. There's a few more things we want to do here just for best practices. And that is specifically, we want to wrap it in this if statement just to make sure that we're working directly with the properties in this object and not something that these objects inherit from further up the prototypical chain. Now, these objects aren't going to inherit this from further up the prototypical chain, but this is considered a best practice to make sure you're dealing with the properties directly on the objects rather than something that's inherited. And part of the reason why we went through that piece earlier in this course on the prototypical inheritance was specifically so that this piece of this project would make sense, and that you would understand that objects can inherit properties from further up a chain, and we don't want that to happen. So let's go ahead and just add this if statement in here and make sure that that all works well. We don't need to console log this out anymore. If reserve seats dot has own property key. If it has its own key, then we want to do this stuff. So I can just take all this stuff and stick it in here. Like so. And that won't actually change the results here at all. I'm going to get rid of that call of the console because we just don't need it here. That shouldn't change any actual results over here, but we can just go test and make sure that it still works, that I didn't type anything wrong. And yeah, that's just a good kind of check right there for that. Okay, great. So this is the basic piece that we need here. Let's just do a few more things for best practices. And then the last thing we need to do is wrap the whole thing in a closure, and the IIFE, the immediately invoked function expression closure. So let's do that. We'll do that in the next video and sort of wrap up this part and get ready for the challenge for the next part. next we'll add the IIFE, the immediately invoked function expression, and put it around our for loop, just because we don't want this for loop hanging out in the global scope. And it's worth mentioning that this is a really good use of the IIFE closure, the immediately invoked function expression closure, because there isn't really a reason to create a named function for this for loop. And not only that, but everything else that we're going to do for this project is going to go inside of this closure. So it's a good idea to go ahead and put it in. So let's just come back over here and add this. So again, it's a set of parentheses, and then in there we're going to add a function with its own curly braces and parentheses, and then a set of parentheses just for good measure to do to get that to work right. And I did that wrong, so I'm going to do it again just to make it really clear. Parentheses, function with its parentheses, its curly braces, and another set of parentheses to make it run. There we go, like that. And then we go inside the curly braces, and we're going to add our use strict directive there and press return. And then we're just going to stick all of this stuff, cut it from there, and paste it in here. And then that will take care of that. And again, we can check over here and make sure that it's all running right, that I did that right, and I did. So that's all working, that's fine. Okay, great. So we have our IIFE, our immediately invoked function expression, and we have our loop inside of it, and we're set to go to the next challenge. And as for the next challenge, this is your next challenge to try to figure out before going on to the next part in this lesson, which is we need to create an array, and then when the user clicks on seats in the array, when the user clicks on seats, they get added to the array, as you can see down here in my animated image here, that the seats are being added here as you put them in, as you click on them. But then when you click on them again, it takes them out of the array. So see if you can figure out how to do that on your own. That's what we're going to be doing in the next part of this lesson. In part 3 of this lesson is creating this array and making it so that when the user clicks on seats, they go into the array. And if they click on a seat that's in the array, it takes it out of the array. Ultimately, the long-term goal is to, when the user clicks on these seats and puts them in the array, and then they click the reserve seat button, it will save them back up to the object at the top of the page, as if we were putting it back out to the database, sending it back out to a database. But we'll just be putting it into the object at the top of the page, so that those seats are also part of that reserved seats object. Okay, great. So good luck with that, and perhaps you'll come up with a different solution than what I came up with, but we'll take a look at my solution for solving this problem in the next part of this challenge, next part of this project. Seat reservation program, part 3, selecting seats. The challenge was to make an array and then make it so that when users click the seats, they get added to the array. If they click the seats that are in the array, they'll get removed from the array. Hopefully you were able to complete this challenge on your own. It's definitely a little bit more challenging than some of the other challenges we've had, but it's not super difficult, so you may have been able to do it with a little bit of futzing around. So let's see what we can do with this ourselves. To start with, I'm going to make a new IIFE, immediately invoked function expression. And really, you could put this in the one that we already have for the for loop. There'd be no problem with doing that. But just to be clear, I'm going to kind of separate it into its own separate immediately invoked function expression and add the 2 variables, selected seats, and a variable for the seats that are going to go get all of the anchor tags from all of the available seats from the DOM, all those divs with the class of A on them. And so let's go ahead and add this over to our script over here. I'm going to add parentheses and add a function in here with its parentheses, its curly braces, and then an extra set of parentheses to make it run right away. And in here, I'm going to add use strict. And from here, I'm going to create a variable var selected seats. And you may have created a different variable name, and that's fine. It doesn't really matter what it's called. Selected seats seems like a good, a fairly good name there to use. And then I'm going to have variable var seats equals document dot query selector all. And I want to get all of the seats with the anchor tag, with the class of A. I'm getting confused. Anchor tags are A's. But we're really looking for elements with the class of A on them, which is the divs with the class of A because they're available. So they're not anchor tags, but not to be confused with anchor tags. Okay, so that's going to put all of those seats into this variable there. And that will get us ready for the next step here. For the next step, we will need two pieces. We need a piece where we add an event listener to each seat, and then we add a function that's going to run, that's going to take that seat and add it and remove it to the array when you click it. So we'll do this part in the next video. Okay, now we need these two pieces. We need to have an event listener. We need to loop through all our seats and add an event listener so that when one of them is clicked, we can actually run a function that will add it to the array. And we could use any number of types of loops here. We could use a for of loop. We could use a for loop. I'm using the for each method because I think that's nice and clean and works really nicely with arrays. So I'm going to use that method here, but you could use a different method, or perhaps when you solve this, you used a different type of loop to do this. And that would be perfectly fine as well. There's always more than one way of doing things. But over here, I'm going to add a for each loop here. Seats.forEach, like so. And the for each loop takes a function, and I'm going to pass into this function seat. So each seat is going to do something in this it's going to do something to each seat in this for each loop. And that seat is going to add an event listener, add event listener, and we're going to look for a click. And when the click happens, we're going to run a function that runs here, like so. And in this function, what is that function going to do? We're going to do a couple of things. First of all, we need to get the ID of the seat that was clicked. We need to get the ID of the seat, and then we need to run a function that adds it to the array. So that function is going to be down here. So after the for each loop here, which ends down here. So that's where the for each ends. We're going to make a function called seat selection process. And that's going to get passed in some sort of seat ID or something. It's going to get passed in some sort of seat, which is then going to, we're going to use to then add the array, add that seat to the array. So up here, we can actually run this seat selection process here. So we'll run that function there. Now, we could use here, I'm using these functions here. These could be good places to put in arrow functions. Both of these could be. So you could, if you wanted to, come over here and add the arrow function like that and get rid of the word function. And in this case, because seat is just one parameter, we can get rid of the parentheses. Down here, we could make this an arrow function and get rid of the word function here, but we need to leave the parentheses because we're not passing in a parameter. So we need to leave the parentheses there. You could do it that way if you wanted to. I'm going to leave it with the functions just because I think it's a little bit more explicit. But since we've been talking about arrow functions in this lesson, you could do it that way. Or you could come back afterwards and just refactor down and get rid of the functions and put in the arrow functions then, which I think sometimes helps to do it that way. But I'm just going to back up here and go back to that version. There we go. So now we have a loop that's going to loop through all of the seats with the anchor tags on them. Not with the anchor tags, with the class of A on them. And it's going to add an event listener to all of them that's looking for a click. And when that click happens, we're going to run this seat selection process down here. The next challenge is to see, well, okay, when the user clicks on a seat, and you can only click on one seat at a time, how can you get the ID for that seat? And again, one way of dealing with this is to play around with JavaScript. Just sort of play around with it and see what you get. What is actually in this variable seat? Let's find out what's in that variable. If we come over here and just put in here console.log seat, and then come over and refresh our page over here. Oops. When I click on one of these, I get the entire div when I click on one of these seats. If I click on this one, I get that one. But you can see the ID is embedded in there. But I'm getting the entire div. Well, we know that ID is a property of this element, this div element. So what if I just do seat.id? And you may not have thought of that because it's not everything is a property, but in this case, the IDs we know are properties. We've seen that before. So now if I try this and I click this, I get B24 or B25 or B26. So I can get those IDs every time I click on one of these. So I'm part of the way there. I now have the ID. Now I just need to add it to the array, or if it's in the array, take it out of the array. So when I run my seat selection process here inside my event listener, I just need to pass in seat.id, and that will be the ID of the seat that was clicked. And I can test this by even just doing an alert down here in this function. So let's try that really quickly. If I come back here and run this function, I'm going to take out this console log because I don't really need that anymore. Or in fact, I'm going to just delete all this stuff. And in here, I'm going to run seat selection process. And here, I'm going to put in seat.id. That will pass that in as an argument here in place of seat. And to be really clear, I had put in here this seat because it's a very specific seat. It's the seat that was clicked on. And so down here, I could do console.log this seat. To see for sure, console.log, or I could do alert. I put it alert, so let's do alert. So I can see for sure that this function is running and it's getting the particular seat that was passed in. So let's just test that really quickly. If I come over here and refresh this, now when I click on a seat, I get an alert that says B24 because it's running that function and putting that in there. Okay, the next challenge for you to do is to figure out, okay, how do I know if I've previously clicked on the seat? We know that we can add stuff to the array using push, but how do we check in the array if something's already in there? Because I want to make it so that if I click on seat 25, that one gets added to the array. Seat 26 gets added to the array. But if somebody clicks on seat 25 again, it gets taken out of the array. And if you look up the array method index of on the MDN, it can give you some information about how we could possibly make that work so that we can take things put things into the array and take them out of the array based on whether or not they're already in the array. So take a look at that and see what you can figure out, and then we'll look at it in the next video together. And if we go over and actually look this up on the Mozilla Developer Network, you can scroll down here and sort of get some examples of how it works. So if we have a simple array with 2 and a 9 and a 9 in it, if I do index of 2, that's that element, it'll tell me it's at index 0. If I do index of 7, there's no 7 in the array, so it'll give me a -1. And you can continue to look through some of the examples on this page and mess around with index of to try to get this to work. But over here, if we just play around with this a little bit, suppose in our seat selection process function here, we make a variable called index, and we go and say selected seats index of this seat and alert that out. We should get a -1 because our selected seats array is still empty. So let's see what happens if we do that and see that that's actually working the way we think it's going to work. So down here, if I change this to var index equals seat selected seats dot index of, and I'm going to pass in this seat, which we know is the ID, this seat. And then I'm just going to alert index, just to see what I get there. And I should, because that array up here is still empty. No matter what I click on, that should come back with a -1. So let's just test that much and see what we get. If I come over here and refresh this, and then click on a seat, I get a -1. If I click on a different seat, I get a -1. If I click on a seat over here, I get -1 because nothing is in the array. Okay, great. So what if just for a temporary moment, we just add a couple seats in the array? What do we get then? If I add B24 and B25 into that array, just temporarily, just to experiment and see what happens. So up here, I'm going to just put B24 and comma, quote, B25. So now if I come back and click on here, and if I click on something that's not B24 or B25, I still get a -1. But if I click on B24, I get a 0. If I click on B25, I get a 1. So essentially what we've learned here is that if I click on a seat that's in the array, I get a number larger than -1. If I click on a seat that's not in the array, I get a -1. So that should help us put together an if statement that says if the index of is -1, then it's not in the array and it should be added. Otherwise, it must be in the array and we want to take it out. Correct? Your little micro challenge here is to write that if statement, not fill out all the contents of the if statement, but what does the if statement itself look like? How do we write that much? Just get the if and the if statement in there and see what that looks like. And we'll look at that, look at the answer to that in the next video. Your challenge was to write the if statement that we would need to use to determine if an element that's clicked on is in the array or not. And so let's see what you came up with. Did you come up with something like this? Hopefully you did. So I have a variable here, var index equals seats, selected seats index of this seat. And if index is greater than -1, then it's in the array and we can take it out. Otherwise, it's not in the array and we need to add it. So let's go ahead and add that over to our code over here. We already have this variable here. And really all we need to do is take that out and add an if statement. If index is greater than -1, then it must be in the array. Must be in the array. Take it out and set the class back to A. Otherwise, else, add it to the array using push. We'll use push to do that, right? Okay, so there we go. We've got that far. Your next micro challenge is to fill out these if-else statements. So if the seat's in the array, we've determined that it is because it'll return a -1. Index will have a -1. So if it's not -1, we want to take it out of the array. And because index has in it the value, which is the specific number in the array that it is, we know what it's going to be in the array, so we can take it out. Otherwise, we want to put it into the array. And if we're taking it out of the array, we want to set the class of that seat back to A. And if we're putting it into the array, we want to set the class of the seat to S for saved. It will get turned to reserved when we actually reserve the seats in a later part of this lesson. But for right now, we just want to set it to saved. And we already have some styles in the style sheet that will take care of that. But see if you can do this part on your own. And to take it out of the array, look into using the splice method. So if we go back over here and click on splice, you can actually look through this page to see how you might use the splice method to take that element out of the array. So let's see if you can do that on your own. And then in the next video, we'll look at my solution for that. How did you do with the micro challenge? Were you able to complete it? Hopefully you got something like this. We're going to use the splice method and we're going to pass an index because index will tell us which element we want to remove. And splice takes 2 parameters, and the second parameter will be how many elements do we want to actually remove. And we just want to remove the one that we clicked on. So we'll put a 1 in there. And then setting the class name is as simple as using getElementById and using this seat. We know that that has the ID for the seat, and using the class name property to set it to A. Adding the seats into the array is just using the push method. We've done that before in previous lessons. So we can just push this seat into the array. So let's go ahead and add this over into our code over here. So under the if, I'm just going to do selected seats dot splice. And what am I going to pass in there? I'm going to pass in index, comma 1. So that will take that element out of the array if it's in it. And while I'm there, I want to do document.getElementById. This seat, which I know is the actual ID, dot class name. If I'm taking it out of the array, I'm going to set it back to available. And that's all I need there. Down here, instead of removing it from the array, I'll just copy that because that makes it a little bit easier. Paste it, but instead of splice, I'm going to do push this seat. I'm pushing that ID into the array. And then I'm going to take this line, because if it's in the array, the seat is currently going to be saved, like so. And then up here, I just want to remove these things that I had temporarily added into my selected seats array, so it puts it back to empty there. And let's see if that works. I think it should. If we come over here and refresh this, actually, I think we're going to have to console log something out here. Let's at the bottom here do console.log selected seats so we can see what's going in and coming out of that array every time we click on a seat. All right, let's try this out. If I click on B24, whoops, selected seats is not defined. What did I do wrong there on line 105? Select seats. I'm going to change this to selected seats because I think that's what I originally had. Selected seats. There we go. That makes more sense. Console log out selected seats. Okay, check it again. These mistakes happen. I make them all the time. You'll make them too. And it's helpful to use that console log to figure that out. Oh, I still have select seats in there in line 98 somewhere. This is why it's a good idea to always copy and paste your variables. There we go, fix that. So that one got added into the array. I can add 20, now they're both in the array. Now I've got 3 of them in the array. And if I click on 28 again, that'll come out of the array. 25. The array is empty. I can put items into the array. I can add more. I can take any one of these. I can pick one in the middle. It'll come out of the array. If I add it again, notice it gets added on at the end, but that's fine. We just want to know what's in the array and what's out of the array. Those are the seats that I currently have selected. So this array contains the seats that I need, whatever seats that I'm currently selecting, and it's removing any seats that I select the second time. Notice I can't click on these because those don't have the event listener on them, because they don't have the A class on them. Now, we will have to come back and modify this method, this function a little bit later, but for right now, this is doing pretty much exactly what we need it to do. Here is the finished function that we have. In the next part of this project, we will be building up the form, the reservation form, and handling that part of the user interface. So we'll be doing that next. But this is where this function needs to be for now. We will make some minor changes to it a little bit later in the project, but this is doing exactly what we needed to do at this point. So at this point, what we have is we have an interface that allows us to select seats and put them into an array, as well as an interface that allows us to pull from an object and show seats that have been previously reserved. Okay, great. Seat reservation program. Part 4, the reservation form. In this part, we'll be adding a form that users can fill out to reserve their seats. And to start with, you want to replace the HTML file in the folder with this new version. And I've already done that. It's over here in my file here. And you can see in my file here, the only thing I've really added is an anchor tag for reserving the seats, and then a section which has in it a header and a paragraph, and then a form. And then the section ends. And that's it. So that's just been added in there. And the CSS for handling all of this is already over here in the CSS. So we don't need to really worry about styling for this stuff. I've put it in the CSS for us. But it is all here on the actual HTML now. If you wanted to type it, you could. It would just basically be this. You're just adding an anchor tag with an ID set to reserve form, a section with the ID res form with an H2, and a paragraph with selected seats. You'll see why we're putting IDs in all of these things in a few minutes. And then the form itself, which has an actual ID on that one. And then we've got some labels and inputs. So you could type this out, or you can just add the new HTML file that has all of this in here and replace the HTML file that was there before. The rest of it is the same. Okay, great. It's important to note that this part of this project is probably the hardest part of this project. And it's not hard because the JavaScript is hard. It's hard because you have to really think about how users could mess up, how they could screw up in the process of doing this. And there are a number of ways, even with this very simple process, that users could screw things up. So you have to think about all of those things and catch them and handle all the potential errors. And that makes this part a little bit more challenging in terms of the way you have to think about the programming and what's going to actually happen as in the state of the application as users complete their process. Okay, so let's take a look at what we need to do next. The first thing we need to do is make an event handler that's attached to the link. So when you click that link, so over here I've added that stuff to the page, and if I come over here and refresh, I now have a reserve seats button over here. So when I click this button, I want this form to pop up and be displayed. And then on the form itself is a cancel button that if you click that, I want the form to be canceled and to be hidden again. So your first challenge is to make two event handlers for these two items, one for the button at the top of the page and one for the cancel button that will either set this form to display block or display hidden. And these two event handlers could go really anywhere on the script. They could go over here. They could go anywhere. You could just put them at the bottom here. I'm going to put them here before the closing immediately invoked function, just after the part that we did here, but they really could go anywhere. But I am going to keep them inside of this closure that I have here, because I think that that helps keep things clean and keeps everything out of the global scope. So I'm going to stick them in there, but you really could put them anywhere. Okay, so see if you can write that part for yourself. They're just two simple event handlers that are attached to IDs that will set this element, this entire thing, this entire section to either display block or display none. And then we'll look in the next video to see if you came up with the same thing I came up with. Were you able to do that challenge? The challenge was to write two event listeners. And let's see if you were able to do that. This is what I came up with. So I have an event listener for when you click the reserve button, which sets that ID for that form to display style.display block. And then for the cancel button, which sets the style display to none. I'm also doing event prevent default in here. Probably not 100% necessary, but it's a little bit helpful. And I'll show you why in a minute here. But let's go ahead and get these into our code over here. So down here, I'm just going to add document.getElement by ID. And the ID I want to get is the ID for this button over here. This reserve button here. So that's the ID I want. So I'm going to get that ID, get element by ID reserve, and I'm going to add add event listener to that button. And when you click it, we're going to run a function like so. And what is that function going to do? It's going to say, okay, first of all, we're going to pass in the event object here. Event object, and we'll say in here, event.prevent default. I had that at the bottom in the picture that I showed you a minute ago, but it doesn't really matter if it goes at the top or the bottom. And then we're going to do, okay, document.getElement by ID. And the ID I want to get here is this form, res form, this entire section, which includes the not just the form, but the entire section. So we're going to get that entire section, res form, and set its .style.display to set that equal to block. I'm going to put that in single quotes just to be consistent. If I could spell block, there we go. All right, so we're going to do that, and then we could do the same thing, and rather than typing it all over again, I'm just going to copy and paste this, and up here change this to cancel, which is this button over here. ID cancel, that anchor tag there. And I'm going to then set it to display none. So that will hide it again. All right, let's test these two things. So if I come over here and refresh the page, now if I click on reserve seats, that thing comes up. If I click cancel, it goes away. So that piece of user interface is working. Now, you might wonder why I need the event prevent default here. These buttons, if you look in the HTML, they're really just anchor tags, and they could be buttons, but buttons can be difficult to style. Anchor tags are a little bit easier to style. So they're anchor tags over here. This is an anchor tag, and it has as a URL in this href. If you're going to have an anchor tag, you have to have an href, and the href is equal to pound. And same thing down here with cancel, we've got a pound there. So if we were to turn off the event prevent default stuff in here, those hashtags end up in the URL when you click on these. So now I get the hashtag up there. And you'll notice the page is actually doing a little bit of a reload when you do that too. But so just to get rid of that pesky hashtag there, I don't really want it there. I think it's better to have the event prevent default in there because it is actually trying to follow that link. And whereas if we put event prevent default and pass in the event object here, then it doesn't try to follow that link. Now that you have that working, what we need next is a function called manage confirm form. And what this function is going to do is it's going to handle whether or not our users can actually confirm, can actually make a reservation or not based on whether or not they have anything in the array. So over here, notice it's a little bit weird if I were to just come to this page. What if I just clicked reserve seats? What if I just click this button and I get this form to reserve some seats? I shouldn't be able to put my name in here and click the confirm reservation button if I haven't selected any seats. So, but it's possible for a user just to come here and say, oh, okay, I want to reserve some seats without actually clicking on some seats to reserve. So we want to make it so that this form, this part of this page that actually has the form in here, does not display if the user does that. So if the array is empty, we want to run a function that says confirm, that says manage confirm form, a function called manage confirm form that will hide that part of the form. So see if you can do that piece on your own. So we're going to create a function called manage confirm form. It's going to have an if-else statement in it that checks if there is anything in the selected seats array. what is the length of that array? If it's 0, if the length is 0, then set the element with confirm res, which is, if we go back to the HTML here, that's this form. We're going to set the form to display none so that you'll still get the little pop-up, but you won't see a form in there, if that makes sense. Okay, so we'll set that back to display none, and we'll set it to display block if there is something in there. Okay, great. So see if you can do that on your own. Were you able to do this? Were you able to solve this little micro challenge? Let's see what I came up with here. So this is what I came up with. Manage confirm form. If selected seats length is greater than 0, then I'm going to make sure that the confirm is set to display block. Otherwise, I'm going to set it to display none. So let's go ahead and add this function over into our file over here on our script file. And I'm just going to come down here and add function manage confirm form. And I'm going to say if, and what am I checking for? I'm checking for selected seats. Selected seats dot length. If that's greater than 0, then I'm going to make sure that on my document dot get element by ID, confirm res, that's actually this ID here, confirm res. Just copy that, make sure I get it right. Is set to .style.display equals block. Else, if it's not set to 0, then I'm going to make sure this thing gets set to display none. Okay, great. So I have this function here. The next question is, where do I need to run this function? And I'm going to need to run it in a few different places. And you'll see here, the JavaScript is not that difficult. We're just setting elements to display or not to display. That's really all we're doing here. It's not complicated JavaScript, but we have to really think about how the users might use this. So that's what we need to think about here. Where do we need to call this function? Well, we need to call it when the page loads, right? Because when the page loads, somebody could immediately click that button. And there may be some other places where we need to run it as well. Every time you remove a seat in and out of the array, we need to make sure this function runs because you could be removing the last seat. So we want to make sure it goes into the seat selection process as well. So let's go over and add it there. So I'm going to run manage confirm form at the bottom of this seat selection process here. And just run it there. In case I've removed all of, I've selected some seats and then deselected them, if I've taken them all out, I shouldn't be able to reserve them. So that's one place I need to run it. And again, where else do I need to run it? I need to run it right away when the page loads. So I'm going to just run it when the page loads. Right after I define this function, I'm going to run it there as well. Because it's possible that users could come in and just try to reserve seats right away. So I'm just going to run it here too. Okay, great. So we've got it in those two places. Let's test it. So if I come over here and click refresh the page, if I click reserve seats, I don't get a form. That's not going to work. So That's a problem. That's good. That's taking care of that problem. So now if I come down and select some seats and I click it, I get the form, and that's great. What if I select some seats and then deselect them? Now they're not in the array is empty, and I get that again. So that's great. So we've got that all in place there. The next challenge, this brings us to the next challenge. Instead of showing the form paragraph of the ID to selected seats, it needs to have this HTML. You need to select some seats to reserve and then have a break and have an anchor tag with an ID of error, and then close this dialog box and click at least one seat. So because currently, if you come here and click this button, there's no good way of, first of all, this doesn't make any sense. You've selected X seats. So we want to change that language to say, you need to select some seats and then give them a close button to do that. So see if you can figure out what we need to do to alter this part of the page so that it has that information in there instead. And then we'll look at my solution in the next video. Were you able to figure out this challenge? It shouldn't be too difficult. We can see over here in our HTML that if we look in here in the HTML, that what we really want to change is the value of this, the inner HTML of this paragraph here. And when do we want to change it? We want to change it if this thing is set to display none. So that shouldn't be too difficult to do. All we need to do is document, whoops, if I could type properly here, document.getElementById, by ID. And the ID that we want here is this ID over here, this the ID of this paragraph, selected seats. Get that ID and change its .inner HTML equals, and I'm going to just paste this in here, but you're going to have to type it. Something like that. Inner HTML, you need to select some seats to reserve. I have a break, and then I have an anchor tag with an ID here. Put that on its own line if you want. Oops, I guess I can't. It does weird things. But I have a break, I have an anchor tag with just a href there and an error close, and then this, close this dialog box. So that's going to be a link to close the dialog box and pick at least one seat. So that tells the user what to do and is an important part of the user interface here. So that's what we have over here. If we go back and look at our images here, this is what I came up with. Document getElementById selected seats, inner HTML, you need to select some seats to reserve. Great. That should do the trick. Now you need to add a click handler in the function so that clicking the error closes the dialog box again. So how would you do that? Pause the video here and see if you can add that in, and then come back to the video and see what you can do. See if you did the same thing. Again, this is a pretty simple challenge here, so see if you can do it on your own. This is what I came up with. Hopefully you came up with the same kind of thing here. Document getElementById, error, event listener click, function, document getElementById, res form style display none. So that's just hiding the entire res form again so that we can close it. And hopefully you got something like that. Let's go ahead and add this over here. So down here, I'm going to add document getElementById. The ID that I want to get is this error, because that's what I'm clicking on, is the error that got set here. Get that ID. Add event listener. click, and then I'm going to run a function, parentheses, curly braces, semicolon there, and in that function, I'm just going to say document. It's really just, I don't even have to type it because it's really just this line right here. I can just paste that in. Get element by ID display none. And that should take care of that. So let's go and test it. So if I come over here and click refresh, if I just click reserve seats right away, I get a dialog box that allows me to close this, and it didn't work. I must have spelled something wrong. Let's go in and inspect. I'm not seeing anything in my console, so I must have really spelled something wrong here. Get element by ID, confirm. Oh, it's not this one that I want. That was already set to display none, which is why it was doing nothing. I want this one. Res form, display none. Let's try that. Reserve seats, click close, and that goes away. So that's actually working perfectly fine now. But you see here, you have to think carefully about the user interface and what users could do, and changing the contents of your interface so that it makes sense for what it is that users need to do in that context. And we'll be doing a lot more of that in this part. The next thing that we need to do is fix some bugs that we have here. And let's see if we can identify one over here. So I refresh my page. What if I select some seats and then click on reserve seats? I'm still getting this message here. You need to select some seats to reserve. Close this dialog box and pick at least one seat. Why am I getting this? I did select some seats. That doesn't make any sense. What's going on here? Why is this message showing up? Can you identify what the problem is that's causing that? If we come down here and inspect, suppose I close this and just refresh the page. And then if I go to my elements over here and look into my reserve form down here, P selected seats. Notice it says this right here. You need to select some seats. Hopefully you noticed that the reason why that's coming up right away is that we're running that function, the function manage confirm form, when the page loads. So when manage confirm form runs, when the page loads, no seats have been selected. So immediately the confirm res is getting set to display none, and that content is getting swapped out in the DOM. Even though you don't see the form initially, it's getting swapped out when the page loads. So one way of dealing with this, and we can make it better, but for right now, one way of dealing with this is to do up here document dot get element by ID, selected seats. We're going to get that ID and set its inner HTML to, I'm just going to set it to you have selected some seats. And we're going to make this better, a little bit more useful, but at least now if the length is greater than 0, we can change that text to something that makes a little bit more sense. So let's go over and take a look at what that does. So if I refresh this and then click on some seats and click reserve seats, it says you have selected some seats. It'd be kind of nice if it said what seats you've selected, so we'll fix that, but at least we're able to get it so it doesn't have the error message up there. let's make that message a little bit better. Here I'm going to use a variable called seat string, and I'm going to have selected seats toString go into that variable. And then down here we can use you have selected seats and then the seat string. So that'll give us a string of seats kind of like this. It still doesn't look very good, but we'll fix that up in a minute to make it look even better than that. But let's do this first just to get started on this. So over here, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to say, okay, let seat string equal selected seats toString. So that's going to turn that into a string. And then down here, this is now since I'm going to put a variable in here, I need to use my tick marks. You have selected seats, and then I'm going to put in $ curly braces seat string. Like so. Let's see what that gives us. If we come back here and click refresh, if I click some seats and click the reserve seats button, I now get this. So it's a little bit better. It still could be better because it's just, we don't have a space after the comma. The last one could be and, so it says B24, comma, B25, and B26. That would be nicer. So we'll take a look at how to do that next. Here is your next micro challenge. What we really want is something like this, F82, comma, F83, and F84. So see if you can figure out how to use the string method replace. Look it up on the MDN and see if you can figure out how to use it, along with these two regular expressions, which look a little bit funny. You'll have to pause this video and sort of type them out. But see if you can figure out how to use these two regular expressions. This one here will add the commas and add a space after each comma. And then this one down here at the bottom will put an and in place of the last comma, a space and an and in place of the last comma to get us something that looks a little bit better. So see if you can do that, and then we'll look at the solution in the next video. Were you able to complete this micro challenge? If you were, you should be able to use the replace method here. And to find out about it, you can just go over and search replace MDN JavaScript, something like that. And that will bring up this page here, the string prototype replace page, which will tell you how to use this method. And it's really important while you're working with JavaScript to get used to using this documentation to see how different methods work that are built into JavaScript so you can use them correctly. So hopefully you came up with a solution that looked pretty much like this. So I've got seat string equals seat string replace. My picture here, I had an S in my variable here, and mine I actually don't have the S. So as long as the variables match, it doesn't really matter. I had seat string on mine. But I'm going to go add this over onto mine over here. I'm just going to paste it in so you don't have to watch me type it. But put this in, and if you're using, just make sure your variables match. I'm using seat string without the S here, but it's going to be equal to seat string replace and seat string replace here. There we go. So I'm going to replace those, again, without the S. It got a little bit screwed up when I pasted it in there. I had the S in there. So just make sure you get the variables right, because we're assigning back to the same variable the seat string with the replace method on it to replace those things, and down there as well. Okay, great. So let's test this. If I come over here and refresh and click on some seats and click reserve seats, now I'm getting B24, B25, and B26 and B27. So I'm getting the and at the end there, and it's all looking much better. That's fantastic. I'm going to click cancel. Now, one last little problem here to fix. What if I just want one seat? I'm a loner, I'm going by myself, I'm going to social distance and stick myself down here away from everybody else, and I click reserve seats. This says you have selected seats G102. That doesn't make sense. Why is the word seats here plural when I'm getting just one? This is a really minor thing, but language matters. And if we can catch these little issues and fix them in our code, I think it's even better. So our last little micro challenge here for this at the moment is to fix seats so that it's only, if there's only one seat in the array, it'll just say seat instead of seats. So see if you can solve that one. One more thing. Were you able to solve this little problem here? Hopefully you came up with an idea that looks kind of like this, using an if-else statement. So if the selected seat's length is exactly 1, we're going to do one thing, else we're going to do the thing with the toString and the replace and all that stuff. So we're just adding one more if-else statement in here to kind of fix this thing. And down here you can see that I'm using just selected seats square bracket 0. Since there's only one element in there, I don't need to convert it into a string just to do that. So that was the solution I came up with. So let's go ahead and add this over into our function over here. So that means in here, I'm just going to add an if statement here. If, and in there, I'm going to check to see if selected seats dot length is exactly 1. If it's exactly 1, I'm going to do one thing here. Else, I'm going to do this stuff. Stick that in there, like so. I don't need all this extra space. There we go. So what are we going to do in here? We're going to say document.getElementById selected seats .innerHTML is going to equal tick marks. I'm going to use my tick marks because I'm going to have a variable in there. I'm going to say you have selected seat, and then I'm going to use my $sign and curly braces to say whatever is in this array, selected seats. And because it's an array, I have to do square bracket 0 to get the first element in there. So now I've selected that one seat and put it in there. Let's give that a try. If I come over here and refresh this, now I'm a loner going all by myself, and I'm going to click a seat, and it says you've selected seat F87. If I decide no, I'm going to bring somebody with me and select seats now. Oops, that's not working. What did I do wrong? I think I just need to move this so that it's inside the else. I think that's all I need to do. There we go. Try that. Select a couple seats. And now I'm getting the correct thing. Select one seat. And now I'm getting one seat. Okay, great. So that's all working really well. And we've got all those pieces in there. Hopefully you came up with this same solution here. And you can see I forgot to put that in that else statement. Okay, great. So that's working really well. Here is the full function. And it's a long function. there's a lot of stuff going on in this function, but it's not really difficult things. We're just using basic JavaScript to manipulate the HTML that's going to go on in that form, and whether or not the form is going to display or what part of the form is going to display based on what users have selected. And that's sort of the moral of this particular part of this project, is that thinking about what users could do and where things could go wrong is probably the hardest part of any interactive project like this. And usually if you're fixing bugs, it's in finding new ways that users can screw up and mess up the process of completing a task in a project. And if you can sort of route those out, figure them out, and then solve them, your project will get better and better over time. Seat Reservation Program, Part 5, Reserving the Seats. So these are really the final steps that we need to do. We've done a lot with this project, and it's a long project. There's a lot of pieces to it. But the final part that we need to figure out is how to, once a user has put in their name and click that confirm reservation button, how do we take the seats that they've selected and put them back into the object, the reserved seats object up at the top of our JavaScript file, which would simulate putting it back to the database perhaps. So that's kind of what we need to do next. So what we need to do is write a click handler and create a function called process reservation that's going to run when the click handler is clicked. So let's do that first. See if you can do that without going forward in this video. Pause the video and see if you can do that part by yourself. Did you get something like this? I have an event handler looking for the submit button on that form, for the submission of that form. And when it's submitted, I'm going to prevent default because I don't want the form to actually get processed. I don't want it to go off to a processor or anything like that, but I want to capture that submit event and run this process reservation function. So let's go ahead and add this over into our file over here in case you got lost or stuck. I'm going to stick it inside of this IIFE immediately invoked function here that I have up here on line 83 on mine. This immediately invoked function expression, this closure, I'm going to just stick it in there. Again, just keeping everything inside of closure. So I'm going to just put document.getElement by ID. And what am I looking for an ID? Is I'm looking for the actual form, confirm res. When this form, confirm res, I'm going to add an event listener. When the form is submitted, when we try to submit it, we're going to run a function. And the function, we're going to pass in the event, like so. I'm going to put a semicolon at the end of the line. And then inside the curly braces, we're going to do event.preventDefault. And again, on my picture a minute ago, you saw I put that at the bottom. It doesn't matter if it's at the top or the bottom. We're going to prevent default, but then we're going to run a function called, and what did I call it again? Process reservation. Just want to match what I have here. Process reservation. We're going to run that function. So down here now I need that function. Function process reservation. There we go. So I've got that stubbed out and ready to go. Hopefully you got something similar. At the top of this process reservations function, we need some variables. First, I need to find out how many records are in the reserved seat object to begin with. So I want to count them up, and this object keys.length will give me that information. So I'm going to add that in over here. And then the next thing I need is I need to get the value that somebody has typed into this form for the first name. So I need the value for the first name and the value for the last name. So I need those as well. So I'm going to have const fname equals document dot get element by ID fname dot value. So I need that one. Whoops. No value, value. And then the same thing for the last name. So that's going to be lname. And this one's going to be lname dot value. And then I need a counter, let counter equal 1. And I'm using let here because the counter is going to change. As we go through stuff, you'll see what we'll do with that in a minute. And then the last one I need is just an empty string for next record, and we'll fill that in as well. So let's add that as well. Let next record equal quote quote for right now. We'll just leave it there. Okay, so we've got some basic variables to get started with, and then we'll pick up filling out this function further in the next video. Okay, so again, the object.keys reserved seats.length will tell us how many records we have in here. 4 currently. That's what was built into that object to begin with. You could add more or take some away or something like that if you wanted to. You just have to hard code them in. So we've got that. But next, inside the process reservation function, we need to use the for-each method to loop through the selected seats array, because we're going to do a bunch of things with each of those selected seats. So here's your micro challenge for this point, is to just set up the for-each loop for the selected seats array. So pause the video here and see if you can do that without looking at the next part of the video. Did you get something like this? The selected seats array you can see down here at the bottom. So we're going to go through selected seats and do something for this seat or for each seat in the selected seats array that has the seats that have been selected by the user. So let's go ahead and add this over there if we want to get this set up. So in here, I'm going to say selected seats dot for each. And we have access to this selected seats array because it's inside the closure here, but it's at sort of this top level. So we have access to selected seats here. So we can just do selected seats for each, and then in for each, put a semicolon there. In for each, we're going to do a function like so. And we're going to pass in this seat. And we're all set to do some things here. Now, one thing we want to do for this selected seat is we want to change the class from S to R. We need to change the HTML to R, and we need to add it to the object. Those are some things that we need to do inside of this for each seat that's in that array. Can you handle the first two parts? this part and this part? You should be able to. Remember, this seat is each seat in the array. So that's the ID for each seat. So you just need to set that over. So see if you can do that. I'm going to do it here, but you can pause the video before I do it and see if you can do it for yourself. So I need to change its class. So I'm going to do document.getElementById, this seat, dot class name equals quote R. And then we need to change the inner HTML as well. So I'm just going to copy this. Get element by ID this name, and I want to change inner HTML. I'm going to make it a capital R. Hopefully you got that. That's not too hard. We've done that before. Okay, so that shouldn't be too difficult in micro challenge. Now down here we're going to add it to the object, and that's where the new bit comes in. Okay, so now we need to add to our object up there at the top of the page. And if you remember, if we go back and look at our object really quickly up here, each record in the object starts, we've got record 1, record 2, record 3, record 4. So we need to add the next one will be called record 5. It's going to be a number, the word record, and a number 5. And so we can do that down here by very cleverly coming in here and saying, using our variables that we created up here to do this. So now I'm going to I'm going to change that next record variable so that it has the word record, and then I'm going to take the hard-coded records, which we know is 4 because that counted those, and we're going to add the counter which started with 1. So that's going to make it a 5. So this is going to be record 5 here. That's what that's going to say. So let's go ahead and add this in over here. Next record equals, and I'm going to use my tick marks, the word record, and then $ curly braces, hard-coded records plus the counter, which is 1. So that's going to get me a 5. So that's going to put that into next record. Great. So now I need to actually add my object over here. So reserve seat, square bracket, next record, and then it's going to be, I'm going to use my curly braces to create this object, or this additional element to the object, to the reserve seats object. We're adding to the object that already exists. So over here, reserved seats, square bracket, next record, which we know will be the word record and a 5 for the first time around. That'll be a 5. So it'll say record 5 equals curly braces. And then what are we going to put in here? Well, we need to sort of keep working on the same structure that we have here. So I need the seat with the seat number, and then I need the owner with the owner name. So down here, I'm going to add seat, colon, and the value of the seat, which is this seat, right? That makes sense. This seat, because that got passed in here, so we're adding that. And then we need to add another object. And this object is going to consist of first name. What did I call it actually? I called it owner. I did that wrong. Fix that. It's owner. And that's an object that has fname, which is going to be fname, that variable up there that we created, fname. I can put spaces here actually. And then a comma, lname, which is lname. So that's going to set those variables for this record number 5. So that puts those in, and that's great. And then all we need to do is increment the counter so that for each seat, the counter gets incremented up and incremented into the correct place. So for the next record in the array. So after this thing has been all built, I'm going to do counter ++. And that should put them into the object. And look, this thing added the spaces back in as soon as I saved it. That's fine. Okay, great. I think that should work. Let's test it. Over here, actually, before I test it, down here, I'm going to just do a console log. That shows reserved seats so that we can see that they're actually going in there when this process reservation happens. So let's see if that works. I'm going to come over here and refresh the page. And now if I click some seats, I'm going to turn on the inspector here so I can see what happens down here at the bottom of the page. I'm getting these arrays because I've clicked these seats. I have another console log in there doing that, if you'll remember. But that's okay. So if I click reserve seats and put it in Bob Smith, or whatever name you want, and click confirm reservation, you can see now I have all of these additional records in here with the owner Bob Smith and seat B24 for each of these new records. So it is actually working, and it's adding those seats into that object up at the top of the page when I submit the form. So that's great. Next, we'll just do a little bit of cleanup that we need to do in order to get everything back to the same state it was before we reserve some seats, in case we want to reserve some more seats. So it's always a good idea to return things to the same state that they were in originally. So what I need to do first is set that confirm form back to style display none, because after I reserved my seats, you can see it stayed open. So that's kind of silly. We don't want it to stay open. So we want to set that back to display none. We need to empty out the selected seats array just by setting it back to an empty array, and that'll just remove anything that's in it. And then it's probably a good idea to run the manage confirm form function again, just in case somebody just clicks the button to reserve seats after having not selected any new seats. So we can run that function again. So let's go ahead and add this into our process reservation function here. I'm going to put it just before this console log. I'm going to leave that in because I think it is helpful to see that sort of coming up there. But I'm just going to set document dot get element by ID, and the ID that I want is this entire res form here. I want to set that back to style.display equals none, so that it closes it, gets it out of the way. And then we're also going to empty out this variable up here, the selected seats variable. I'm going to empty that out so it's back to none. So I'm going to just set that back so it's empty. Selected seats is empty, so that's great. And then we're going to run the manage confirm form function one more time, just in case somebody tries to go and reserve some more seats. So that kind of cleans everything out and puts it back to the default. Let's go over and test it really quickly. So again, I'm going to just pick some seats. We'll pick these front row, nice and available. And you can see they're going into my array. So that's great. I'm going to click reserve seats. And I can put in a name, Jose Garcia, and click confirm reservation. And you can see I get my records. If I go in here, you can see that it reserved these new records and everything is going in and it's working perfectly fine. That's cool. Great. Now you'll notice there's one more minor thing that we need to fix. And that is after having reserved these seats, I can still come over here and click on these seats again. So if I close this up, I can click and add these seats again. They're supposed to be already reserved, but they're getting added again. And the reason for that is because when the page loaded, these seats were available. So they had the class of A. So they had the event listener attached to them. Now, when we reserved them, we did not remove the event listener from these seats. So we need to do one last thing to kind of fix that potential bug, because we don't want two groups of people to reserve the same set of seats. So how do we fix this last issue? And again, it's because of the way the event listeners were attached when the page was loaded. And there's probably a couple ways of doing this. I'll show you my solution for it, which is to go back to the selected seat process function and wrap the entire guts of it inside of an if statement that's checking to make sure that the class list contains R. If the class, because remember we're changing the class from A to S and then to R. I'm making sure it does not contain R. So you'll notice the exclamation point. So I'm going to make sure it does not contain R. Or you could make sure that it contains A. But I'm checking to make sure it does not contain R. And I want to go through and do that. I don't want to do the A one because it's possible, because as we're going through and selecting them, they're going to get changed to S. So it would be either, if it contains A or S, it would be fine. But it's kind of more convenient to just check to see if it does not contain the class of R for reserved. So if we just add this if statement in the selection process, it'll all get fixed up. So let's go over and do that. So that's up here in this function. Seat selection process, this seat here. So I'm going to put an if statement right here up at the top. If, like so, and all of this stuff is going to go inside of that if statement. Like that. And we're checking if not, remember the logical operator not is an exclamation point. If not, document dot get element by ID this seat if it does not have class list dot contains R. If that's not true, then we can do this. So let's save that. So document get element by ID this seat class list. If it does not contain R, then we're good to go ahead and add it to the array or take it out of the array as necessary. Okay, so that should be all that we need in order to fix this. Let's just Get rid of that extra space down there. We get rid of an extra space here. Get rid of an extra space here. Let's go ahead over here and refresh this and try it again. Reserve seats. Jose Garcia. Confirm my reservation. Those seats are reserved, and you'll notice now I can't click on them. I can click on them, but it doesn't add them to the array. The only thing that adds to the array is if I click on other seats. So if I want to go in and reserve some more, I can do that. And everything's getting set back to its original state. So there's a lot of pieces to this project. There's a lot to think about, but in the end, you end up with a nice little application for reserving seats. And just in summary here, we've created a small web application that does something very simple, but it's got some pieces to it. And we were very finicky about the language along the way to make sure that it's clear to the user and that they can't make mistakes while they're reserving their seats. Great job. Now that the project is finished and it's all working properly, there are just a few minor things that we could do to clean up the code and make it a little bit better in the end. And it's always good to go back through your code and make sure you understand everything. You could add some comments in if they make sense to sort of mark things that you want to make sure you remember later, or do other such things. Here, looking at the code, we have our reserved seats at the top, which represents data that might come in from the database. And then we have our function that will generate the interface itself and make the rows. And so we have that function, and then we run that function 3 times to fill in our 3 different sections of our seating areas. Then we've got a closure, an immediately invoked function expression that closes in this little piece of code here that's going into that object at the top of the page and reserving those seats. We could, if we wanted to, wrap these 2 functions together because we've got another immediately invoked function right after that. And you really could kind of remove these 3 lines right here if you wanted to and just have this all together. That wouldn't be terrible. In fact, we might do such a thing here. So that we're removing the bottom of that one and the beginning of the next one, so this top one here now ends down here at the very bottom of the page, very bottom of the file here. Get rid of some extra spaces there. Just minor things to kind of clean up and make your code clearer. It's always good to go through and do this kind of thing. You might want to move these variables up to the top. It's always a good idea to put variables right at the top of your script. And then to change them from var to either let or const. This one needs to be let because we're resetting this variable down at the bottom. You could leave it const if you were just going to add and remove elements into the array. And you could do that. That could be const. But down at the bottom of the page in the function for processing the reservation, we're setting this thing back to an empty variable. And so if we use const up there, then when we go to do this, it will actually fail because you can't change a variable in that way if you assign it with const. So we need let there, but this could be const for sure. And then, I don't know if there are any other places where I used var. I don't think there were, but they might come up. And then the other thing to do is to look for places where you could, and if you didn't do this before, you might want to do it now, where you could replace functions with arrow functions like this. It doesn't really matter. You can leave it with function if you want, but there may be some places where if you didn't do it already when we were going through it, where you might actually come in and change these to arrow functions and just kind of clean it up a little bit further and get rid of some of these spaces here. There we go. So we've got a event handler there. Same thing down here. We could actually just copy that and put the same thing here. So that kind of cleans those up a little bit. Go through and look for any other places where I might have used var or where you could do this kind of thing. But looking at our code again, so we have this for each is going to go through the seats. Oh, here's another place where we could do this. So we could actually put the arrow function in here and get rid of the word function, and then get rid of the seat here, the parentheses here, like so. That cleans that up. I already have the arrow function there. So you might find some other ones here. But just going through our code again, we made our rows. We go into our variable here and get that and get the information out of the reserved seats object up there and set those properly on our interface. And then we've got we're sort of looping through all of our seats and adding an event listener. Maybe clean that up a little bit, which is running seat selection process. Our seat selection process allows us to add seats or remove seats from the array, update it a little bit to allow us to disallow us to further click on seats that have already been reserved. We are running this console log down here as we put seats in the array, so that's worth mentioning. And then we've got some event handlers here for when we click on the form element thing that'll open and close the form. And then we've got our manage confirm function, manage confirm form, which will handle whether or not which aspects of the form are actually displaying at any given time and how information in that form is displayed. And it's kind of a long function, but it handles a lot of that sort of visual interface stuff. Down here again, we have another place where we could put in a arrow function. So that's kind of cleaned up a little bit. And down here again, we have another one. It's just good to go in and clean these things up. So we've got the event there. So that looks good. Coming on down here. So now that's the event handler for the confirm reservation process. Okay, great. We could group all these event handlers together in one part of the script. That might be a way of cleaning things up a little bit. And then we've got the process reservation function at the very end here, where we're getting those records off of the database and then adding new ones in. And here's another place where we could change that to a arrow function if we wanted to. And again, you might have done some of this as we were going through initially, but it's always a good idea to kind of go through and do it. And then finally, we have the final console log that's showing the reserved seats. So that's our entire script. It's a big project, and it's always good to go through and add in whatever notes you want to add in and make sure everything is nice and clean and organized for later. Also, I have another style sheet that you can drop in if you want to get the actual seats. You can actually drop the style sheet in. And that style sheet just has some slightly different styles that are making use of the SVG files here of the different chairs that I had created. So if you want to drop that in, that kind of makes the front end look a little bit nicer. But yeah, we've done the entire project now, and it's looking really good. And in summary, you have a nice, small little web application that doesn't have an actual database, but is manipulating getting data from a database, or simulating getting data from a database, and displaying it within the application. And you're allowed to update that information and save it back to that object, which I think is pretty neat. There are a lot of ways you could take this project and expand on it or do more with it if you wanted to. Hello, and welcome to our fourth module for our fourth course on JavaScript. This is our final module, and in this module, we're going to look at some really great new features that we haven't looked at before. Specifically, we're going to look at asynchronous JavaScript and how that can be used for web projects and bringing in data from external sources and doing all kinds of really cool stuff. I think you're going to get a lot out of it. It's really fun, and I look forward to doing this material with you. So let's get started. Asynchronous JavaScript. Let's look at a cooking analogy. Suppose you're cooking breakfast. You put the pan on the stove to heat up, and then you put bread in the toaster. You don't sit and watch the toaster until the toast is done. Instead, while the bread is toasting, you put eggs in the frying pan, and then while the eggs are frying, you pour a glass of orange juice. You have multiple tasks going at once, each completing in their own time. Back to our cooking analogy, there's only one cook in the kitchen. The cook has one pair of hands and can do only one thing at a time. And JavaScript is single-threaded, meaning that the JavaScript engine is the same way. It can only do one thing at a time. However, that does not mean that it can't start a task, leave it to do its thing, and then come back and handle it when it's done. When the bread went into the toaster, and then the toaster bell will ring when the bread is done. So then we know that we need to handle that and do the next thing with the toast. AJAX is a term that was coined back in 2005. And it was developed to describe a group of technologies that come together to make doing tasks asynchronously with JavaScript possible. Meaning you can have JavaScript go off and do one task, and while it's waiting for that to return, you could do another task. It was not a new technology in itself, nor is AJAX an acronym, but it is short for asynchronous JavaScript and XML. XML is a common language for describing and structuring data, but in fact, AJAX can work with data structured in other ways other than XML. And by the way, this is a photo of my dog, whose name is also AJAX. Early on, AJAX relied heavily on the XML HTTP request API to asynchronously get data from a server or send data to a server, meaning it's happening in the background. You can interact with the rest of the page while AJAX is doing its thing. This API was first supported by Internet Explorer 5, and then it was widely supported by other browsers. Google Maps is an example of asynchronous JavaScript at work. So when you're on Google Maps, and here we are in Davis, you can drag the map around and it will load tiles for new portions of the map as it needs to. Now, my internet connection here is fast enough that I can't really see these tiles coming in. But you may have seen it if you're in your car or in a lower data place and you go to drag it. Sometimes you'll see the tiles actually coming into the page as the page loads. And that's all happening asynchronously. In the old days, with the old versions of web map software, you'd have an arrow on the top. If you wanted to go up, you'd click the arrow, and then the entire page would reload with the map up the next section. But that created not as nice a user interface. It was much more difficult to follow exactly what was going on and where you were in relation with that refreshing of the page. Let's set up some examples so we can see how this asynchronous JavaScript works. The hallmark of an asynchronous asynchronous task is that JavaScript doesn't know how long that task is going to take to complete. While we, as users, are waiting for that task to complete, we should not be blocked from doing other things on the web page or the web application. I created a file that randomly takes between 5 and 30 seconds to process, and I put it on my server. It's a simple PHP file, and we can see over here, and this isn't a PHP class, but I'm setting a time zone, I'm setting a time requested, which this will generate a date object with month and day and all that kind of stuff here. Then I'm using a random number generator to generate a number between 5 and 30, which is going to represent seconds, and I put that in sleep time. And then PHP has a function called sleep, which will just make it wait for a period of time. So it's going to wait between 5 and 30 seconds. I could have put the rand 530 in here, but I wanted to make it clearer that this is sleeping however amount of time that is. And then I set another variable with the time that it was processed. And then I print these out. Div class server data. I'm doing an H2 sleep time and the number of seconds that it was set to sleep inside the H2. And then I'm just printing out the time it was requested and then the time it was actually processed. And you can go to this web page on your server here. We can actually go to this CPE-web assignments ucdavis.edu/remote data/index.php. So if we do that, then you'll see what will happen is if I put in this URL, this thing is going to spin for the number of seconds that that thing has been set to sleep. And it could be 5 seconds, it could be 10 seconds, it could be up to 30 seconds long that we're waiting for this page to load because PHP is set to go. And it actually waited 18 seconds there. And I can see the date requested, 8:45 a.m. with 34 seconds. And then 18 seconds later, you can see 8:45 at 52 seconds, it was actually processed. Now, if we work locally with JavaScript, we won't have to wait for this to load. We can have the JavaScript page, we can have an HTML page using some JavaScript waiting for that to happen and then return the data to us when it actually does. So let's try and play around with that in the next video. In the last video, we looked at a file that takes between 5 and 30 seconds to process. And each time you refresh the page, it could take a different amount of time. This time it took 29 seconds. One last thing I want to quickly show you before we move on from this file is that if you view the page source, is that it's not an entire HTML file, it's just a div. So we could take this and include this data in another web page if we wanted to, because it's not an entire web page. It's just part of a web page. So that's kind of an important thing to understand about the way this file is constructed. The other thing I want to make really clear is that if you load this page up directly, you have to sit and wait for the browser to finish waiting out this timer, however long the timer is. And 20 seconds is an interminable length when you're sitting and waiting and just looking at a blank page. If you go to the start files for this lesson and open them up in your code editor, let's take a look at example 1. And over here, I have example 1 displaying here. It's not going to work yet because we need to add some JavaScript to this first. But this is example 1, and we're going to just look at the XML HTTP request JavaScript object that will allow us to get this data asynchronously using old-fashioned JavaScript to do that. And so yeah, we're going to use the XML HTTP request to get data. This is a very simple task. It has 2 parts: get the data and use the requested data. The open method uses the get HTTP method and the URL to get the data from the URL. The true flag indicates that it should do so asynchronously. So that's what's going on down here. We're going to have to put this into our code over here. So if you come down the page here, we need to add that in here. I'm going to start by adding two variables here. I'm going to close my Explorer so that doesn't wrap around. And I can see here I've got a variable for REQ, which is going to be a new XML HTTP request object. It's a mouthful, but that's what that is. It's a new XML HTTP request object. And then I've got a variable for the URL, and this URL is the one that is the PHP file that we're looking at on the server, the piece of a web page. It's just that div that takes a while to load. So that's where we're going to go request some data from. Then the XML HTTP request object has a method called onReadyStateChange, so that this is going to happen when the data is ready. Once it's got some data, it's going to run this function. And it's going to run a function called useResponse. And we're going to pass in that request object when the data is ready. We'll be adding this function down here. Here's the useResponse function, and we'll fill that one out in a minute so we can actually see what that does. But this is the asynchronous bit, because this is the part that's waiting for something to change, waiting for us to get the data. All right, so let's go ahead and add these two pieces here. And the XML HTTP request object has an open method that allows you to say what method in which you want to get that data. And what kind of data are you going to send? Well, we're sending the URL. That's the data we're getting. And true means do it asynchronously. And then we're also setting the send method to null. We're not sending anything back to the server in this case. We're just getting the data from the server, and that's it. So that's all we need to do with this function for get data, because this goes and gets the data, waits until the data is ready, and then runs this function called useResponse that will allow us to use that data. Let's take a look at that function next. In the last video, we built the function that allows us to get the data. Now we need to be able to use the data that comes back. So we're going to have this useResponse function that's going to check the ready state. Let's go ahead and build up this function a little bit. Here's the stub for our useResponse function here. We can add an if statement in here. We're checking the status of our, again, this is our XHTML request object here. We're checking its ready state to see if it's 4. And if the ready state is 4, we're going to do something else. If it's not a 4 yet, while we're waiting for a 4, I've got a little image in my files over here. It's just this little spinner. It's just an animated GIF of a spinner that we're going to go ahead and just put on the page. We're going to set that remote data, that getElementById remote data, which is down here. It's an empty div at the moment. We're going to put a little rotating spinner in there while we're waiting it to be a 4. Now, if we come back over here and look at this, the ready state is either a 0, meaning it's been unsent, a 1, it's been opened, a 2, the headers are received, 3, it's loading, or 4, it's done. We have the data, the operation is complete. So we're looking for it to be complete. And then if you come back over here and we come back up here and look at this again, onReadyStateChange, useResponse request. So this is going to go from a 0 to a 1. It's going to go through each of these numbers, but it's only until it gets to 4 that we're actually going to do something. And while it's going through the other things, while we're waiting for it, we're going to show that spinner, if that makes sense. So remember, the page is set automatically to make us wait at least 5 seconds, maybe as many as 30 seconds. Once we have that 4 and the operation is complete, then we can check the status to see if it's 200. And if it is, then the XHTML HTTP request object has a property called response text. And this will actually be our div that we get back from the page. That's the actual data. And we're going to go ahead and put that using inner HTML into remote data. So the spinner GIF that was there is going to be replaced with the actual div. Now, what does status 200 mean? It means it's okay. It means that it completed the task, it got the page, and it's all okay. We don't usually see status 200 when we go to websites, but every time you go to a web page, the server is sending back to the browser a status of 200 saying, okay, I got your page for you. It's done. Here it is. If you don't get the page, if there was some sort of, if you requested a URL that didn't exist, you'll get a 404. And sometimes you see those statuses. You'll get a page that says 404 not found. Or sometimes if there's a server error, you'll get something like a status 500. So there are different status numbers to indicate what happened with that request. And 200 you never see, but it happens every time you request something and you get it and it's fine. So we're looking for that status 200. And then if we can, we're gonna, if that comes up, that's great. That means we've got our text from our page and we can go ahead and put it on our page. That should be all good. We can save this. And then I should be able to come and test out my example here. And while it's running, we can click the Get Data button. And while we're waiting for that data, however long it's going to take, we can interact with the page. We can change the background color, we can change the font. We're not being prevented from doing these other actions on the page while this thing is going and getting this data. And that's asynchronous. jQuery to the rescue. Working with the XML HTTP request API directly was always cumbersome, kind of like the name. But it became popular in the early 2010s to use a library like jQuery to smooth out the experience. And there are other libraries that have been dedicated specifically to working with the XML HTTP request API and smoothing it out. But all of these libraries are really just using that XML HTTP request API. It's just they've kind of tucked it away and hidden away and made it a little bit easier to use. So let's take a look at example 2, because example 2 will use jQuery to do the same thing that we did in example 1. Here I am in my code editor looking at the example 2 file in my examples over here. I've just got the Explorer closed so it doesn't take up room on the screen. And here we've got example 2, and it's using the jQuery version here. And down here I've got the exact same div remote data that's empty that we're going to load our data into when we have it. And then down here I have a script with a click handler that's looking for a click. It's going to run this anonymous function, and we can actually add our jQuery in here. And the first thing I'm going to do is go and get that remote data div and stick the spinner in there. So the spinner goes in there no matter what. And then we're going to add our AJAX method to go and get the data from the server. And that looks like this. $.AJAX. Okay, so this is the AJAX method in jQuery. And remember, the $sign is just short for jQuery. So this is just really the same as jQuery.AJAX. jQuery do your AJAX method. So it looks a little weird because of the $ and then dot, but it's the jQuery method AJAX. And then we're going to pass in an object here. And in the object, we're going to put a few members of this object. The URL, which is the exact same URL we were using before, and cache false. So that means get it every time, don't let it get cached. So that's going to go out to this URL and get that data, and then we're going to chain a method at the end called done that's going to run when this thing has successfully completed. When it's done, we're going to run an anonymous function that's going to run when it's done. We're going to pass into this function the data that comes back from this request. And what do we do with that data? We're going to basically do this. I'm just going to copy that and stick it down here. But instead of sticking in the spinner, we're going to stick in the data. So that will be our div that we're getting from our page. And that's it. That's all we really need to do with jQuery. So jQuery the syntax is a little bit simpler. It's a little bit more straightforward, a little bit easier to use. The XML HTTP request thing is not such a mouthful. We can just use AJAX, which is kind of nice. Let's see if it works. Here I am on the example 2 page, and I can click get data, and I've got my spinner, so it's gotten that. And this is just an animated GIF. It's not any kind of fancy animation or anything, but it's just an animated GIF. So it's running that while it's going off to the server and waiting for that server to process that request, which will take between 5 and 30 seconds. And it took 16 seconds. The other thing is that while this is doing this, we're not blocked from doing other things. So I can change the background color. I could change the font on the page. That's what the rest of that JavaScript was on the example file over there. I didn't really talk about that, but that's stuff that we've done before. So we can change these things. It'll run those click handlers while it's waiting for this to come back. And that's just sort of put on hold. It's just waiting for that to get its response and waiting for it to get to that 4 level and the 200 status so that it's done and can be displayed on the page. And then we're just getting that div and filling it in. If you were to view page source here, you would see nothing. This is empty here. But if I were to inspect, you would see, if I drill down here in my HTML, you'll see this remote data div has now got a div class server data in it that's come over from the server that AJAX appended to the page there for however long it was going to take for it to complete. And that's really pretty cool. We have the old XHTML HTTP request API, and it still works, and you can use it. And it's a little bit cumbersome to use in plain vanilla JavaScript, but it's certainly doable. And then on top of that, there are libraries like jQuery and other libraries that also make use of that API to do asynchronous requests for JavaScript. However, the JavaScript world is moving on, and the fetch API and promises is the future for asynchronous work with JavaScript. The ES6 or ES 2015 specification included promises, which work with the newer and more robust fetch API. The fetch API was designed to replace the old cumbersome XHTML HTTP request API. When you fetch a resource, it always returns a promise. A promise is resolved and is always in one of 3 states: pending, fulfilled, or rejected. Promises use the then method to handle data when the promise is fulfilled. So we'll take a look at example 3 in the next slide. Before we do, I recommend going over to the MDN and looking up promises and the fetch API and reading up about it. It's kind of techy and a little bit more complicated than what you'll get from this lesson, but I think for more in-depth understanding, it's really helpful to know more about these APIs and how they actually are designed to work, and get into it a little bit more deeply than what I will show here. If you look at the code for example 3, you'll notice it looks very similar to what we had before, except now we're going to use fetch and promises to do the same thing. We've got the button to load the data. We've got an empty div for the remote data when it comes in. And down here, I've got an event listener listening for a click when you click that button, load data, and then it's going to run this function, get data here. And this is where we're going to add our code. Down here we have our methods for switching the fonts and the colors that we had before. So there's nothing fancy going on there. But this is the function that's going to get the data. And so let's go ahead and add some stuff in here. First, we're going to do exactly the same thing that we did in the jQuery version of the project, where we just go and get this element by ID and set its inner HTML to this spinner GIF. And then we're going to make a variable called, and I'm going to just call it fetch promise. You could call this variable anything you want, but it's using this new fetch API, and I just give it the URL, which is the same URL we've been using all along, and that's going to go and get the data and stick it into this fetch promise thing here, into this variable. Or this variable is going to actually hold this whole fetch API and its results and all that stuff. It's going to be inside fetch promise. And this is going to be a promise. This is actually going to be a promise because we're using fetch, and fetch gives us a promise, and a promise is either resolved or not resolved. And it's either successful or it fails when it gets resolved. Okay, so we've got all of that. And honestly, if this promise thing seems a little vague to you, we could console.log out fetch promise to see what's actually in there. So let's just do that just to see for a second what's going on over here. So over here, if I go to example 3, I'm going to inspect and turn on my, I'm going to move this so that it's on the right side there. Maybe make it a little bit wider and go to my console. And then when I click get data, I may have to refresh here. Get data. You can see that I've got a promise and it's pending. I don't know what's going to happen with it yet, but that thing is a promise. And the state is pending. So that's kind of what is going to be held by that variable at this point in time. Great, now that I know what that does, I can take this thing out. I don't really need it. But it's fetch promise holds a promise. And I need to do something when that promise is either rejected or when it fails or when it's completed. So I'm going to use fetch promise .then. And I'm going to chain this then method on here, which is going to handle what happens when the fetch promise completes. I'm going to pass into this a function. Just a normal function, function with curly braces like so, like that. This function is going to get the text that when the promise is resolved and then put it back into this inner HTML for remote data. And we'll do that in the next video. In the last video, we started setting up our getData function to asynchronously get the data from our server. We have our spinner on the page. We've gone and fetched the remote URL, and then we've taken that variable that has that promise in it, and we have used the then method to run a function. And in this function, we're going to pass in a response object. And this response object is going to get resolved to hold the information that we need to get back. And I can see that if I console log in here, response.text. So let's just see what this does really quickly, just to see what this response thing has in it. So I'm going to come back to my example 3 here, refresh the page, and if I click get data, you'll see that it appears to be doing nothing until I actually get some response from it. Hopefully that will take not 30 seconds in this case, but we shall see. Okay, you can see that it finished, and I have promise pending here. And then if I open that up, it says, oh, look at that, promise state fulfilled. And then in here, the promise, I've got an object called promise result that has my div class server data, has the data coming in from the actual server. So that's what's being held in that object. The response object is holding these things about the promise itself, including the actual data. So that's working. So we know that response text has our actual data in it. So we could take that out of here. I'm just going to comment that out because I don't really need that. But I can take that and I can say I'm going to chain another then on here that's going to run. And in here is yet another anonymous function that's going to go function like so. And I'm going to pass into this function the actual text of this response here, the response text. I'm going to pass that in, and then in here inside these curly braces, I can just go to my document, get element by ID remote data, and put the text on the page. Whew, that's kind of a long one, but let's go over and test it out and see if it works. If I come over here to my page and click refresh, and then if I click get data, actually I'm going to turn off my inspector here. Click get data, and you can see it's running. My spinner got loaded. It's doing its thing. And it's going and trying to fulfill that promise. While it's doing that, I'm not blocked from doing anything. I can change the font on my page. I can change the background color and do all that stuff. And it took 14 seconds to complete and go and get that data. And then when it returned it, it put it in the page. Now, if this then chaining thing seems kind of complicated, it is. And we've got a solution for that we'll look at next. But what we have here is actually not that different than what we did with the jQuery version. It's a little bit different, but it's not that different. We put the spinner on the page. We go, instead of using the jQuery AJAX API, we've got the fetch API, and we're passing in the link that we're going to. And that gets put in a promise, and when that thing is resolved, then we can do something with it. And it really is fairly simple. It just feels a little bit complicated because we've got two of these then statements that we're chaining in here to kind of figure out how this is all going to work with two anonymous functions. And we're going to take a look at a way of making that a little bit simpler in the next example. Async and await. The async and await keywords were added to JavaScript with the ES 2017 version as a way of making it easier to work with the fetch API and promises. Because of all that chaining of the then stuff, it just got to be kind of complicated. So here you can see we have a function here, but it's got this async keyword in front of it. And then we have an await down here that will help us with the async function. So let's go ahead and take a look at how this works and take a look at this example. If you come over to our code editor, here I have example 4, and most of the page is not changed. I still have a button for load data. I still have a div for that remote data when it comes in. This is where we're going to do our work in here. And then down here, I've got the buttons for handling the color change and the change of font, just so we can click on those and see what happens with that stuff. Here we're going to add some code for our async thing. Now, notice I've got the async keyword before function here. It's a keyword that allows JavaScript to know that this function is going to run asynchronously. Let's start adding to this. First, as before, all we're doing is sticking our image with our spinner on the page. No big deal. Then I have a variable fetch promise, same variable as before. And the difference here is I'm putting await before the word fetch. The only time you can use the await keyword is on a function that has async in front of it. So these two things have to go together. If I were to remove async from here, the await would not work. So this is going to just wait for this thing to return its data. And then I'm going to set up a variable here, my content, and it's awaiting for that fetch promise text. So this is just going to wait for that fetch promise text to come back. And I can, again, use this await keyword because this is an asynchronous function. The text method here is going to return the actual text that comes back from this URL. So content is going to hold the actual text once the promise has been successfully completed. And we're still working with promises. It's just that we're using async and await rather than the then method for accessing that content. So now I can just take content and I can just put it inside my inner HTML. And that's all there is to it. So this is 4 lines of code, really. That's not so bad. That's actually fairly simple. 4 lines of code. Let's save it and test it and see if it works. If I come over here, I'm going to refresh this page. If I click Get Data, I've got my spinner. It's going to take between 5 and 30 seconds for that to complete. While that's going, my page is not blocked because JavaScript has sort of put it to the side. It's waiting for it to end, and I can change the color, I can change the font, and do all that stuff. If we go back to the kitchen metaphor, I could be, while my eggs are cooking, I can be pouring my glass of orange juice. And however long that takes, it takes. And when it's done, it says, okay, I'm done. And it returns 22 seconds and says that's what it actually finished. And that's how long it took to actually complete that one in that case. If I were to get data again, it would take a different amount of time, between 5 and 30 seconds. But the page is not blocked, which is really pretty cool. I recommend looking up async and await on the NDN and reading about them there. Plus, there's tons of articles about this stuff around the web because everybody's trying to wrap their head around these new techniques. And ultimately, the really difficult thing about async and await is that it's easy to forget that you're working with asynchronous methods and to try to work with them in a synchronous way, the way we normally do, where things just happen one after another, and to forget to put in await or forget to put async up here. It's really easy to forget to do that because it looks like normal procedural JavaScript, but it's not. It's asynchronous JavaScript. And that's really the hardest part. You know, when you look at this thing, it's not that complicated. Come back to our file here. We go and we put our spinner on the page. We go and fetch our remote URL, and we take that fetch promise text. We're waiting for it to come in. When it comes in, we're putting in content. When we get that content, we're putting it on the page. Pretty straightforward. Working with JSON data. In the first 4 examples, the PHP file just outputs some text that happens to be in the HTML format. So you can grab that HTML and just stick it on the page, no big deal. It's much more often that when you're getting data from a server, from a remote service, it will come in a standard form for transmitting data. The 2 most common formats for structured data are XML and JSON. XML is older, it has the advantage of including descriptive markup, but it's also heavier. JSON has become very popular and it looks very similar to the object syntax you're already familiar with. We've seen these images in a previous lesson, but it's important to include them here as well. This is what XML looks like. And you can tell by looking at it that it looks like HTML. And in fact, HTML is a subset of XML. But in XML, you can create any tag you want. You're not stuck with a specific set of tags like you are in HTML. You can use whatever tag you want as long as it opens and closes. But and it has that advantage of really creating structure for your data that you can see. But there's a lot of extra characters in there. If we look at the same thing in JSON, it's much simpler. So on the left, we have JSON, JavaScript object notation. And on the right, we have a JavaScript object, the exact same data in a JavaScript object. And again, we already looked at this when we looked at the lesson on objects. But here, we can see that the data is much simpler. There's a lot fewer characters involved. But it also doesn't have quite the descriptive layer to it that XML has. But this has become very popular. I have an update to the PHP file that we've been using. The previous file doesn't output anything other than just some HTML. But this one instead outputs data in a JSON format. And you can see over here that this part's the same, this part's the same, all of this is the same. We've got the only thing that's different here is I've got a object that I'm sort of building up here called my data, which has these elements in it. And then I'm making a variable called my JSON, and I'm running this JSON encode on my data, which will encode this and then echo out, print out my JSON. So this file simply outputs JSON data. Let's try it and see what happens. So if I go to a new tab here, I can paste in the URL for this. It's the same URL as before, except index.php, it's data.php. And I'm going to press enter here. And this is going to take between 5 and 30 seconds to process while we're waiting for JSON to come through and get displayed on the page. But in the end, after however long it takes for it to do that, what we get is a string of JSON data. It's the exact same data that we got before in HTML, except now it's in JSON format. And we can take that and parse that in our JavaScript. So let's take a look at example 5, where we get to actually work with the JSON data here. In example 5, our function's going to change just a little bit. It's going to be very similar to 4, except it's going to change just a little bit here. You can see that our example 5 HTML file looks very similar to what we had before. I still have my button, I still have my empty div, and down here I'm still adding a click handler to my load data button that runs the get data method here. Now down here I've got an extra function that's going to pass in a parameter here that's going to actually construct the HTML for the page. Because before we were actually getting HTML from the server. Now we're getting just data from the server, and we need to construct the HTML ourselves from that data. So we've got all this together. So the first couple steps of this are the same as what we've done before. We're still going to put our spinner on the page, and then we're still going to have a variable for fetch promise that's going to go get the data. The one thing that's different here is that instead of index.php, we're now going to data.php, which is our page that's going to generate just some data instead of just HTML. So we've got those two pieces. For this example, we're not using async and await. We're going to use the then method to get the promises and handle them as they resolve, as we did not in example 4, but like we did in example 3. So you can see how we're doing the same thing that we did in example 3 with fetch and the then method to process this data. But we'll pick that up in the next video so you can continue on with working out this function here. In the previous video, we started building out our function that's going to get our data, our JSON data, and work with it. So as before, as we did in example 3, I'm going to take this fetch promise and I'm going to chain a then method to it to see what's going on. And as before, I'm going to pass in an anonymous function here that's going to run. And in that function, I'm going to pass in the response object, because that response object is going to contain the response for what happens when this thing comes through. When the response comes back, the response is going to come back as JSON. So instead of text, we're getting JSON back from this response. Once I've got that response back, I'm going to chain another then method on this, here on this JSON response, and again pass in an anonymous function that's going to get passed in here. That function's going to get passed into it some data that came back from this JSON data here, and then we're going to go ahead and just take that inner HTML and run this output data. So output HTML data, we need to build out this function down here because data is just JSON. It's just data. So we don't want to stick just data on the, we don't want JSON showing up on the page. We want to actually take that data and put it in some HTML elements and display the HTML elements on the page. How do we do that? Well, this data is just data, so I can actually construct some HTML. So I have just a variable here called HTML, and in it, I'm using my tick marks. Don't forget the tick marks. And I'm just setting up a div with a class set to server data. That div closes down here at the end. And then I can access the elements in this data, data.sleeptime, data.time requested, and data.time processed, and I can just put them inside of elements. So we can go ahead and create the same HTML that we had in examples 1 through 4. And then it just returns that HTML, and we're taking that returned HTML and just putting it on the page here. So this thing becomes the HTML, and it gets put into the inner HTML. So down here, I'm just going to add this, and I'm just going to paste it in. You're going to have to type it, but I figure it's not really worth watching me type it because it's just a variable that's holding a string, and it's a string template here, and that it's got the tick marks. So you got to make sure you get your HTML right and type this all correctly. But these are just variables, data.sleeptime, data.time requested, and data.time processed is the data that we're getting from our form. Okay, great. So let's give this a try real quick. This should actually work. If I come back to my browser up here, I'm looking at example 4. I'm going to change that to example 5.html. Here I am on example 5. If I click get data, I'm getting my spinner. It's doing its spinny thing while it's waiting for the data. I can do things like change the font and the background color, so it's not blocking anything, same as before. And this time it took 10 seconds to complete. So that's really pretty awesome. So you can use the you can use the fetch and the promises with JSON data, which is really just generating a string of data. And most of the time, if you're working with an external service, they're going to be giving back data in some sort of standard format. And JSON is the most popular format out there these days. Insert. As you probably guessed, we can use async and await with JSON as well. There wouldn't be much use without it because most of our data is coming in a JSON format anyway, so we need to be able to use async and await. And you can see here that this updated version of the getData function is still only 4 lines long. And the only things that have really changed is that this is now data instead of index.php. Down here, I've got a const data that's getting the fetch promise here and getting JSON, and we're using await. We're using await there. That's the same as before. And then when that comes back, we're just taking that data and running it into the output HTML function here. We're passing in data here now. And but this function has not changed at all. It's really the exact same thing as it was before. So that's pretty cool. Let's go ahead and get this in place because we want to test it and make sure it all works. We have our async function with the async keyword in front of it. And then we're going to paste in, I'm pasting it in. You're going to have to type it. Document get element by ID remote data, inner HTML. You can copy this from one of the other files because it hasn't changed. It's the exact same thing. This hasn't changed. The only thing that's different here is that now I have await in front of fetch, but it's going and getting the data.php file that we need. Then, as before, we've got a variable called data. I've changed the name to data now instead of text because it's data, but it could be anything. You can call this variable whatever you want. But I'm awaiting that fetch promise, the JSON to come back from this fetch promise here. I'm waiting for it to come back. When it does, this will have something in it, and then I can just put it on the page, output data. Down here, I've got my output data function, but this function is exactly the same as before. I can go to example 5 here and just copy all of this from here and paste it in there. It's not any different than it was before at all. So I can just put that in, and that should just work. So if I come back to my web browser here and pull up example 6 instead, and notice I'm just using these files from my desktop. They're just here on my desktop. I don't have to do anything fancy. I don't need to be running PHP or anything like that because the PHP is all happening on the server. If you wanted to run the PHP file that goes with this, you would need a server to run it on. But you might as well just run it from our server here, the CP-web assignment server, so you can see what it does. All right, so let's see if it works. Let's see if I did that right. I'm getting my spinner, and it's running for however long that it needs to run. And I can change the background color. I can change the font so it's not blocking anything. Sometimes you'll hear JavaScript as described as non-blocking. And this is what they're talking about, is that we can use asynchronous functions to go off and do something, and JavaScript will just put it aside and wait for it until it comes back. And meanwhile, we can do other things, just like in our kitchen metaphor there. So we can do that, and it took 29 seconds, almost the total length of time available for it to come back and finish and fill this thing out. But it's working great, and that's really cool. Summary. That gives you an overview of the various ways to asynchronously handle tasks with JavaScript. It's important to note that error handling has not been included in any of these examples, and it would be important to include in any real-world projects. And we'll look at how to do that in a future assignment. Also, returning to the cooking analogy, we're not doing much more here than watching the toaster toast bread. The asynchronous functions become a lot more interesting when they start to pile up and your program is doing multiple things at once, like having many pans on the stove. Okay, great. I'll see you in the next lesson. JavaScript event loop. The concurrency model in the event loop in JavaScript is different from what you would see in other languages like C or Java. Now that you're working with some asynchronous functions, it's important to understand it just a little bit better. JavaScript is single-threaded and can only do one thing at a time. We've already talked about that in the previous lesson. This provides certain advantages. As a function runs, it will complete its task and do whatever it does with application data until it's done without interruption from another task or function. So it'll do this first, then it'll do that second, and then it'll do that third. Let's consider this script on the right here. If you add this to a web page, the results should be fairly obvious. So let's go ahead and do that. In my code editor over here, I have example 1 open here, and I'm just going to add some JavaScript here. Don't really need that comment. I'll start by just console logging out, do this first. That's pretty straightforward. We know what that'll do. That'll send a message to the console that says do this first. Then I'm going to make a variable called second, and it says do this second is in this variable second. Then I'm going to use a for of loop. So for var each letter of second, console log each letter. So what that should do is go through and loop through each letter of this variable and console log it out one at a time. Great, pretty straightforward. Then I'm just going to console log do this third. So if I save this and then come over to my code over here, to my browser here, and refresh this page, the results should not be that surprising. It did this first, and then it printed out each letter. It did that entire loop, completed the entire loop with all of that data in it, and then it did the third thing. It just does them 1, 2, 3, no big deal. That's the normal procedure that we're used to seeing in JavaScript. Let's take a look at example 2 and how this code works through the stack of things to get done that JavaScript has to do. The difference here is that the way these functions interact with each other a bit. In the previous example, one thing did one thing and it went on to the next and so on and so forth, and nothing really interacted with anything else in terms of the functions. Here, we start with a function that takes a message, makes it uppercase, and then returns that variable upper when it's done. So let's go ahead and add this over to example 2 here. So here I've got JS here. I'm going to take that out and just add this function in here. I'm pasting it in, but you're going to have to type it in. So that's make uppercase. So that's a function that does that. So when the script runs, it defines that function. So that's great. Then we've got the same thing for a function that makes messages lowercase. So it does the same thing, but it makes messages lowercase. So that's great. We've got that. Then we have a function. You're going to have to type it out. Output messages takes that same message. And then we have a variable output that's going to include a string template here, or a string template here, where we've got the upper version, and then that's going to hold in it a variable that's really running the make uppercase version, and then a line break. And then we're going to add to that output a lowercase version that's going to run that one, and then we're going to console log out the output. And finally, I actually run this third method here, this third function here, passing in a mixed case message that I'm going to pass in here. Let's see what that actually does when we run that over here. I'm going to come over here to example 2. And you can see I've got an uppercase version and then I've got a lowercase version. So it's actually functioning. It did all of that stuff. For this example, some functions are defined. Then the first thing that enters the event loop stack is the call to run the function, output messages. So that enters the event loop. Then the make lowercase is called, so it enters the stack. It returns and pops off the stack. That comes in, it does its thing, and then when it's done, it returns and off it goes. And finally, output messages, then the lowercase one comes in and it enters the stack. And it does its thing, and then it pops off the stack. And finally, output message runs and sends the message to console log and pops off the stack. So that's how that particular example runs from the event loop stack perspective. Example 3. Let's consider this code and run it into the browser to see what we get in the console. It's very similar to example 1, except we're using set timeout, which we've looked at in a previous lesson. So let's go and take a look at example 3 here. So I'm going to go grab example 3. And really what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy and paste from example 1. So I don't have to type all this all over again. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to add this in here. But here I'm going to put in a call to set timeout. So I'm going to do set timeout. And set timeout we know takes a function. And then a period of time. In this case, I'm using 2 seconds. And then inside the curly braces, I'm going to stick just these pieces here. So now the set timeout is going to wait 2 seconds before it does this. Let's take a look at this version in the browser and see what happens here. If I come over here and load up example 3, you'll see it did the first one first, and then it did the third thing, and then the loop that it said to do second, it did last. So here the first item is firing, but then the second is set for a set timeout. So it's waiting for 2 seconds. But while it's waiting for that to happen, the third item enters the event loop in the stack and is processed. Finally, when the 2 seconds are up, the second item in the loop runs. So when JavaScript encounters set timeout, it kind of puts it aside, kind of like the toaster that we were watching that we're not going to watch while it's toasting the bread. It's just when it finishes its time, it's going to ding and say, I'm ready, and then JavaScript will come back to it. But meanwhile, it's going to continue on with the loop. It might be helpful to visualize the event loop in a slightly different way. So that's what I have going on over here. We can think of the heap as being mostly unstructured memory. The stack is where events get handled in order by the JavaScript engine. The queue is where the browser API calls are waiting to be completed, where they can then enter the stack back into the stack once the stack is empty. And over here, I have some browser APIs that get called at certain times, like set timeout or fetch or the XHTML HTTP request object. These are all things that can happen that take time. And we've already seen all of these in other lessons. So let's go through that example and just sort of see what that looks like here. Item 1 enters the stack, and it gets processed because it's just a call to the console log. So it enters the stack, it gets processed, it gets on the console, and off it goes. It's done. And then item 2 comes in. And item 2 says, oh, this is calling set timeout. So that's a browser API. So it ends up coming off the stack and going over to the browser API where it's recognized as a set timeout thing. And then it gets sent over to the queue where it's waiting to be finished. It's going to wait those 2 seconds in the queue and wait to be finished. Meanwhile, item 3 comes onto the stack because it's just a call to console log. It gets processed and it comes off the stack. It's done. And then item 2, once it's waited its full 2 seconds, it comes back onto the stack where it then is processed and the loop runs and everything gets printed out. And then when it's done, it comes off the stack. Hopefully that helps you with visualizing how JavaScript actually processes tasks. Things get put into the stack and taken out of the stack in the order in which they're put into the stack. And the stack can only do one thing at a time, and it does it completely until it's done. If you have something that's making use of a browser API that's going to take some time, then it can get shoveled off into the queue where it can wait until it's done, and then it'll enter back into the stack. Now this is interesting. Let's take a look at example 4. And it's got this code here, and it's exactly the same as example 3, except instead of waiting 2 seconds, set timeout is set to 0 seconds. So let's give this a try and see what happens. If I come over to the code editor, I'm just going to copy what I have in example 3, and I've actually already copied it, so it's in my clipboard. And I'm just going to paste it here, because it's the same. The only thing that's really different here, tab that in, oops, too much. The only thing that's really different here is I'm going to set this to 0 seconds and save that. So now if I test this, come over and see what this does. If I come over here and change this to example 4, notice it doesn't wait 2 seconds, but it still runs the first thing first, the third thing second, and set timeout. Even though it's set to 0 seconds, it runs last. The reason why that's happening is that even with example 4, even with it set to 0 seconds, item 1 is coming in here and it's getting processed and then put off the stack. Item 2 comes in, and because it's using set timeout, it's being sent to the queue. And even though it's set to 0 seconds, it's still going through this process of going to the queue. And meanwhile, item 3 has gone into the stack and come out again before item 2 can make it out of the queue and into the stack. So because I'm using set timeout, it's still being processed last. The important lesson here is that set timeout will wait at least the amount of time that you've set it to wait, but it could take longer depending on what else is in the queue and what else is waiting and what order things are going in. Let's take a look at example 5. I've got a console log that just says do this first. That's fine. And then I've got a variable holding called random1 that's holding a random number between 1 and 10. And I've got a console log that's going to console log out whatever that variable, whatever that number is. The first async function will wait at least however long that is in seconds. And then I've got random2 that does the same thing. Then I've got 2 set timeouts that are each going to run however long these seconds are. Random1 times 1000. So if I pull up a 5 here, it's going to do 5 times 1000. So it's going to give me a 5000, which is 5000 milliseconds. That's going to be 5 seconds. If I pull up a 3, then it's, something like that. So that hopefully makes sense. And then finally, I've got a console log that says do this last. So let's go ahead and add this into our code for example 5. And I really recommend you try this out and you work with the code and see what it does here. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to open up example 5. And down here, I'm going to paste this in here, but you're going to have to type it. First, I'm going to get rid of this. I don't really need that comment. I'm going to add the console log, do this first. Then I'm going to add my variable rand1, which is I'm using the math.co and the random to generate a random number between 0 and, between 1 and 10. I think it should give me. And then I'm going to console log out that first random number there. Then I'm going to do the same thing for the second random number, like so. So it generates a second random number. And then I'm going to add a set timeout. Set timeout. And set timeout is going to run a function for a period of time. And I'm going to do it whatever rand1 is times 1,000. 1,000, not 10,000. There we go. So now I've got my set timeout. And what am I going to do in this function? I'm basically just going to console log out, finishing async 1 after random 1 seconds. And I can actually copy this and do the second one from it, because this one's really just going to be async 2 after rand 2 seconds, and then down here rand 2. Make sure you fix it in all of those places. And then finally, I just have a console log that says do this last. Copy this one and stick it down here. Do this last. Make sure you save the file, and then I'm going to come over to my browser, and let's run this a few times just to see what happens here. Change this to example 5. And you can see that, okay, do this first, ran. The first function will wait at least 2 seconds. The second function will wait at least 4 seconds. Then do this last fired, and then the 2 asynchronous functions actually ran after 2 seconds and 4 seconds. And you can see that the first one ran first, 2 seconds, and the second one ran second after 4 seconds. Let's refresh it. So now the first one's going to go 9 seconds, and the second one's going to go 5 seconds. So you can see that the second one finished first, and then the first one finished last. So that's pretty interesting. Example 6. One last thing to talk about regarding asynchronous functions. If you want to do something asynchronously on an interval, it's better to use set timeout recursively than to use set interval. We've looked at set timeout and set interval in the past, and you know that set interval runs at a particular interval. We've also talked about recursion, and recursion is very powerful, and it allows you to run something, have a function call itself, basically, after a certain amount of time. And the reason why that's better, and you can open up example 6 and try this for yourself. And we aren't actually doing anything asynchronously here, but it's sort of simulating it. So this is running this thing on set interval, whereas this one is using recursion. And I can stop both of them. And what's the difference here? What's the difference between these two scripts? Imagine, so here we're using set interval, but imagine this line here, the thing that we're actually doing is an asynchronous function. So set interval is going to run every 1500 milliseconds or 15 seconds, no matter what. But if this thing were to take longer than 15 seconds to complete, then we'd start running into problems. So that's why it's not a good idea to use set interval with an asynchronous function, because we don't know how long this is going to take. In reality here, we're just putting a paragraph on the page. So that's probably fine to use with set interval. And what you should do instead is use set timeout to say, we're going to run this every 15, we're going to run this for 15, we're going to wait 1500 milliseconds to run this. And then when it does it, it's going to do its asynchronous thing. So this is asynchronous. And then when, if we're not telling it to stop, it's going to do recursion again. But it's only going to do this after it's completed its asynchronous function here. So it's much better to do asynchronous calls using recursion if you want to do something on an interval instead of using set interval. And down here I have, this is listed right from the MDN, specifically about doing this. And so this is what they're advocating on the MDN as well. In summary, the event loop and the queue can be confusing topics, but it's really important to understand how JavaScript works with these elements of the system that it has built into it. There are some really great YouTube videos out there that explain it. Some of them are a bit older, but you might try looking to YouTube to finding some other good examples of people talking about this if you're still feeling a little bit confused about it. But hopefully these examples have really helped. Asynchronously sending data with JavaScript. For the end result of this project, you're going to end up with a really nice email contact form that you could use on any website. And it's going to send data asynchronously to a form processor that will process the form. Plus, it'll have some nice validation built in and a nice interface built in so that if users don't fill out the form properly, it won't work. But when the data goes through, you get this kind of nice spinny effect and then a nice success message at the end of it. So I think that'll be really fun. And it's really useful, and I think you'll like it when we get to the end here. We'll start our project by making a basic jQuery version that allows you to see how we can send and receive data to the server. Before, we did some work where we were actually just receiving some data, but now we're actually going to send data to the server as well. So that's pretty interesting and kind of fun. In this case, the server's just sending back the data that we sent to it, so it's nothing too exciting, but by the end we'll have the nice contact form. So let's get started on this. Switch to the code editor, and you'll see I have inside my jQuery form, my 01 folder here, 01 jQuery form folder. I have an index file, and it's just a basic index file, basic HTML file with a little bit of styling, not very much, and a form on the page, basic contact form with some text field, text fields, an email field, URL field, and a text area and a send button. Down here, you'll notice that I have jQuery plugged in, the 3.6 version, which as of this recording is the latest version of jQuery. I also have the validator plugin added. So we'll use the validator plugin to validate our script. And then I have a link to my own JavaScript file. So we've got all of that in place and ready to go. The next thing we should look at really quickly is the PHP file. So if I come over here and look at the PHP file, it's pretty basic. I'm just checking to see if the data's been sent. If it has, I'm attaching it to local variables. And then I'm just doing some basic validation on the back end, as we've talked about in a previous lesson, that it's really important to make sure that on the back end you're validating your data as well as on the front end. So I'm just checking to make sure that the name field, the email field, and the comments field aren't empty. I'm also checking that somebody typed a valid email address into the email field using the preg match method. And then I'm just echoing out these fields. Now, one thing that's kind of important to note here is that if nothing is being sent to this form at all, it's going to echo out an H2 that says no data returned. So if I load this page up in my browser now, I should be getting no data returned. Once we add just a little bit of JavaScript to connect to this file. Now, I should also add that these folders have the processor PHP file in them. This one has it. This one has the exact same file. This is just a copy of that one. And then down here, this one's a little bit different, the PHP file here, email processor. And we'll look at that one when we get to this part of the lesson. But we don't need to use these files. I'm including them here for you in case you want to refer to them. But I actually have these files on the server that we can use to remotely access. Otherwise, you would need to do these projects, you would need to put these projects on some sort of server. Either localhost, you could use MAMP or XAMPP or one of those, or if you have your own web server, you could put them up. But you don't need to do that because I actually have these PHP files and we can actually access them remotely. So we'll be doing that. Okay, great. That gives us a foundation of where we are for this first part of this project here. And we'll start working on coding on the script file here in the next video. Okay, so we talked about our files and now we're ready to get started. We've got our loading from Google, our jQuery libraries loading up, as well as our validation plugin. So now we can go over to our script file and start using some jQuery over here. You'll notice on the script file, I have a function here that's going to be used to clear out the form when we're done. And you can just ignore that for now. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. But up here, I'm just going to add, where it says add here, I'll get rid of that comment. I'm just going to add this form data variable here. I'm going to close my Explorer here so you can see this a little bit better. And this is just the URL where that processor.php is up on our server here, our CPE Web Assignments server. So instead of using the one that's locally in the folder, because if I were to do that, I would have to put this whole project on a web server somewhere or run it through localhost using MAMP or XAMPP or something like that. Instead of doing that, I'm just going to link to this file up on our server. And then I'm going to say form data, load form data URL, load that file. So that's going to come over and find this element on the page, div ID form data. And it's going to load form data URL. It's going to load that file. And that file, as we said just a minute ago, if we haven't actually sent any data to it, all it's going to do is send us something back that says, an H2 that says no data returned. So that's what we should be getting now if we test this file out. So I'm going to save that. And if I come over here to my browser here, and here's my file, and it's just loading from my downloads folder here. But if I refresh this, it should go out to that server and load that file, and all it's getting back is an H2 that says no data returned. So that's coming in fine, just fine here. It's interesting to note that if you were to just take this, copy this address here, and come over and paste it in up here, what would you get back? No data returned. And if you view page source on this, it's not a whole web page, it's just an H2, no data returned. That's all it is. That's all we're getting back. But now that page is actually getting placed, that H2 is getting placed inside this element on this page. So this page is asynchronously getting that file and returning it and sticking it there. Hopefully you have a good sense of how that's working. I'm going to minimize this. And then I'm going to come down here. I'm going to start working on my script where I need to get the ID here. First I'll type my jQuery object here, pound, and I want the ID of the actual form, my form, this ID here. And I want to take that ID here and I want to run the .validate function on here. This function's available to me because I've plugged in the validator plugin and we're just doing the very basic validation of the form. We're not doing anything too fancy here. And then I need an event handler that is going to go and get the same form, pound my form, and add a .submit event on there. And when we try to submit the form, we're going to run a function like so. And we're going to pass in the event object. And then do event.preventDefault. Our prevent default method. So it doesn't actually submit the form. It's kind of interesting to note that over here, I do have action processor.php here, so that if this were not going, if JavaScript were not going to capture this and keep us from submitting the form, it would actually send you to this processor.php file. And you could remove this from here because we're not going to use it at all. But often for progressive enhancement, you actually want a file that you would send people to in case the JavaScript didn't work for some reason. Maybe somebody has it off or something like that. You never know. But in this case, you could just delete it. You could delete it from there if you wanted to, because we're going to prevent default and prevent that default action of going to that form from coming through. Okay, great. So now that we're here, we need to validate our form and actually get the data from this thing once we're sure our form is validating fine. And we'll do that in the next video. Great. In our previous video, we started by validating our form and then capturing the submission of the form. Now we need to check if, I'm going to put an if statement in here. And I want to get this item here, my form. If this form valid, this is going to return true or false. And this valid function is available to us because we have the validator plugin added. So this is going to return true. So true or false, if it's valid or not. So if it's true, we're going to do something. If this form is actually valid, meaning the fields have been filled out properly, if that's true, then we're going to do something. And what are we going to do? We're going to do this. Oops. I'd forgotten, I'd copied that. We're going to do this. I'm going to make a variable called data string, which is really this form serialized. And so that's going to take the data from the form that we know is good now because we've checked to make sure that it's good. So we're going to take it and we're going to serialize it. And for right now, I'm just going to console log out data string, just so you can see what we're getting when we do this. So I'm going to save that and then come back to my script over here, my page over here. And I'm going to fill it out. Joe at somewhere.com. Leave the website for now. Hello, world. And I'm going to show my inspector and my console here. And when I click send it, you can see name equals Joe. So that's the first field. Ampersand, this is my second field. Email equals Joe. Notice the @ sign has been replaced by a %40 at somewhere.com. URL equals, the URL is empty, so it's just equals, so it's empty. And comments equals hello %20. So it's put a %20 in where the space was. And so this data has been serialized and turned into key value pairs, and some of the characters have been replaced so that it will be properly processed on the server. So that's pretty cool. Let's go back to our code and continue from here. Now, at this point, I don't need to console log that out, so I'm going to comment that out, and I'm going to use my $.AJAX jQuery method here. And if it looks kind of funny having the $ period like this, just keep in mind that the $ is short for jQuery. So it's really jQuery. So this is the AJAX method that is available to jQuery. And that looks a little bit less weird. So it's really the AJAX method there. $ AJAX. jQuery, the $sign is just a stand-in for jQuery. We're going to pass in an object here. I'm going to press return to make some room. And then we need to put a couple of key value pairs inside this object that we're going to need to send via AJAX. The first one we need is post type, and the value is post. You can send data generally by get or by post. And then we put a comma because we use commas in objects to separate the key value pairs in objects. The next one that we need is the URL. Where are we sending it to? Well, we're sending it to this thing, form data URL. We're sending it there. So we'll put that in, and then we get a comma. What are we sending? What's the data that we're sending? Well, we're sending this data string. Great, so we got that. And then finally, assuming that it's successfully sent, upon success, we're going to run a function like so. And the function's going to pass in the data that it gets back from this data string. So we get the data back from our form. And we're going to do a few things in this function. I'm going to move this curly brace down because I think it's a little bit easier to read if we do it in 2 steps here. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to take this element, this form data element here, and we're going to do HTML and load data. So that's going to take the data that comes back from our processor PHP and stick it over here in this HTML file down here in this empty div. So it just puts it on the page. Nothing too fancy. And then we just want to take our form, this form here, and run this clear form function down here. Clear form. If you come down and look at this function, all it's doing is going through and clearing out the, setting the value for text fields, passwords, emails, and URLs and text areas to empty. If you had checkboxes or radio buttons, it's going to set them to false. If you had a select list, it's going to set the index to -1. So it means nothing is selected. Everything gets emptied out. That's what this little function is doing down here. It's just clearing out the form. This is just a nice little generic jQuery function for clearing out pretty much any type of form. You might come up with a few form fields that this doesn't clear out, but this will clear out most of them. So we're just clearing out the form there. Okay, great. I'm going to save that, and then let's test it. It should work. If I come back over here, and I close my console log here, refresh the page, Joe at somewhere.com, put in llamas rule, and hello from the llamas. And if I click send it, and look at that, it's going to that PHP file. The PHP file is processing the data, then this page is loading that PHP file down here at the bottom of the page. So that's working perfectly. So just to review here really quickly before we move on to the next part of this lesson, we're loading that page, we're validating the form, and then when the form is submitted, we make sure all the data is validated, we serialize the data, then send it asynchronously to that PHP file, which then asynchronously gets loaded on our page. So this page never reloads. We're doing all of this stuff, we're filling it out, clicking send, it's getting the data and putting it on the page without ever reloading the page and then emptying out the form. We have to empty out the form manually because we never reload the page. So we want to empty out the form to put it back the way it was in case we wanted to send some more data. So that's all working really, really well. And it's kind of interesting to see how you can do that kind of thing. We finished the jQuery version. Now we're going to do the version using async and await and vanilla.js. We're going to skip the vanilla.js version that uses the XML HTTP request version and just look at this async await version, since that's really the future of where JavaScript is going. Now, the JavaScript file, if you go look at it, the code that you need to do the validation is already here. So here I am in my folder here. And if you look at the script file, I already have the validation code in here. We did the validation work in a previous lesson, and you should understand that this is basically just going through each field and testing it to make sure that it passes. If it doesn't, then the errors variable gets incremented. And down at the end, if the errors variable is 0, meaning there hasn't been any errors and it hasn't been incremented, then we run the send data function, and that's what we're going to work on. We're going to work on just this piece down here and sending the data. You'll also notice up here at the top of the page, I have a variable for form processor URL that's that same PHP file that we were using in the previous version. I have the whole thing inside an IIFE immediately invoked function expression for best practices with our use strict directive. So we're using all of our best practices in this and getting this ready to go. So if there are no errors, we send the data. And that's how we're going to make this one work. So let's start to fill out this asynchronous function. We've got the async keyword here. So I'm going to get rid of this comment. I don't really need that. And I'm going to paste in here. You're going to have to type this, but I'm going to paste it in here. I'm going to sort of close this Explorer so this fits all in one line here. But I have a variable data that's going to go and get this, use a new form data object with contact form. And this takes a minute to explain, but it's really kind of important here. The form data API, you can see it over here on the MDN website, does a similar thing that the serialize method does that we used in jQuery. So here we're using form data, which is going to get the actual form data from contact form. And contact form, again, is defined up here at the top of the page here. Const contact form document get element by ID my form. So it's just getting the form and taking the data from that form and sticking it and using this form data API to serialize it and stick it inside of data. Okay, and we know that that form data is good because it's already passed the validation before the send data function even runs. So this function only runs if there are 0 errors. Okay, so we know that is fine. Okay, then we're going to make a variable, fetch promise, and we're using await with our async. Again, remember these two things work together. To use our fetch API to go to our form processor URL, which again is up here. That's this URL. You could have just put this whole URL in there, but I have a variable to keep it a little bit shorter. So, so we're going to go get that form processor URL. And this is the new thing. I've added an additional method here. This is we didn't see this before. Before, when we did our asynchronous exercises, we used fetch by just giving it a URL, but we didn't give it a second parameter. And the second parameter is an object that's going to send the data to this URL. And we're sending it by post. What are we sending? We're sending the body. We're sending data in the body. What's data? It's this thing here. It's the data that we got from the form. So we're going to send that to our form processor, which is then going to process that run and process that form and give us back what it actually processed. And that's going to be sitting inside of fetch promise, as you'll see in just a minute. The next two lines just get the text from that fetch promise text, because we're just getting some text from that processor file. We get that text using our await keyword, put it into this variable content, and then add it to the page. We're changing that inner HTML to whatever that content is. So that's pretty easy. Let's go ahead and add that in over here. And you'll have to type this out, but I'm pasting it in so you don't have to watch me type it. But basically, yeah, we're just going to use our await. Again, we're using await because we're doing this asynchronously with our fetch promise, getting the text. And we're using text here because this particular file is returning text to us. There's HTML in there, but HTML is basically text. We'll do something different when it's JSON information, which we'll look at in a little bit. But for right now, we're just getting that and then putting it on the page. And that's all there is to it. We have one more thing that we need to do this and we'll do that in the next video. The send data function is almost done. We have it where we're getting the data from the form, we're sending it to the form processor, sending that data there, getting some data back from the form processor, pulling the text out of what we got back, and then putting that text on the page. The last thing that we really need to do is to clear out the form. And for this, I just want to look quickly at this index file just for a minute here, because this file is very much the same as what we used in the previous lesson. It looks very much the same. The only thing that you'll notice that's different is I've added this class data to these fields, the ones that we're going to want to clear out, these three fields here. I've added a class data. And we want to be able to clear that stuff out in just a minute here. And this one down here too. So I've added that class data. The only other thing that's different about this is I'm not loading the jQuery library and the validator plugin, which saves us some bytes of data to download. We don't need to download that whole jQuery library just to do a little bit of validation, which is kind of nice. Let's go back to our script file and add these last two lines in here. The first one of these, line 59 here, is just going to go in and get all of those fields that have the class data, query selector all. So it's just going to go and gather all these and put them in fields, which is now an array. And I need to loop through the array and clear out each field. And I'm doing that here in a nice little one-line shortcut, shorthand kind of way, using an arrow function, which we've talked about in a previous lesson. We've talked about them quite a bit, and hopefully you've had some practice with arrow functions now. If it looks weird, you can take the arrow function out and do it without it, but that's okay. But I'm using the for each method on this array item, and each field, it's going to loop through and get each field out of this array and set its value to empty. Now, this is not nearly as sophisticated a form clearing out function as the one we had in the jQuery that we'd go through and clear out checkboxes and select lists and all that kind of stuff. This is kind of quick and dirty, but for this particular form, we don't need all that stuff anyway, so I figured this is kind of a nice shortcut way of doing it, and it gives you a chance to kind of practice the skills you've done before. Try writing this in a couple different ways. Try using it without the, see if you can get it to work without the arrow function. Or you could do a regular for loop or a for of loop. Because this is an array, you can use for of to go through and clear them out. There's always lots of ways of doing things in JavaScript, and this is a good example. But great, this should all be working now. So let's just test it. If we come over to our form over here and refresh this page, if I click just send it, I should be getting my errors coming in here, and that's working. So that's good. But if I fill it in, email, buildsomewhere.com, website, llamas rule, hello world of llamas. Llamas are such funny looking creatures. I always love them. And look at that, it's working. So without refreshing the page at all, we've not left this page or refreshed it at all. We filled in the form, clicked the button, that click was registered, it validated the form, and then came over and got the data and from our file, sent the data to our file. The file processed the data, returned the data, which was then put on the page, and then the form was emptied out. So all of that happened without doing any kind of refreshing at all, which is really pretty awesome. And gives you a really good example of how this works. And hopefully this code here is looking familiar because we did a lot of this in a previous exercise. And also, I think it's worth pointing out that the difference between this and the jQuery version is really not very much. Both of them are doing the same thing. They're serializing the data, they're sending the data to the file, and then if it is successfully returned, and if it successfully gets there and is returned, then we can process it and clear out our fields. All of these are being done. Here, with the async and await, it looks like it's happening just as a normal function, but it is actually, if it takes some time to actually reach the server and do this stuff, these things will wait until we get the data back, which is really pretty awesome. For the final part of this lesson, we're going to create this contact form here. And I'm looking at the finished version of what we're going to get, which if you try to send it and there are errors, you'll notice if I click send to me here, it comes up and says oops and gives you an error message, and then that fades away and it puts the cursor into the field. As you fill it out, joe@somewhere.com, hello from Joe, and then click send it to me. You get this nice little spinning effect, and then you get a success message, and then that goes away, and then the form empties out. So it seems very simple, and it is fairly simple, but there are a lot of pieces to this. We've got some nice interface elements happening here, and in the end, you'll have kind of a nice looking form that you could use on any website and actually send email. So that's pretty cool. So that's the working version that we're heading towards. Let's take a look at our files really quickly here. If we come back to our project here, I'm now working with O3, the email form files. And the index file is here, and you can scroll through and see what's on here, but it's just a very simple file. You'll notice down here I have a message that has a class of hide message with a div with an error in it. And currently, if you look at the CSS, hide message means set to display none. So this is not showing on the page. And then down here, I'm linked to my form processor JS. This could be just script.js, but I called it form processor JS. Okay, so there's that, and I have a style sheet linked, and I'm linking to the normalized script and all that kind of fun stuff. The spinner is a CSS thing. That's what's creating that little spinny thing there. You can look through the CSS file if you want to. That's kind of cool. Notice this is importing the spinner CSS. That's where that's coming from. I didn't write that spinner CSS. I downloaded it from somewhere so long ago now, I don't even remember where, but I've used it off and on over the years, which is pretty cool. Also, we have our form processor, our email processor file here. And this is worth taking a look at just for a minute, just because it's a little bit different than the other ones. And again, we're going to access this on the server. I'm putting it in this folder just for your reference, but you could actually use this file on your own server if you wanted to use this as an email form for your own projects. And what it's doing here is it's just checking to make sure that the data was sent, putting it in some local variables, making sure the fields are not empty. Again, we're doing some server-side validation just to make sure that for our own safety that people aren't putting bad things through over here. I've got a regular expression to check the email against to make sure that the email actually matches the regular expression. Somebody didn't put something other than an email in there. And then I'm taking the message and the email and the comments and putting this stuff out here. You'll notice my data result success. This is actually creating an object called result, and I'm encoding that and sending out some JSON that will consist of one key value pair, result success or result and email fail. It's one or the other. If it doesn't work, then it'll send out something that says that it failed. Okay. Down here is the send mail function. And this, if you were to use this on your own server, you would replace this with your email address that you want it to send it to, want the form to be sent to that somebody fills out. So you would change that. And then up here, the other thing you would have to do is that you would have to uncomment this line. This send mail puts in the email address and the actual message and actually sends it. So that runs this function send mail down here, and that's commented out. So it's not actually going to send any messages because we don't have an actual address here. So this is a little bit hobbled for the moment for the purposes of this lesson, but you could use this file on your server if you wanted to when you're done with this project, if you have a server to run it on. Let's take a look at the script file. At the top of the script file, you'll notice I've got my IIFE, my immediately invoked function expression, and everything is inside of that. So that's all our best practices there. And then I'm using the use strict directive to make sure that the variables don't end up in the global scope by accident. And then here is the actual URL we're using, and it's the same one we were using before, except this last thing here is we're using this email processor PHP rather than just processor.php. So we've got that processor up there. Once again, we're getting our contact form, same as we did before. Once again, we're capturing the submit and running the validate form. And I've got the validator down here. This hasn't actually really changed much from before. There's slightly different fields. It's a little bit different. We'll talk about how it's a little bit different. I've got an array here of feedback messages, and these are the different messages that will come up on your form over here. Send email. Oops, so that's one message. If you put in a name here and then try it again, you'll get a different message for the email address, and so on and so forth. So we've got these different messages in here. Div class error, so the error is red, and I've got a success one that's green. Oops, the email field is required. Oops, you forgot to give me a valid email address. Oops, somehow you forgot to type in your comment. And then success, thanks, your thoughts have been sent. I look forward to reading them. And then finally, this one's the preloader that loads the animation of those dots that you saw when we ran the script earlier. So this feedback message is an array that we'll be accessing to show the correct message. And down here in the validator, you'll see that we're going to run this function display message where we pass in the field that we're checking and the message that we want to display if it fails. So we'll be working on filling out this display message function here and the send data function here. Now that we've gone over our files, we can start working on our display message function here. So let's get started on that. the first thing we want to do, I'm going to get rid of this comment. I'm going to paste this in so you don't have to watch me type it, but you'll have to type it. The first thing we want to do is go get element by ID message and set its class name to show message. What is that doing again? Over here in our HTML, remember I mentioned that we have this div with a message in here, and currently it's set to hide message. So we're going to set it to show message, and that's going to make it go from being display none to setting it so it's displayed. And if you were to go over to the styles, you'll see in here there's already a style called show message. Here it is, display block. So that's going to show that message. It's going to change it so it's set to show message. And so then it's going to show the message. And then we're going to say, okay, get that message element again and change its inner HTML to whatever message gets passed in here. And then we'll talk about the set timeout in a minute. But what is this message that gets passed in here? Well, up here, if you didn't fill out the name, the message that gets passed in is feedback message 0. Come back up here. Feedback message element 0 is oops, the name field is required. So each time we run this function, we're passing in a different element from the array depending on which message we want to show. So that's going to be the inner HTML. This div over here is going to get replaced with a new div with the correct one in here. And I have one of them in here, but that's just going to get removed because we're doing inner HTML in this message div. So it's going to take everything out of this div and put in new content. And the new content it puts in is the content from up above. So that gets put in. So it's going to get put in, and then we're going to wait 2 seconds and then fade it out. So if you come over here, we're going to look at the finished version again, just for a second here. If I refresh that, if I forget to put something in here and click send it to me, it makes the message show, and then it's going to fade it out. So it puts the message on the screen and changes it so it's showing, and we're going to leave it on the screen for 2 seconds. We could make it longer if you wanted to. You could change this to something longer if you felt like you needed more time to read those messages, but we're going to leave it on there for 2 seconds. When those 2 seconds are over, we're going to fade that message out like this. Document get element by ID message class list add fade out element. So we're adding to the list of classes a class called fade out element. And again, if you come over to the CSS and look down here at the bottom, we've got fade out element, which runs an animation over 2 seconds. So it's going to take 2 seconds for it to go from opacity 1 to opacity 0. It's still on the screen, it's still showing, but it's set to an opacity of 0. So you're just looking through it. And after that's over, so now we got to wait 2 seconds before we do the next thing. So I'm going to do set timeout again here. Set timeout. I'm going to run a function. And that function is going to happen after 2 seconds. Okay, because it's going to take 2 seconds for it to do this, I need to wait 2 seconds before I do the next thing. I could do an event listener for listening for animation end, but this seems like a pretty expedient way of doing it. I know that it's going to take it. This is going to wait at least 2 seconds, maybe even a little bit longer if necessary. But I just need to wait until that thing is actually faded out. And then what do I want to do? I want to set it back so that it's now invisible. So I'm going to do this again. But instead of show message, I'm setting it back to hide message. So that the class name just goes back to what it was before. And this is very typical when you're working with interface elements, is you start in one sort of place, you make some changes, and eventually you want to bring it back around to the state it was in originally in its original state. And the original state here was that the class was set to hide message. So once again, we're showing the message, we're making it so that it's displayed, setting the message, waiting 2 seconds, fading it out, waiting 2 seconds after it's done fading out, and setting it back to hide message. The last thing we need to do is put the cursor back in the field that they forgot to fill in. So I'm going to do that like this. Document get element by ID field. Field is getting passed in here, and we want its ID. And we're going to use the focus method to put the cursor in that field. So again, what is that field? If I come up here and look at this, if it doesn't pass the test for the name, not RE test, name value, display message, name field. So what's name field? Document get element by ID name. So I'm getting all of this stuff. You can see how it kind of piles up here. Getting that element by ID name, but I want its ID, and then I want to focus on it. And that should actually work. And I'm not going to really test this yet because we need to do a few more things first. But actually, we should be able to test this, I think. If we come over, if we're not doing any success yet, it should work. If we come over here, so this is the local one that I have in my downloads folder. I'm going to refresh it. If I don't fill in the name field, it says oops, stays on for 2 seconds, fades out, and then puts the cursor into the field. So that's working perfectly. We are mostly done with our display message function. We're going to have to adjust it just a little bit in a few minutes to handle our success message as well. But we're mostly done with our display message function. And now we can work on filling out the send data function. And this function is going to look very similar to what we did in the previous exercise. We got to do a little bit more to sort of handle the interface that we want to happen and have come up. But other than that, it's very similar to what we've done before. First, we'll show the message by setting the class to show message and add the feedback message for, which is the really cool little spinner thingy. And then, regardless of how long it takes for the server to respond, you want the spinner on the screen for at least 2 seconds. It might take longer, depending on if you need to wait for the server, but we'll have it be on the screen for 2 seconds at least. And when the 2 seconds are up, we'll do an asynchronous function to send and get the data. So let's start putting this into place here. I'm going to take out this comment. I don't really need that. And then the first thing I'm going to do, and you're going to have to type this, but I pasted it in here. I'm going to go get my element by ID message, class name show message. You can actually just copy and paste that from up here. It's the same thing. And then I'm going to set the inner HTML to feedback message square bracket 4, which again up here is our last one here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, preloader, the class loading dot. It's actually a div inside of a div that creates that animation. You can go look at the spinner CSS to see how it actually works if you want to. So that's going to be set to feedback 4, and then I'm going to run set timeout, which is going to run a function. But now I'm sticking async in front of that function because this is going to be an asynchronous function. I want to wait at least 2 seconds. I want the spinner on the screen for at least 2 seconds because it kind of looks sort of cool, and so you can see it for 2 seconds. That's quick enough that you can see it, but not so long that you're going to be annoyed by it. 2 seconds goes by pretty quickly. All right, great. So now in here, we're going to do our asynchronous functions for sending our form data. I'll close this thing so it's a little easier to read here. But again, form data is we're using, so this is exactly what we did before. contact form is the actual form that we have. This was defined up here at the top of the page. Contact form. There it is. Document get element by ID contact form. So there it is. So we're getting the contact form. And again, we know by the time we get here that it has passed the validation because the send data function only runs if there are 0 errors in the form. So that's all good. And then we're fetching and we're using our await keyword that we can use because we put the async there. And we're doing the same thing we did before, except now we're getting email form processor, which is our email form processor. We're sending the post. We're sending by post. We're sending our form data that we created here. And we're putting all of this back into our fetch promise that once it has successfully done this, then we can go on to the next part. Let's add that in now. These two pieces. So I'm making a variable data. I'm using my await keyword and fetch promise.json. And why is it JSON? Well, because, again, if you look at our PHP processor here, this thing is going to return some JSON. It's encoding some data in JSON format. And it's going to either return a key value pair that's result success or result email fail. One or the other is going to come back from this form. Hopefully, we'll get success back. And that's what we want to check for next, is we want to check to make sure that we got success. And I'm just console logging out here data result so that you'll be able to see it in the console log. And we'll leave that here. I'm not going to check it just yet. We need to do a few more things first, but we'll check it there. And yeah, so this should be getting our form data and doing everything we need to do. The next thing we need to do is show the correct message, our success message, and we'll have to modify our display message function a little bit for that, and we'll do that in the next video. We've got our send data function almost finished here. We just need to finish it up a little bit. And all we need here is to set the message right. And what we're looking for is for this data.result to be the value of success rather than fail. So I'm just going to put an if statement in here. If data.result, that thing, is the same as success. What am I going to do? I'm going to do this. I'm going to set display, I'm going to run the display message function. I'm going to pass in success instead of a field name. And then I'm going to pass in feedback message 3, which again up here, if we go up to our feedback messages, 0, 1, 2, 3, div class success. Thanks, your thoughts have been sent, and I look forward to reading them. And we close the paragraph in the div. So that's what that's going to be set to here. Now, up here, if you look at our display message thing, it's expecting a field in here. We're passing in instead the word success. And down here, this is where we're actually processing this when we get down here. So what I want to do down here is I want to put an if statement. If, and I want to check to see if it's not the word success. So if field, the value that's passed in there, is not the same as, not equal to success. If it's not that, then I want to do this stuff here. Like that. So if it's not success, then I want to do, then it must be an error and I want to handle that. Else, oh my goodness, else What do I want to do here? Well, I want to do this again. I just want to empty out. I want to set that back to message. Probably could have put this outside the if-else statement, so I only have to run it once. So I want to do that, and then I want to clear out the fields. Previously, in our previous example, I wrote a fancy little loop to clear out the fields. But here we only have 3 fields, so I'm just going to do it in sort of a lame way and get each one of them by ID and just set the value to empty. Since there's only 3 of them, it's not that big a deal. You could do a loop here if you wanted to and loop through them and do all that fancy stuff if you wanted to, but this seems to be fairly good. So now what happens is that when we run send data, assuming everything works well, we're going to use the display message function to display the success message. So this display message function, it says it's taking a field here, but sometimes it's a field and sometimes it's the word success. If it's a field, it's going to do the error because there must be an error in the form. If it's success, then it's going to give us the success message. Hopefully that'll work. Let's give it a try. Come over here and I'm going to refresh my page. And if I just click send it to me, I get my error message. Tells me I need to fix my form. Puts my cursor in there. I'm going to do joe@somewhere.com. And then hello from the llamas. And if I click send it to me, I get the little spinny thing for at least 2 seconds. And then once that's done, I get the green message that says it's successfully sent. And when that's done, it fades it out and I'm all the way back to where I started. And that's perfect. Now also, if I click inspect and look in my console, you'll notice I have the word success here. And that's because down here in my send data, I'm console logging out that data result there. So that's where that success is coming from. It's showing up because the email processor is returning not only would it actually send the email, but it's actually returning this result success here. It's not actually sending the email because that's commented out. But there we have it. We have a email form that is kind of a nice design. It's got kind of a nice interface, some nice interface elements. So it's got some usability features to it. It's something that you could use on your own websites if you wanted to, which is pretty fun. One thing I should mention is that if you're putting it on your own server, if you've got, cheap shared hosting on a server somewhere, then on this email form, when you put in your email here, like suppose your website is myawesomesite.com, generally the cheap shared hosting will only send to email addresses, will only allow PHP to send to email addresses within that domain. So you would have to have, bob@myawesomewebsite.com as the email address. It would have to be @awesomewebsite.com, whatever your email address is at that website. You wouldn't be able to probably wouldn't be able to send this form to, say, your Gmail account or some other email account, just because most of these companies have, these companies that provide hosting have their servers locked down in such a way that it won't allow it to do that. In case somebody hacks into the server, we don't want these servers sending out tons of spam to everybody all over the world. There's a lot of bad actors that are trying to take over servers and do that kind of thing. But this is a lot of fun. This is a really great project. I hope you've had fun making it and making all of these projects with me throughout all of these courses. And I hope you find them useful. I've really enjoyed putting them together. Congratulations, you've made it to the end of our 4th course and to the end of our 4-course specialization on JavaScript. That's a lot of JavaScript, and you've spent a lot of time on this, and you should be really proud of yourself. In the first course, we covered a lot of basics, And when you started that course, you probably didn't even know that much about JavaScript. But now, if you look at what we've done over these 4 courses and what you've learned, you've come a long way. In the second course, we got into jQuery and how to create some animations and create some interface elements that we can use on web pages. And that was super fun. In the third and fourth courses, we got in even deeper, worked with jQuery plugins, built some JavaScript little web applications. We even got into some asynchronous JavaScript. So that's a lot to do in these 4 courses. And I think you should be really proud for being here and for working through all of that material. I've had a lot of fun putting together that material, and I want to thank you for sticking with me and working through these 4 courses. I'm sure that if you keep practicing and keep working on it, you'll continue to progress to become the kind of developer that you want to be and to meet your goals. Studio Ghibli Part 1: Introduction to Third-Party APIs. What is an API? API stands for Application Programming Interface, and it provides access to features of a program or a function. Let's take a look at an analogy. When you get in your car, you step on the accelerator and expect the car to go. You don't have to think about all the things that are happening under the hood in order to perform this task and interact with the vehicle. And the accelerator pedal is an interface that allows you to do something with your vehicle. Your vehicle has other interfaces. How often do you think about what a transmission actually does? Yet you know how to change gears in your car. These are features of these particular objects that have been designed that allow people to interact with them without having to know what happens under the hood. We're already working with APIs, and we've been working with them throughout all of our various lessons without specifically calling attention to them sometimes. The fetch API and set timeout API, these are all browser APIs. So is accessing the DOM through methods like getElementById. These are all APIs that provide us with ways of working with JavaScript with browsers that we don't have to think about the programming behind it that makes the browser actually do stuff. We can just use these functions and these methods that allow us to do things within JavaScript. And if you go over to the MDN and look up web APIs, you'll see that there's tons of them. And in this list, you'll see the DOM API and Fetch API. And some of them have warnings next to them, and some of them are experimental. And but there's lots of great APIs that are being worked on by people who develop browsers that allow us to do interesting things with JavaScript in browsers. And that's what these APIs are doing here. Third-party APIs frequently provide you with data that you can interact with, usually in JSON format, which is easily consumed by JavaScript. So that's really great. And by working with third-party APIs, you can create all kinds of interesting applications. Some APIs require that you sign up and use an API key to access the API. Others allow free access. Some of them will charge you for access if you go over a certain amount of data or a certain amount of hits of the data. So you need to be aware of that. If you're making an application that's going to be popular and used by lots of people, it may end up costing you some money to once you hit it a certain number of times. There are some of the popular third-party APIs include Google Maps or Twitter, but there's a really great list of publicly available APIs out on GitHub, and I'll leave this link for you in the lesson as well. If you come through and look here, there's tons of APIs that you can access information about dog facts and random cats and all kinds of fun, useful things, or maybe not so useful things. We're going to use the Studio Ghibli API for this particular project, but you could go in and try some of the other APIs if you're interested in seeing what they have to offer. And just like with the the plugins with jQuery, APIs are being provided by different people and they come with different documentation, and you have to really look through all of that. But we'll get to that in a minute here. Again, we're going to create a project using the Studio Ghibli API, which provides information on movies created by this fantastic Japanese animation studio. You can download the start files, which include all the files you need. The HTML file has all the HTML on it that we need to get started. The CSS includes some basic styles, and we can add to those a bit more later. The JavaScript file is empty, and that's where you'll be doing most of your work, or pretty much all of your work. We'll talk about the files in a minute, but the Studio Ghibli API comes with documentation. I have that linked up here. If you just Google Studio Ghibli API, you'll get to it. I'll leave the link in the directory as well, in the lesson as well, so you can access it from there. But this website will show you all the directions and give you all the information you need on how to access the data provided by this API, which is pretty exciting. To access the films in the API, you can go to this particular address, and I've pulled that up over here. And you can see when you put that in, you just get a pile of data in JSON format, which is exactly what we want because we can consume this with our JavaScript very nice and easily. So we just get lots of data, lots and lots of data that we can actually do something with. And that's pretty fun and enjoyable, as you'll see in a minute as we get started on this. So we've got some data, we've got an API to work with, we've got some files that we can get started on, and we'll look at those in the next video. Download the start files, and you can see in here I've got an index file, and on the index file I have a normalized script that's just making sure that different browsers are going to render things the same way. I've got some Google Fonts I'm loading in here. I've got my style sheet, and then I have a header with an image. This image is actually simply a picture that I got off of the Wikipedia page about Studio Ghibli films. So that's all there is. I've got an empty main element, which is JavaScript is going to be filling in this element with our movies in just a few minutes here as we get going on this. And I've got a link to a script file, which is empty. So we'll be doing a lot of work filling out that script file. The styles are all pretty much in place. I've got some basic styling here, not a lot. I mean, it's not super huge. You'll notice at the end I've got some media queries. So this is created mobile first. So I've got display grid working for tablet size computer screens. And once you get to 900 pixels wide for desktop, we've got 3 columns. So we'll be looking at that here. But this is all set up so it'll work on your phone and look good on your phone even with just a few styles. Nothing too much, just enough to get us going. All right, cool. So what do we need to do first? Let's start by adding some script to see if we can get some data from the API. So I'm going to come over here, and if you go to the, well, let's just go ahead and see what happens if we add this in here. You're going to have to type it in. I'm going to paste it in. I'm going to paste this in. I've got a variable for my main element, document, query selector main. So I'm getting my main element and sticking it in here. We're not going to put anything in there yet. And then I've got an asynchronous function called getFilms that's going to set up a films promise. And I'm using await, and I'm going to get that same URL that I put up here initially. So this is just data. We saw that that was just the data that we had before. And then I've got a variable films. I'm await, setting await, and film promise.json, because that's JSON data. And then I'm just going to console log out films and see what happens when I run this getFilms method here, this getFilms function here. So I'm going to save this. And then I need to come over and actually load this up on my screen over here. So I'm going to open it up in a new tab over here. And I'm going to close out some of these other ones. I don't need this one for the moment. I don't need this one for the public APIs. This Ghibli Studio API could be useful. I'm going to leave that, but I'm going to move this one over here. Here we go. So the page loaded. Did we get our data? Let's go in and inspect and click on console. And look at that. We got an array with 21 items in it. And if I open that up, I'm getting all of my data. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? All my data about all my different films. So we're able to get the data coming in to our page really simply using this asynchronous function. And that's a really great start. That's exciting. Now, if you go back to the documentation for the API and scroll down to the films, you'll see that you can get all of this data for each film, which is really pretty cool. And over here, you can see I want to display that in some sort of card on my page. So let's go back and look at the Studio Ghibli API here. And here you can see we're getting some data here. If you scroll down to endpoints films, over here you'll see we're getting all of this data here that we can get by going to the films endpoint. So that's pretty cool. So now we can work with that to see if we can create our card and make that all work. Let's write a function here that has JavaScript create a card that gets our data from our films data that we're getting here. So I'm going to start by making a simple function here. Function, create card. I'm going to pass in some data that we'll see how we'll use that in a minute. And then we're going to open that up. And in here, I'm going to create some elements. Start by creating a variable called card, which is going to use the document create element articles. That's going to make a new article tag and stick it into this card variable just for a moment. And then I'm also going to make a variable called movie title, which is going to make a new h2 element and put it into that variable there for a minute. And now I'm going to make a variable called movie title text, which is going to be document. I'm going to create a text node, and that's going to get data, this data that gets passed in, but I want the title attribute of that data, the title element in that data. And I'm going to create that text node, and then I'm going to take that text node and append it to the title, to the h2. So the h2 will have that text inside of it. Once I have the text inside the h2, I'm going to take the h2 movie title and append it to the card. So now the card, the article, has the h2, which has the text inside of it. And then finally, I'm going to take the card and put it inside of the main element. Again, this is our main element up here. Query selector main, so we're appending the card to the main element. Cool. So that takes care of, we've created a card, we've created an h2 for the title, and we've put the text in the title. Let's do the next one, which would be the director of the movie, like that. So now I've got a variable director. I'm creating a paragraph, a director text. Here you can see I'm using my tick marks to use my template, string template thing here to say director and then data.director as a variable in here. To get that to display, I'm appending that here, and then on the card after the movie title. Just copy that one, paste it, and what am I going to append there? I'm going to append the director. Cool. So in this way, I can build up all of the content for my individual card that I'm going to use for each of my cards as I go through each movie here. Your job, your challenge, is to fill out the rest of this function. We want similar code as this or this for the year, the description, and the score. And then down here, you're going to add those in here as well. You'll append the year, the description, and the score. So this is going to get filled out a little bit further down here. See if you can do that on your own. And then when we come back in the next video, you'll see how I did it and see if it matches what you did. Hopefully you got something like this if you finish this function properly. So we've got the movie title, the director, the year, the description, and the rating, and then we're appending each of these to the card, and then we're appending the card to our main element. And you can see each one of these is just slightly different. Some of them I have the tick marks, some of them I don't. I'm just putting the data right in the paragraph. Rotten Tomatoes score, like that. So it depends on what it is, but we're building this up like this. So hopefully you were able to do that. Now, your next challenge is to recognize that what's coming through our getFilms function currently, what we're getting is an array of data. Can you use the forEach method to loop through each film and then run create card on it? And can you do that without going forward in this video to look at the answer? So pause the video and see if you can do that. Again, I'm going to sort of specify this even more clearly by looking at the code here. Up here, if you look at this getFilms function here, this thing, console log films, this films thing here is an array. So how could you now use that array with this create card thing to create all of our cards and get them to display on the page? See if you can do that. Pause the video now, and when we come back, I'll show you how I did it. Were you successful? Were you able to do it? This is what I did. I come over here, and instead of just console logging out films, get rid of that. I'm going to run a forEach loop here, a forEach method on this films array. And I'm using my arrow function, and then I'm running create card each film. So this goes through each one of the elements in the array, and each film becomes a film from the array, and then I'm running create card on it. And create card will take each film and then do all of this stuff to create the card and add it to the DOM. You could have done this with a for loop. You could have done this with a for of loop. There are lots of ways of doing this, but you need some sort of loop to loop through this array to get each film in there. So let's take a look and see if this worked. It should have. Let's come over here to our page. If I refresh, I'm now getting films on my page. And it looks kind of nice, and that's because the styling is already in the style sheet. I've already got this set up to display as a grid, and we're creating our cards, and I've got some nice little rounded corners, some shadows here, and some typography so that it looks kind of nice. That's the idea anyway. And we're getting our data in here. So cool, that's working really nicely. The next thing you might notice is that the films are in kind of a weird order. What is the order of this? It doesn't really make sense. They're kind of just all over the place. It doesn't seem to be in any particular order. of any sort at all. So let's do something to order these films. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to my code over here. And before this runs, I'm just going to add in here a line of code. I'm going to paste it in, but you're going to have to type it here. Like that. Now here, because films is an array, we're running the sort method on the array. And you can go look up that on the MDN. We've looked at that before. But what we haven't done before is pass in a function that will, you can not just sort an array, but you can actually pass in a function that will allow you to sort it by a particular field. Like I want to sort it by the title specifically. So you can see I'm passing in a function here. And then you'll also notice the ternary operator. This is not the easiest line of code to read, but it's nice and compacting. Once you get used to it, it's not so bad. But one thing you can do with the sort function is you can pass in an anonymous function, which we're doing here. And you can compare each element in the array to the next element in the array. So I'm taking the first element, A, its title, and comparing it to B's title. If A is greater than B, then this is true. I'm going to give it a 1. If it's not true, I'm going to give it a -1. So that will move it up if that's true, or move it down if it's false. And then these films will get sorted alphabetically by the title, which is pretty nifty. So let's save that and come back over here and refresh the page. And look at that. They're alphabetical. A, C, F, all the way down the page here. When we get to the end, the last one's a W. You'll notice it took a minute for it to refresh the page. And don't forget, we're using asynchronous functions, so it might take a minute for you to actually get to the API and get all the data, in which case the page will have to wait until it gets there. In the previous video, we sorted our films alphabetically, and that's great. So now they're not showing up in some random order. But what if we want to sort in some different ways? What if we wanted to sort maybe alphabetically, maybe by when they're released or what their rating is? You might want to see the films in some different orders. So let's do that really quickly. What we need to do first is add some HTML to our page. So I've got this navigation here that we need to add to the page. So let's go ahead and add that to our HTML file. And then we're going to add a little bit of CSS just to center it on the page as well. Come back to our code, and I'm going to go to my index file. And just after the header, I'm going to add this nav element. I'm pasting it in here, but you're going to have to type it. But there's not that much to it. It's just an open and close nav with a form in it and a select list with some options. Title, release date, Rotten Tomatoes score, just 3 options. Not too big a deal. Shouldn't take you more than 30 seconds to add this to your file. So we've added that to the file. Save that. And then we also want to add a little bit of CSS to the style sheet. Switch over to the styles here. I'm just going to scroll down the page. You can put this really anywhere as long as it goes above the media queries here. But I'm going to stick it after my header stuff since the navigation comes after the header on the file. I'm going to just put it there. And let's go over and just see if that's displaying properly. Refresh. Now I have a little list that I can actually pick from here for title, release date, and Rotten Tomatoes score. So that's pretty cool. Next, I'm going to add an event listener that will listen for when this form changes here. So this form doesn't have a submit button or anything fancy like that. I just want to know if somebody chooses release date or Rotten Tomatoes. I want to know when this list has changed. So let's see if we can write some code to affect that. So down here, I'm just going to click and press return in here. I'm going to add this. Document get element by ID sort order, which is, again, this select list, ID select list. So I'm getting that ID sort order. And I'm adding an event listener, and I'm listening for a change. So I'm not listening for a submission of the form. I don't have an actual submit button or anything like that. I'm just looking to see if it changes. When it changes, I'm going to run a function. And for right now, I'm just going to console log out the value of that sort order. So let's just save that and see what happens over here when I'm going to turn on my inspector and go to my console here. And I'm going to just refresh the page real quick. And now if I click release date, you can see I get release date there. So I can capture when this has changed. Aha, that's a good clue. If I can capture when this has changed, I can take these values and do something with them in JavaScript. So this is giving me some input that I can do something with in JavaScript. And if you're wondering, like, what's RT underscore score rather than Rotten Tomato score, you know, where's it getting that? Just remember to go look at the HTML. And you can see these are the actual values that are being sent, release underscore date and RT underscore score. And it's important to note that I've set it up this way because this matches the actual data that we're getting from our API. So that's helpful as well. Great, so now we've got a way of capturing that stuff. And it'd be kind of nice now if we could have a function that would allow us to sort based on these different values that we're getting here. And we'll take a look at that in the next video. In the previous video, we saw that we could create a list, a select list, and then when that select list changes, we could grab the value that it's changed to. So now we need to add a function called setSort, and it's going to take an array of items, and then we're going to sort them based on some different criteria, based on what gets set here, basically. That's the criteria we're looking for. The first thing we need to do is to get the value of what it is that was set there. So I'm going to make a variable called sort order, and it's going to just go in and get the value of whatever that select list is set at. And I'm going to set that there. And then I'm going to use a switch statement, switch. And you could use a series of if-else statements or other kinds of, yeah, you could use if-else statements if you wanted to. But I like switch because it's nice and compact. And I want to check the value of this sort order here in switch, because it's either going to be one of these three things. It's going to either be title, release underscore date, or RT underscore score, like that. It's going to be one of those three things. So depending on one of those three things, I want to do something with it. In case it's the title, case title, like so, and whoops, that's going to go in quotes. In case it's the title, I want to essentially do this, right? But instead of films, I'm going to pass in array, whatever I get passed in here. So I want array there instead, like that. And then when I get to the end, I need to remember to do break on the line. So that's for the title, in case it's the title. But then I need 2 more lines to handle my release date and my Rotten Tomatoes score. And they're going to look like this. Release date, Rotten Tomatoes score. And you can see they're very similar. It's wrapping around kind of funny. I'm going to close this thing so you can see it better. Release date. It's basically the same thing. I'm just doing array sort, and then I replace title with release date, and break there. And then down here, Rotten Tomatoes score, like that there. Okay, so that's all good. Now, here's your challenge. Here's your micro challenge to work on. And I really recommend trying to do this without going forward. Try to do this on your own, because this is a great sort of micro challenge to figure out how to put these pieces together. You have a function that gets the films. That's this function up here, get films. You have a function, or you have this event listener that detects when the form is changed. And at this point, we're just console logging out the fact that it's changed. And we have a function that will actually set the sort based on an array that you put into it. What do you need to do to make these 3 different pieces work together? This function, this event listener, and this function up here. What can we do to kind of make these 3 things work together? See if you can figure that out on your own. And in the next video, we'll do it together. In the previous video, we were able to create these separate pieces here. Now we needed to put them together. Were you able to do that? Let's see what you did. This is what I would do. I'm going to remove this from up here, and instead I'm going to run my set sort function here. I'm going to pass in the films array. Did you get that? Because when the page loads, this page here, when it loads by default, the title will be set. If I click refresh here, the title is set by title. And you can see that it's already working. It's getting, so this is the default one, so it's going to automatically sort them by title if I do that. So that's great. So set sort films is going to set them in and get those films and set the sort, and it'll automatically do it by title. Plus, down here, if you've changed the sort order, then this event listener fires. So what we need to do is we need to take that main element, this one here, main element, .inner HTML, and set it to empty. Just a set of empty quotes there. We need to empty it out and then run set sort again. Sorry, I mean run get films again. Get films here. So that'll clear it out. If you don't clear it out, then you'll get the films a second time and they'll get appended down to the bottom of the page. Because remember, we're appending our cards to the main element. So they'll just get appended again, and you'll get a second list of all of the films after the first list of all of the films if you don't clear out the HTML there. So let's save this, make sure that's all nice and saved, and test it out. I'm going to come over here, refresh my page. They're coming in by title. If I choose release date, I'm getting them by release date starting in 1986 and going up to 2016. If I choose Rotten Tomatoes score, I'm getting the highest score films first, and then going down the list to the lowest score films at the bottom. I have these coming in reverse order here. Actually, no, notice the order is a little bit screwed up. We have, up at the top, we have 100, 100, and then we have 41, and 75, and 78, and 83. So it's going in kind of a weird order. So we need to fix that. What it's doing is it's sorting these numbers alphabetically. So 100 comes first because it starts with 1, and then it's going to 41 and going up from there. That doesn't make any sense. And not only that, but it would make more sense to put the highest rated movies at the top and go to the lowest rated movies. So let's see if we can fix that. Fixing this is not too difficult. What I want to do is use our old friend parseInt so that I can take those numbers and have them get parsed as integers rather than have them get parsed, have them automatically be treated like text. So I'm going to wrap my ART score and BRT score inside of a parseInt. And then over at the end of this, I'm going to swap the order. So I'm going to put -1 first and 1 last so that they go in reverse order. So let's go ahead and put this into our code over here. So it's kind of helpful. So down here, I'm going to just put parseInt here around this one, and parseInt here. Around this one. Don't forget we've got 2 parentheses here because that one's closing this one. So parseInt, and then over here I'm just going to swap these. I'm going to put -1 first and 1 last. Save that. Let's give that a try and see if that works. Refresh the page. It's coming in by title. If I choose Rotten Tomato score, I must have made a mistake. Inspect. Always use your inspector. You can see I have an error here. Console. Uncut promise parseInt is not defined. Look at that. I can see right there I misspelled parseInt. It's really easy to do this kind of thing. parseInt. That's not a function. Parse without an E is not a function. parseInt, like that. Let's try it again. Refresh. By title, they're coming in fine. If I choose Rotten Tomato score, now I've got 100 first, 100 second, 97 third. Close this inspector. 97, 96, 95, all the way down to the end here. 41 will be last. So that's working great. All right, cool. So we've got all of our films, and we've got our little feature for sorting them, which is pretty nifty, and that's looking really great. All right, cool. Now, there's one thing that I don't really like about our current flow for the way our page is working for this page. And that is that when I choose a different sort, like release date, I'm essentially going back to the API and reloading all of the data again. I've already gotten it once. Why should I have to go back and get it again? That seems kind of inefficient. So let's take a look at this and sort of think about what we could do to make this a little bit more efficient and a little bit better. For the current flow, when the page loads, we get the main element from the DOM and then run the getFilms function, which gets the data, sets the sort order, and loops through the data, creating the cards and adding them to the page. We can see it over here. Page load, get the main element, getFilms, end. And then the getFilms function gets that film data, sorts it. Are there more films? If yes, we create a card, and we do that until all the cards are created, and then we end. That's the current flow. Here's the problem. The problem is that when the event handler detects a change in the select list, it runs get films again with the new sort. And that forces a reload of the data from the API. So that's kind of inefficient and messy. Here's my solution strategy. When the page loads, I'm going to initialize a variable called film data. It starts as empty. That variable is going to be empty to begin with. Then, when getFilms is called and the data is retrieved from the API, it's assigned to that getFilmData variable, which started out as empty. Then, instead of looping through the data directly in the getFilms function, the loop is pulled out into a function called addCards, which takes the data from the film data variable. So now we're going to add one more function over here that's going to sort of pull out that process of just adding the cards. So instead of doing it all at once in the getFilms function, we're going to have a separate function just for that. Then, in the event handler that we use to check if the sort order is changed, we'll run addCards instead of running the getFilms function again. And since addCards is pulling the data from the film data variable, there's no reason to go back to the API and get the data again. It's important to note that if the data in the API were being updated frequently, you wouldn't be getting any of these updates because we're basically loading the data once and then using it. And in this case, that's pretty efficient. There may be situations where you want to get the data kind of every time you make a change or do something, you want to get the data again. But in this case, I think it's kind of nice and useful to do it this way. Back in our code, let's go ahead and add let film data. It's just a variable that is basically undefined. We're defining it, but it doesn't have any value in here yet. And we're using let because we're going to be adding data in there. So we can't use const because then we wouldn't be able to change that variable. Then we need an addCards function. I'm going to stick it down after the sort. I'm going to put it here. It doesn't really matter where it goes. But I'm pasting this in here. You're going to have to type it. But I've got a function, addCards. It takes an array as a parameter, and then in a loop through the array, and each item in the array, I'm going to run the createCard function, which is down here. So it's just a simple little helper function here that will allow us to create these cards by looping through an array. Now that we have that, we can go up to our getFilms function here, and here we're doing that same array. We're creating the cards directly here inside of here. But now instead, we're going to set our sort and then add our cards. addCards films. So the first time we add cards, when this function first runs, we're going to just get it straight from the data that we get from the server. But then we can say film data equals films as well. By doing this, we've taken our films here and we've assigned it to our film data variable here, which is now in the global scope. We should add our IIFE function here and put everything in there so we don't have anything in the global scope. We could do that at the end to kind of clean things up. But for now, we're just taking this data that we've gotten from the server and we're sticking it into this variable. So now we have access to it everywhere in our script, which is super useful. And then the next thing to do is down here in our event handler for when that changes, instead of running get films and going and getting the films all over again, we can now work with our film data. So we can sort it, set sort, film data, and we can add cards with film data. So we're using the add cards function here to actually add the cards after emptying out the cards that were there before and changing the sort. So that'll set the sort and then add the cards. But it's doing it from film data rather than going back to the API out on the internet and getting it again from there. We've gotten this pretty much set and ready to go. There's one more thing I want to fix, but this should be working basically here so that we can actually go and test it. If I come over here to my page here and refresh the page, it pulls in the films, and you can see it takes a second for it to load the first time. But now when I choose release date, it should go split quickly, really quickly, because now it's doing this based on the data that's already been loaded. We don't have to go and get it again. So it's running much quicker now. And that's great. So that's working really well. There's one last thing that I would like to fix. If we come back to the code, and this is just kind of a very minor thing, but I'm going to come back here. I'm going to set this select list initially to disabled. So that when this page initially loads, this select list is disabled. And disabled here is also short for disabled equals quote disabled. In HTML5, I think we've discussed this in a previous lesson, when you have an attribute that's the same as its value, you can just put in the name disabled. Now, why would I want to do this? Why would I want to disable this? It's possible, although extremely unlikely, that you could have a user that goes to load the page and then tries to sort the list before the data has actually loaded. And when you do that, it's going to make that sort thing run, which is going to then run the add card function, but the add card function can't do anything because the variable with all the data in it hasn't been filled out yet because you haven't gotten the data. So that would cause problems. That would cause an error and cause some things to happen. I mean, it's pretty unlikely that somebody could come and actually, try to use this thing before the page initially loads, but it's possible. So what we'll do is we're going to have this thing come up initially disabled and then enable it once we've gotten the data and we know that we have the data. So let's go back. I'm going to save that and go back to our script file here. And just at the bottom of our get films function, I'm just going to add one more command here. And that's going to document get element by ID sort order, remove attribute disabled. So that'll remove this attribute disabled as soon as this asynchronously has gotten the data and we know that the data is there. So that kind of cleans that up just a little bit. Again, you'd have to really kind of push it to see if you could get that to go, but you probably could. If you were to go to inspect here, I haven't tried this. It's always a little scary to do this. I haven't actually tried it, but if I go to network and choose throttling slow 3G, and then refresh the page, you can see this is disabled until all the data gets in. Once the data's in, then it becomes enabled. And I can actually sort my films then. So you can kind of see that here by throttling this thing down. It's a nice little feature. In summary, in this project, you've taken data available through a free API and consumed it with JavaScript, then used asynchronous functions to display the data on a web page. That's pretty cool. And in the second part of this project, we'll push this project even further. Studio Ghibli Part 2. A little bit more on third-party APIs and a little bit more practice. We can get a lot more out of this if we continue working on this project. So let's keep going on it. And to get started, download the new start files that go with this version of the project because they have some additional HTML and some additional styles that make it easier. And then once you've done that, copy over all of the JavaScript onto the script file for this version, or you can just replace the script file for this version with the new script file, or with the script file from the first version. And I've done that over here already. So I have mine coming up, and you'll notice what's different here is I've got this navigation item here. And we're going to create out these different pages because the Studio Ghibli API can not just give us films, but can tell us about the people in the films, the locations, the species, and the vehicles. So we're going to build out each of these pages with data from this API in this part of the project. But because I've copied over my script as it is so far, all of that is still working on the films page, and it's pulling up the films just fine. So make sure you do that before you go too far. If you go to the Studio Ghibli API and go down to People here, you'll notice if you look over here that the sample data that you get here, at least the films one contains an array. And in that array, we get at least one film listed, sometimes more films listed for, with links to films there, URLs for films. Depending on where those people show up, there might be more, they might show up in more than one film. So that's kind of interesting. And also you'll notice that some different information is shown here: name, gender, age, eye color, hair color, that kind of stuff. So that means our create card function is going to have to be different for each page of the site. And our current create card function is a little bit cumbersome the way it is. So we're going to change it to use inner HTML to create all the guts of the card instead of using this create element approach that we did in the first part of this project. So that's kind of fun and should be kind of interesting, and we'll work on that next. Coming back to the code editor, make sure you're working on the correct version. I can see up here, it's my part 2 file here. And if you scroll down, you can see I've got my main nav here with this unordered list with this navigation in here. So that's pretty helpful. And then over here on my script, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to find my create card function. And the way we're doing it here is we're creating each of these elements: document, create element, create the text node, and put the text node in the element. It's really kind of cumbersome. I'm going to replace this whole function. So I can just delete this entire function, starting with here. I'm going to hold down Shift and go all the way down to here. All of that, and just press delete. Just get rid of it. And what am I going to put in place? You're going to have to type this out, but I'm going to paste it in. It's going to be this. It's much shorter, right? So I've got a function here called create card, which takes some data. And then I'm going to have a variable called card, and that's still going to create the article there. And then card inner HTML is going to come from film contents, which brings in data. And then I'm going to append the card to the main element. So most of the action is going to happen here. Down here in film card contents, again, I'm getting the data. And then here, I'm just making a variable, let HTML equal, and I'm adding the H2, and then plus equals adds to it. And I'm adding paragraphs. Notice I was able to add some strong tags in here. I don't know. It's just kind of a little bit nicer. So I can add this all in here and then return that HTML at the end. So this returns HTML. So down here, inner card inner HTML, film contents data is going to be this returned HTML with all the data that gets put in there. So that's going to be a bit cleaner and a bit easier to work with, I think, as we move forward, because we're going to have different film card contents for the different pages, but we can use the create card function for all of them. Okay, great. We've updated our create card function. Now we need a little bit of a helper function. If you look again at the data for individual people in the API, there's an array for films, but there's also a URL for the species for that person. So let's go over and take a look at that really quickly. Down here, we've got films and we've got species. There's a URL there as well. So we need to be able to go into that URL and pull out the species of the person from that URL. And if we want to get the title, we're going to have to use it in a loop because the title is in an array. So this helper function can be used to go get those URLs. Notice it's asynchronous. We're going to get an individual item. We're going to pass in a URL, the item that we want, and then we go get that item and we return it. And again, if we're going to use this with the films, we have to use it in a loop in order to get that to work. But this is going to be a helpful little helper function that we can use over and over again in our project. So let's go ahead and add it. I'm going to go over to my code editor and make sure my file is saved, and then come down here at the bottom and just add that there. This is kind of a helper function. It can sit at the bottom, and we're just going to use it to get individual items. And we'll see how we use this helper function coming up shortly. Switching back to our design, we're going to work on the guts for when someone clicks on the people link here. And we get different cards for that, for people. So that's what we're working on. And our data is a little bit different. So we need to create a function that's going to create the guts of those cards. So over here, I have a function, an asynchronous function for people card contents. Again, we pass in data. And we want to go ahead and add this to our script so far. Coming back to my script file, I'm going to add this function in here. You're going to have to type it, but I'm going to paste it in so you don't have to watch me type it. And here we have people card contents. We've got film card contents and people card contents. Up here, we're only loading film card contents. We'll fix that in a bit. But down here, we've got a new function that's going to generate contents for the people card. And it will get the guts of what we need without the films. We're going to add those next. But notice that since you need to use a wait for this individual item, this has to be an async function. Notice this one up here is not an asyncเป็น but I can only use a wait here inside of a function that has the async keyword. So that's important to note. And in the individual item function will take the URL for the species from the people data and go retrieve the name of the species from the API. So here I'm running that individual item, data species. I'm passing that in down here for the URL. And then the item I want is the name. So it's going to go get that URL, go fetch it, and go get the promise JSON data and return that thing for that particular item. data item. So we'll get that particular thing. In this case, it's the name, the data species, and what I want is the name from there. But in order for me to use a weight, then this has to be an async. And then the rest of this is pretty straightforward. I'm making my HTML, I'm putting the name, I'm putting all of this stuff in here, and returning the HTML. So that's great. That's coming along. To get the films, I need to use, because the films is an array, I need to do this kind of thing, but inside of a loop. So I'm going to add to the very top of this function this. Let's have that in a little bit so it looks a little better. There we go. And I'm making a variable, the films, data.films. So this is going to be an array. That's an array. So I'm going to make another empty array called film titles. That's just an empty array. And then for each film of the films, so this is an array here. I'm looping through using my for of loop. I'm going to make the variable film title, and then I go and use my helper function to go get that title of the film, and then I'm going to push the film title up here into this array. I'm going to push into it what I got from an array. So at the end, I have an array here of just film titles. And that's just basically a list of film titles there that I can then use. Then I just need to add one more piece down here. After species down here, I'm going to add more to my HTML. P strong, film titles, and I'm using the join method, which will put a comma and a space after each one of the film titles, if there's more than one. So that will do that, and then it'll return that. So this is a little bit hairy with all of these loops and arrays and having to go to the API several times to get data, because I'm going to the API to get the films, I'm going to the API to get the to get all of the films and to get the species, and then also to get all of this other data as well. So I'm making several trips over there for this. I actually think I want to move the film titles up. I'm going to put it before the species. I want to leave the species last. I'm going to put it there. It doesn't really matter. You put it whichever place you want. It just depends on how you want it displayed on the card. I think I'm going to have the film titles first. In the previous video, we spent a lot of time creating this people card contents function and working with asynchronous data to get this to go. So hopefully it'll work. And now it's time to test it out. So to test it out, we need to do a few things. We're just going to kind of test it to see if it's working. This is not a finished, this is nothing finished yet, but I just want to test it and make sure it's working for now. So I'm going to come up here, and where we have card inner HTML film contents data, I'm going to comment that out. And instead, I'm going to put in here this card inner HTML equals people cards content data, that thing instead. Like that. But because this people contents card data is doing some asynchronous stuff, we've got a wait there, we've got a wait down there, this is an asynchronous function, we have to put a wait here as well. And this is one of the trickiest things about working with asynchronous functions, is they tend to look like regular functions, and it's easy to forget this stuff. And also, because I put a wait here, that means this has to become an asynchronous function. So I need to add async there. All right, so that's one thing that I need to fix in order just to test this. This is just temporary, just to test it to see if I can get cards of people showing up on my page. And also, there are a couple other things I need to change. Up here at the top of the page, I'm getting films here. And really what I need to get is people. So change films to people because we're getting people, not films. I'm not going to change the names of these variables for right now. We're going to fix all of that later. This is just temporary to see if it works. Also, you should comment out the set sort, since that's not going to work for people. It's only going to sort films. And then while we're at it, I'm going to comment this film data thing out, because we're not putting films in there, we're getting people. So I'm going to comment that out as well. And I think that that's everything I need to do to test this. And hopefully I did everything right and it will work. Let's come back to our browser, make sure that's all saved, refresh, and look at that. I'm getting people. And we're getting the films that they're in. We're getting their species, so that's all working. Isn't that awesome? Do I see any that are in multiple films? Here's one. So this one's getting multiple films here. There could be more. Oh, there's another one. That's pretty cool. So my film cards are actually working. I just need to make it work now, that when you click the People tab and do all of that. Switching back to the code editor, look at the HTML file. You'll notice up here, here's my navigation. I'm linking to pound films, pound people, pound location, pound species, pound vehicles. So these aren't going to be actual pages. There aren't going to be separate HTML files over here for these different pages. Instead, we're just going to fill out the page that we have, index.html, with the correct cards depending on which link people click or users click. So we don't have to make a whole bunch of HTML files in order to do this. We'll just change the guts of this one inside of our main element down here that's empty based on which one people click. The other thing to note about this list here is that these names in here are actually also the names of all of the endpoints that we have for our API. So we can get films, people, location, species, and vehicles. If you go over to the API, that's the names of these endpoints minus the hashtag. So we saw that over here in the script file, where I just changed this from films to people. Well, we can do vehicles, species, and all that stuff as well there as well. So what I need to add here up at the top of my page here is I want to get all of those anchor tags. So I'm going to have nav links, document, query selector all, main nav, UL, LIA. That will come over here and gather all of these anchor tags here and put them into this variable nav links that I can then access. So I can access ultimately those URLs and change my page based on which link is clicked. When a user clicks on one of those nav links up here at the top of my page, these here, I need to know which one they've clicked, and I need to be able to get the correct data. So I'm going to add a click handler to my script that's going to go through and grab each of those. So this click handler goes through those nav links for each link, and adds an event handler on it that adds a click. That prevents the default behavior, so there'll be no reloading of the page. And then I'm going to get a variable called this link, which is event target get attribute href substring 1. So that's going to lop off that pound sign at the beginning. So if you click on people, you'll just get people, not pound people. If you click on vehicles, you'll get vehicles, not pound vehicles. And then we'll alert this out just to see that it's actually working. So let's go ahead and add this to our page. We can put it near the other event handler, but it doesn't really matter where on the script that it goes. But it's kind of nice to keep these things together. So I have an event handler here for the sort order. So I'm going to add this one here as well. There. Okay. You're going to have to type it out. I've pasted it in so that you don't have to sit and watch me type it and make my spelling mistakes. But I've typed it before, so I don't need to type it again. All right. So you'll have to type that out and save that. And when you have that all in there, you can pause this video until you have that in place. And then come over and test it and see what you get. I'm going to refresh. And when I click people, I get an alert that says people. When I click locations, I get an alert that says locations. When I click species, I get an alert that says species. Same for vehicles, and same for films. So I can use this piece of data that I'm getting to get the correct data from the API. Coming back to the code editor, you'll notice up here that this get films, I have this URL hard baked into this get films thing, but here I'm not getting films, I'm getting people. So that seems kind of dumb. And it seems kind of dumb to have it hard baked in here. So I'm going to add a couple more variables up here at the top of my script. Actually, I can go with the, those are those things. Let's put them with the film data one. I'm going to stick them here. I'm going to paste them in, but you'll have to type them. So data set is initially going to be set to films, but when you click on people, it should get changed to people. And then I've got the URL, which is initially set to films. But again, when you click on people, we're going to need to change that as well. So now what I need to do is here's your challenge. This is a great micro challenge for you to see if you can do this. Down here in this click handler, when you click on these links, I need to change these two variables that I've just set up here. So if you click on films, this link is going to be films. I need to change to films. If it's people, it needs to be people. So instead of an alert here, you're going to change this alert so that it's changing those two variables up there. Try to do that on your own and without looking at my answer, because that's a really great sort of micro challenge for you. Were you able to do it? I hope so. It should look something like this. The URL is going to be set to this URL plus this link at the end. You could also use the tick marks and do it that way, but this seems to make sense. This URL plus this link at the end, and then data set gets set to this link. I don't need this anymore. That can go away. And then I'm going to run a function called getData. I'm going to, getData. I'm going to pass in URL. This function, getData, is really going to be the getFilms function up here. I'm going to change this to getData because it's no longer just about getting the films. It's now going to be about getting the data, because the data could not be films. It might be people. GetData. And we're going to pass in a URL. We will finish fixing up the rest of this function in the next video, because otherwise this one will get really long. In the last video, we updated our navlinks function, and we're running the getData function down here and passing in a URL, which is really our getFilms function, which I've changed to getData up here. And we're passing in a URL here. So over here, this now becomes not this URL, but whatever URL is passed in. URL. Got the quote there. We're going to fetch the URL. And this is no longer really a films promise. We're going to call this a data promise. Data promise. So that means this needs to become a data promise as well. I'm just kind of changing this a little bit to make sure that it works. And over here, this is no longer necessarily films. This is now data. Next, we need to do something about this stuff, because set sort is only really going to work if we've got films. And then the film data is only really going to work if we have films. And then also we only need to remove this attribute disabled if we're on the film page, because we're not going to do that sorting or any of that other stuff for any of the other pages. So we need to do something a little bit differently here for this part of this function. So I'm going to take all of this out, and instead I'm going to put in something that looks like this. If dataset is the same as films, then I'll empty out the inner HTML, set the sort to data, add the cards. I'm passing in data, not films anymore, it's now data. The film data is data, and I'm removing that disabled thing. Then I'll have an else that's going to handle all the other types of cards. And really, that's just going to have a couple of things in it. It'll have the main HTML. We'll set that to empty, so we'll put that in there. And then we'll add the cards. We don't need to do anything else if it's any of the other pages. Save that. The last thing we need to do before we can test this and see if the mess we've made is working so far, and to check on this, is we need to update this create card function to handle adding the right type of cards depending on which link is clicked. So we've got our function create card, we're passing it some data, and then based on the data set, remember we created that variable, which is either going to be films or people or vehicles or whatever it is, we can use that in the switch statement to swap in the correct thing based on that case. And if it's films, we're going to add the film card content, so we'll run the guts of the card that way. If it's people, we're going to do the await, because that has the asynchronous functions in it, and do that one there. So let's go ahead and add this to our create card function, update our create card function. Currently, right now, we only have cards for films and for people, so we're going to have to add the other ones later, but let's see if at least this much works. So coming in here, I'm going to come down to my create cards function. Here it is here, and I'm going to get rid of these two things and put in the switch statement instead. You're going to have to type it. I pasted it in, but you're going to have to type it. Switch dataset. This is a variable that's currently global, up here dataset, currently set to films by default. So it's either going to be films or people right now. I mean, it could be the other ones, and that would be bad because those won't work. But we're going to set our inner card content. We'll use the film card contents if we clicked on films, and we'll use the people card contents if we clicked on people. And again, we have to have the await here, and that's why this function is set to async, because down here in people, on the people cards, we are actually doing some additional asynchronous functions here to get the people. All right, cool. With all that in place, we'll see if this actually works. Hopefully it does and I didn't screw anything up. Let's see over here. I'm going to refresh my page. Come up here, click the page, and something has gone wrong. Inspect. I have an error here. Let's go see what that error is. Reference error, get films is not defined on line 25. I forgot to change something because I'm no longer using get films on line 25. Oh, get films. That needs to be get data with the URL. Get data, passing in the URL. And again, the URL by default is the one with films. So that should get us films. Let's try it again. And look at that, I have films. And if I click on people, I have people. These other ones won't work yet. Don't click on those. If I'm on films, then this title thing will work. I'm going to have to do something to hide this if I'm on the other pages because it's not going to work for the other pages. We'll get to that. But that's working fine, and it's nice and fast because it's actually loading the data that was loaded once. You'll notice that when you go to people, it takes a second to go get that data. Cool, that's working so far. That's great. We have so far gotten the films and the people to work, and that's great. So now we're on to locations. But if you go look at the locations endpoint, which is this URL /locations instead of people or films, it's just /locations at the end. You'll notice that in the data in places, instead of having key value pairs here, it just says to do under residence. So whoever created this data never got around to finishing these pieces. And because these things are not actually correctly marked up, I mean, it just says to do in here. It's going to cause errors. It's going to cause problems. So because of that, we need to do a few different things. We need to do some error catching. So this is actually a really great thing that it's not finished because it helps us learn something new in the process of doing this next part of this project, which is going to be kind of fun and interesting and important to know. It's possible that when you use a third-party API, you won't always have access to it, or some things won't work, or some things haven't been entered properly by somebody else, and that you're going to get an error. So we want to capture those errors and do something with them. Here is the function for the location card contents as it is currently, and you're going to have to pause the video and type this in. And really, it's probably best to take the people one, copy and paste it, and then make minor changes to it, then type this all from scratch. But you could type it in from scratch. It's not that big a deal. It looks long, but you'll notice that these parts are really very similar. So this part here is very much the same as that. So you could use even copy and paste within these to get them to go. And then down here, I'm making my HTML variable and filling it with the data that I get from my card. Now, this is going to cause, I'm going to get some errors in here because it will get past to do instead of a URL for some records, and that's not going to work. So we're going to have to fix that in some places, but this is a good place to start. So I'm going to go over and add this to my script file here. I'm going to come down to close to the bottom here. I've got my people card content here, and I've got my async individual item there. I'm going to leave that at the bottom because that's a helper function. I'm just going to add this one in here. And you're going to have to type it in, but I've copied and pasted it to cheat. I've already typed it many times before, so I don't need to type it again and have you watch me type it. But go ahead and add this in here. This is the whole thing. And again, I'll go back to the slide here so you can see it, and pause this so that you can get this in there and make sure that it's right. Pause this and come back, and when you've gotten this script, when you've gotten this function all in here. I realize that it's long and I do apologize for that. All right, great. So now that you've gotten this in here, before you test it, we need to make sure we add the locations case to the create card function so that it will actually go and create those cards and get that content in there. So let's do that next. That's really pretty easy. If we come back over here to our, I'm going to close my Explorer here, to our create card content thing here. I'm just going to copy one of these. That one, and change this to location. And then I need to get this name. I'm going to copy and paste. Paste it there. Now, is it location or is it locations? Well, let's find out here. Data set. Over here, it's locations. It's always good to check on these things. Locations. Great, let's save it. And I'm going to come back to my web page, refresh. And when I click on locations, you'll notice it's coming in. But I've only got 4 cards that actually have residents listed. And this one is just an empty array. And if I were to inspect and look over here in my, look, I've got 40 errors in my console. API, fetch API, cannot load, cannot load, cannot load, cannot load, blah, 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 blah. So I've got all kinds of problems in here because of that to-do, /to-do. It doesn't know what to-do is here. It's looking for an API, it's looking for a URL that's /to-do. That doesn't make any sense. So that's causing an error. So we'll look at how we can fix that in the next video. One thing we can use to try to catch some errors is the try, catch, and finally structure that will help us try something, and if it doesn't work, or if we catch an error, we'll do something else, and then finally we're going to return something. And in this case, we're going to get a lot of errors. So I'm going to update my helper function for getting an individual item with this try, catch, and finally clause to see what happens when this runs here. So let's go ahead and add this to our script. Down here at the bottom, I have my helper function here. And I'm just going to replace this one with the version that has the try catch. So I've got the item, I'm getting the item here, try, the item equals data item, catch, the item no data available, finally return the item. So the item is going to get returned one way or another. And it's either going to be the data that I want, or it's going to be no data available if there was some sort of error. So we've got that in place. Let's give it a try. You're going to have to stop and type type this function in or update the function so it has this. But let's give it a try. I'm going to come over here and refresh. Come down here, click on locations. And now you can see I'm getting my locations. It still says no data available here. It says no data available for most of these, but at least I'm getting all of my cards. I may still be getting some errors. Let's see. And look at that. I still have 20 errors over here. It still doesn't like these to-dos. It's still trying to do this, but at least when it's trying to do it and it's failing, it's then at least putting no data available and not holding up getting my cards. But I think we can make it better still. I'm going to update the top of the code at the top of my function for generating the locations data with this little piece here. And I'm using a regular expression to check to see if when I get this, if I'm getting something that matches the regular expression. And if it doesn't, I'm going to set that to no data available. And that should help. So let's see if we can get this to work here. I'm going to come down to this function here. That one's here it is here for this residence one. I'm going to get rid of the top of this and just replace it with that. Tab that in. The residence data residence, let the resident names. I've got an empty array for each resident of the residence if residents match regex. So I'm going to go through each one of them, and if there's only one, then that's easy. It'll just do it once and get the name. And if it matches, I'm going to get the name and put it into the list. If it doesn't, I'm going to set resident name 0 to no data available. So let's see what happens when I run this one. Here I am on my page. I'm going to go up to the top and just click refresh. And now when I click on locations, I'm getting all of my locations and I'm not getting any errors in my console. Isn't that nice? So finally, we've gotten this fixed. And residence is no data available, and that's fine for the ones that don't have any data. At least we're not getting any errors. So you have to really go through and make sure you can solve for any errors that you might get from your data, and make sure that you're not trying to get something that doesn't exist and handle it properly. Okay, great. So now the next challenge, can you write the functions for the contents for the species and the vehicles cards and update the create cards function to display them properly on your own? Try to do it. The last two pieces for these last two bits, we've done films, people, and locations, need species and vehicles. The last two pieces aren't that difficult. They're not that different from what we've done, so they shouldn't be too hard. See if you can do it on your own. Were you able to get the challenge to work? Were you able to write those functions for the species and the vehicles pages and cards, or did you get stuck? Hopefully you were able to do it. The species one should look like this. It's not too surprising. It's very similar to what we've done. Hopefully you came up with the same thing or something similar, and I'm generating the HTML and returning it here. So that's all fine. So let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and add this one into my script over here. And I already have it copied. I just need to paste it. And I'm going to paste it here. So we've got species card contents, people names, all that kind of stuff. We're going to push those into the array. Same thing down here with film titles. Push that into the array and then print this stuff out. And then we're joining the people names and the film titles and returning the HTML. Nothing too fancy there. Okay, great. So there's that one. What did you get for vehicles? The vehicles one is shorter. So we don't have that much name. We don't have that many vehicles. We don't have that much information about vehicles. So it's shorter. So let's go ahead and add that one. Go back to my editor, come down here, and I'm going to add the vehicles here. Leave my helper function at the bottom. So yeah, so this one is shorter, and you'll see we don't have that many vehicles, so that's fine. We've got that. Now the last thing that you needed to do was come up to this function up here and add some more cases in here. Where'd it go? This one here. I'm going to copy that. And this one is not locations, it was species. And then I need to get the species card content. I'm going to copy and paste the name of the function just so I don't screw it up. It's this one here. It's really easy to spell things wrong, so. Species card content. So we get that one, and then the last one, if the case is vehicles, we're going to go down and get the vehicle card contents. Sorry about all the scrolling in the video. There we go. Save that. I think we've got that all right. Hopefully I spelled everything right. And it's time to go see if we can test it. Come over here, I'm going to refresh my page. The films are coming up. The people are coming up. The locations are coming up. Big test species, they're coming up. It took a while for that to come in. You'll see why in a minute. And vehicles, we only have 3 vehicles. There's not that much there to get. Now, it's interesting to note that when we do the species, it takes a while for the cat and the human to come up because we're looping through all of this stuff. We're making a pretty big trip to the API to get all of this data for all of these films and all these people here. So one thing to think about in terms of extending this project is what could you do to keep this data local once you've gotten it once, so you don't have to go back to the API a whole bunch of times. That would be a really interesting way of expanding this particular project, is make it so you don't have to do that. Now, there's one last thing that I want to fix, which is this thing here. I really only want this to show up when we're on the films page because that's the place where I can sort by these things. It doesn't make sense for that to show up when I'm on the locations page. So I don't have a Rotten Tomato score on this page. So we'll fix that in the next video, and then we're done with this project. The last thing to fix is the sort functionality. This sort functionality will cause an error on any other page that you use it on other than the films page. It'll only work on the films page. And one way to extend this project is to add an appropriate sort option for each page. That would be something that you could look into and take on your own if you're interested. However, for the sake of this project at this point, we can just hide it on the pages that are on pages other than the film page. And here's a good challenge for you. There's a number of ways of doing this. Can you figure out one of them on your own? See if you can do it. Go ahead and pause the video, go off and try it, see what you can figure out how to do, and then let me know. Come back and look and see how I did it. Were you able to do it? There's probably lots of ways of doing this. I'm going to show you how I did it. I'm going to go back to my function for get data. And when I come down here to this part here, if I'm in films, I'm going to do this. If I'm not, I'm going to do that. Well, if I'm not in films, I'm just going to add in here document query selector nav form style visibility hidden. And that will hide it if I'm on any other page. Now, if I'm on the films page, I also want to do the same thing. I'm going to stick it here, but instead change this to visible. I like this method because the CSS property of visible and hidden means that it will take up the same amount of space on the web page. Even if it's hidden, the space will be there for it. So that means you won't have as much, jumping between the content going from one page to the next. So I kind of like that better in this case. Let's go over and test it real quick. If I refresh the page, here I am on the films page and it's showing and I can work with it and do all that kind of stuff. When I click on people, it comes up and it's hidden. It takes up the same amount of space. It's still there, it's just visually hidden. So it takes up the same amount of space. So I have the same amount of space between here and there. If I were, I could also set it to display none, but then that would take it off the DOM entirely and you'd have a smaller gap between the nav bar and the items coming up here. So I kind of like it that way. If I go back to the films page, it's coming back again, and that's great. So that seems to work really well. Whew, that's a big project to end up our course and our specialization with, and I hope that you've enjoyed it and gotten a lot out of it. There's a lot of code to type, there's a lot in there, and I realized I was copying and pasting my way through a lot of it, but I have typed it all previously, so I don't feel like I'm cheating too badly. So yeah, there's a lot of code here. We've got 171 lines of JavaScript. That's a fair amount, but hopefully you've learned a lot by doing this. There are a lot of ways that this project could be extended. I've really had fun putting together these projects and sharing them. And I hope that you had fun building them and that you learned something and you can take what you've learned and continue to build on it. There's lots to learn out there. I'm always learning more about JavaScript, and there's all sorts of fun APIs to explore with lots of data out there and available. So have fun with it, and I hope that you keep pursuing your dreams and keep working with this stuff.